Wait.
Wait for
Hasan Abi.
Fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is Hasan Abi broadcast coming to you live from gloomy, cloudy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. Because today is a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thursday, folks. It's freaking Thursday. It's Thirsty Thursday, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, and I'm having a great one. I hope you guys are as well. You covering the Mark Robinson incoming bombshell? What? Every day I start this broadcast, and as soon as I start, there's a dude in the fucking chat that's like, bro, some new shit. Hello? What the hell was that? That was weird. My mic just like randomly died. Anyway, how much worse can Mark Robinson get, bro? How much worse? He quoted Adolf Hitler. Like, and then defended it last year. He defended quoting Adolf Hitler last year. Mark Robinson is black, by the way, for those of you who don't know. He is running for governor as a black man in the United States of America who is also seemingly pro-Adolf Hitler. Because that's what fucking politics is about. He's also a crankhead, a gooner. Anyway, we'll talk about all this shit. God damn it. I'm so mad. Okay. Personal news. Wait, you covering how you fucked that one chatter's mom? Yeah, that's what I'm going to be covering. Personal news, ladies and gentlemen. Personal news for all the boys, girls, and MBs out there. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news before chat chirps at me for not covering their immediate news story because they fucking want immediate gratification. But folks, personal news wise, last night I ended the broadcast and I didn't do anything, dude. I didn't do anything. I just like sat around and watched TikToks. I've been trying to watch Spy Family, but it's getting too boring. It's like a cute ass anime, but it's just like, I don't know. It's not enough for me. However, oh yeah, I got a haircut, by the way. Thank you for noticing. So I think I'm officially doing rich guy shit, by the way. Like, I think it's officially rich guy shit when you get haircuts so frequently that like people don't really know if you got a haircut or not. You know what I mean? Like, cause back in the day, right, when I was a broke boy, living my regular old life, like I kind of hated getting haircuts. Like, it's expensive, it takes too much time, like, and I would have to, like, I would just wait. I would wait for this shit to grow to like untenable, unsustainable levels. And nowadays I feel like I just, I don't let it ride as much. Anyway, I mean, there was a point in my life where I was cutting my own hair because, frugal Frankie over here, I thought I'll just grow out the top and I'll shave the sides and I'll learn how to shave the sides myself. And let me tell you, my shit was ass, bro. I cut my own hair, it was ass. And I have black friends who I guess it's not like normal black friends because they grew up in Hollywood that have like talked about learning how to have to cut their own hair because like if they become actors later down the line, then there's not always like a person on staff that knows how to cut black hair. So you have to literally be able to do that for yourself. And let me tell you, okay, these motherfuckers don't know how to cut their own hair either. So that's what I'm saying. I've been there, and let me tell you, okay, I don't know how to cut my own hair. $30 for a taper fade, and it takes an hour. The best part of the barbershop is Muslim owned and support Palestinian support overseas. That's right. I love that. When will we be able to dunk again? Oh, fuck, man. Probably in a couple months. Like, unless something crazy happens. I hope nothing crazy happens. But, like, at this trajectory, I think I could dunk in, like, a month or two. Oh, my God. Mark Robinson is going to drop out? Oh, my God. That is big news. Never mind. Oh, God. Fuck me. All right. Anyway, I forgot what I was saying. Personal news. Yeah. So, I didn't really do much. And I'm watching a lot of TikToks. And I'm trying to get into Spy Family, but I can't get into Spy Family. It's just like, whatever, right? And then one of the TikToks I was watching was like, you have to watch this Netflix show. And it turns out it's not even a Netflix show. It's actually an HBO Max show that's also on Netflix. And it is a sci-fi animation. Okay? It's a sci-fi animation about a group of scientists that are that get trapped on a planet. It's called Scavenger's Reign, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to show you the trailer for it. And let me tell you, I need to explain something to you, okay? This show is beautiful. It's beautiful. It's different. The sound editing is fantastic. The visuals are amazing. The soundtrack, like the score is phenomenal. It goes way too hard for no apparent reason. Okay? I don't know how to describe it other than I can't comprehend how I stumbled across it when there's such little marketing on it. And if it wasn't for that one TikTok, I never would have seen this. Apparently, Rotten Tomatoes gave it a perfect score. And then HBO canceled it and then sold it to Netflix. And I totally understand why it has a perfect score. Chat, I'm telling you right now, this is peak. Okay? This is Kino. This is cinema. This is incredible. And it's also kind of horrifying. just sitting there, you know? It was just kind of sitting there, and I would have never fucking heard about it. I would have never seen it if it wasn't for goddamn. Okay, there's something wrong with my fucking full screen today. This is weird. I don't know what the hell's going on. I might have to turn off my goddamn. I might have to. I hope that like me updating my drivers didn't fuck my goddamn shit up. I did update my drivers, by the way. Shut up.
Maya has a panel with Hasan.
Dude, I have no idea what that's gonna look like. No idea. Like I haven't talked to Hasan.
It's true
about it.
What's it a panel about?
Fundraising and activism on Twitch, but we Hasan and I literally we have not spoken.
Huh. Okay.
About the panel. I have responded to a bunch of emails and I've confirmed both of us, but have not talked to Hasan at all. So I think we're just gonna be there, and then I think it's just gonna be a live Q&A the whole time because we have nothing prepared to present.
Yeah, what would we present? Yeah, we're just gonna chirp. What? I don't understand. Redo the split window thing again. I think that might fix it. I hope. Nope, didn't fix it. See, it's like in the bottom. I don't know why. Bro, read your emails. I don't think she like. I'm a chirper, dude. It's the one thing I know. Okay. I think it's really funny because like people stress out about this sort of thing, and I'm just like, why would you? Is your taskbar position unlocked? No, it's just like right there. But for me, it's like, don't worry. I just don't think that there is going to be an issue here at all. Like, I just don't foresee us having any sort of problem whatsoever. Why do you go into everything blind? Because I have a degree in Yaponomics, dude. Yeah, I saw this one. This is like, this is popping off, dude. It's got 49,000 likes. Jesus Christ. You need to restart File Explorer and Task Manager. On Windows 11, you have to drag the window to the top and select one split screen. Now that you're almost done with Wano, you can watch this One Piece video called "Is Oda a Communist?" No, I'm not gonna do that. No, the volume mixer, the volume master makes it so that this snaps, the full screen snaps to whatever the full window is, which is good. I use that to my advantage. But the problem is that right now something weird is happening where they're selling your OG merch for $4.
I got a Dotson on them motherfucker. Fuck.
What the fuck? What are they selling it for?
I got a Dotson on them.
$3.99. You know what Hater priced it? Bro, that's crazy. It's legit. It's union made too. Your bookmarks are showing? Yes, my bookmarks always show. That's crazy. I mean, listen. That's a cop. That's heat right there. That is heat. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. Zin, the most evil company in the world. Wait, what? Why? Is it because they're like marketing the kids or something? Is that what it is? German streamer saw you comment about JD Vance.
Stream
I saw
when
this.
He said that JD Vance has the facial expression of a German child who dropped his lollipop and now it's covered in ants.
I don't think she's German. I think she's like Australian.
Mein Lollipoppen!
time.
But now I can't get it out of my head. Look at him. My lollipoppin! He's covered in ants! What is the opposite of yippee? Whatever the opposite of yippee is, that is how I feel!
South African? Oh. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. Galaxy gas is worse than Zin's. Yes. I love you. All love to you, but that shirt's print is dissolving on me. What do you mean? Go to task manager, sort by memory, usually select Windows Explorer, click restart where you typically end task. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to do it. Why not? Why the fuck not? Let's do it. Sort by memory usage. Select Windows Explorer. Wait, Windows Explorer? Actually, I'm not going to do that. Wouldn't that like restart everything? I don't want the stream to fucking... Nah, man, I'm not doing that shit. I don't want the stream to... I'm just going to fucking end task on my Google Chrome and then restart it and hope that it works. Let's see.
It was a clip on Hasan's stream when he said...
Zin might just be...
Let's see if it works. Restarting Windows Explorer doesn't fuck with your other open programs. I don't believe you. I'm not gonna lie. I don't believe you enough. I need to believe you more probably, but I simply don't. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It don't matter. It don't matter. It don't matter. It don't matter. All of chat says is fine. I think restarting this worked. Like, I think restarting it helped. Okay. Bro, war in Lebanon is starting. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Right as I'm going to fucking TwitchCon, bro. I knew this shit would happen, bro. I knew it, bro. I fucking knew it. All right, let's just blast off, okay? Please, please, no war. No war in general. No war in general, but certainly not while I'm at fucking TwitchCon, dog. Come on. Oh, yeah, Dantavius did a video on Jakub finally, which is great. Like, I think other content creators should finally broach the issue of how white people were created. And I think it's, like, nasty that most people are too afraid to cover this. And I'm glad that there's at least, like, a brave content creator out there that's, contains truth. You know, bold enough, visionary enough to showcase the truth. Banning everybody who types Linux, please, and thank you. Anyway, old man, this ain't gonna get easier. If you do that, you lose all your tabs or reopen the restore tabs option. All right, everybody shut up. We're done. It doesn't matter. It's not that big of a deal that it's like a little bit larger. Let's see the fit. You just got to go to my my Instagram if you want to see the fit. Also, oh, personal news-wise, before I blast off, last thing I wanted to say. Personal news-wise, this morning I woke up. It was a beautiful day for... You didn't post your fit though? Oh, I didn't. Oops. Okay, I will. Well, basically, one, Debate Lords announced last night, or it's been announced already, but like we did another promo for it. I did a complex hit for it. That was great. I got the haircut. Also, I was hanging out with Ted Nivison this morning playing basketball.
Sorry, go ahead.
And I'll just say, I'm getting closer and closer to Yamming, dude. It's almost Yam City. Look at that.
Sorry, go ahead.
I would like to get every single person to understand right here that like my hand is officially above, like my hand is officially above rim, as in this is now a matter of, this is now simply a matter of like figuring out the kinetics, okay? Anyone above 6 foot that can't dunk don't deserve rights. Yeah, okay, little bro, be as heavy as me and then we'll talk. Your standing reach is crazy, to be honest. Ted looks like a dude who can't ball. Does he have any skill? What's his bag? He is like guy who used to be like guy who was tall when he was younger, so he was forced to play basketball, so he still has like some of the mechanics back from high school. I don't know if chat realized how hard what you're doing in this vid actually is. Well, chat sees me as a 6'4" guy, and then of course goes, "What the fuck?" They don't think of me as a 6'4" guy who was like 285 fucking pounds, who also had knee surgery. You know what I mean? Like, that's the problem. And also, yeah, because of the bad knees, like I haven't been able to, since I got my knee surgery, I've never been able to dunk. Okay. Like I lost it. I had it for a brief moment in my life. It was fantastic. And then I lost it. Two things that I always wanted to have. Okay. A six pack and being able to dunk. I got both of those at a certain point in my life. And then I had to get knee surgery. I lost both. Okay. I lost both. Now I'm getting both back. That's it. I don't think this chat realizes how insanely athletic you are and how crazy difficult it is to dunk as a 6'4" person. Anyways, you can delete this part of the message. I'll pay you on Venmo. Most of chat never played a single sport in our life, so who cares? New Norm promo dropped. Oh, that's fucking fantastic, dude. Wait, this is actually fire. They know about the Gaberhood memes? That's crazy. Anyway, listen, some people just have hops, dude. I don't, okay? If you look at my fucking dumpy, you'll understand why. Cry less, jump more. Everybody shut up. It's hard. Wukong news, rumors of the Devils will release the 7-chapter DLC, 13 total, now including base, on January. It was supposed to be part of the OG release, but didn't have funds for it. It explains why you didn't fight a lot of the celestial bosses, just Erlang and Wukong Echo. More Gamba to come. Oh, that's so sick. I'm a big time fan of Wukong, as you guys know. All right, let's blast off. Let's fucking do it. Having a big muscular ass is one of the most athletic things you can have, actually. Thank you. That's correct. Exactly. Lebanon heats up as the West defends Israeli terror. Kamala X Trump polls tighten. MPA. Mark Robinson might drop out from Gov race. Woke or not woke game later. TwitchCon tomorrow. Get in now. So my goal, for the record, for those of you who are wondering, my goal is to stream like regular ass streams when I'm at TwitchCon. Okay. So fear not for all the fucking news heads. Like, I'm gonna try to do that too. And oh my god, Mark Robinson is so funny. Post your Instagram fit. Okay, I'll post it now. Chill. If you had pillar stands, you could dunk. Dude, the other thing that I was gonna say. The other thing I was gonna say before we do, God, okay, I'm gonna do the Hasan guesser as well. I'm gonna do the Hasan guesser as well. Okay. Fuck! Everybody calm down. The debate lords will be on this channel tomorrow. I'm going to do my regular stream. I'm going to try to do my regular stream, maybe a little bit of IRL, and then we're going to do debate lords at like 4:20 or 4 p.m. tomorrow. Okay? I think it's at 4 p.m. God damn it. Kaya is not coming. Kaya is not coming to TwitchCon. Okay? I posted my fit on Instagram. I'm all over the fucking place, dude. Please, let me live. Let me live. Let me live. Let me fucking... Will wanted you to see his final progress pose at one of Camp Canute. Dude, I saw his, I think I saw like shit on Twitter. I think I saw pieces of this. Dude, he looks so good. It's like, it's kind of fucked up because I've been working my goddamn ass off. Let me blast off. Do we have a blast off meme or not? I'm just going to use the classic if we don't have it. Okay. I'm just going to use the classic jerk off one. Fuck it. That's the one I'm using. So Will and I have a thing that we like to call a body off, right? We've never actually fully secured it. We've never actually fully done it. But oh, what the fuck? I can't even. Yeah, this might be like a task manager problem. I can't even write in the chat. Like the chat is like, hate Windows 11. I can't even type in the chat because it's under the task manager. Restart Windows Explorer. Bro, I feel like it's gonna cook me if I do that. Is it not gonna fucking cook the stream? You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna do it. Who cares? Where is it? Windows Explorer. Is it on performance? Is that where I go? Processes. It's on apps. It's not showing up. Windows feature. Windows shell experience. Windows Explorer. You said restart it? Okay. I just did. Okay, it worked. God damn it, fucking worked. You sons of bitches, you were right. Man, stop saying F, dude. It didn't fucking F. Shut up. That's not even funny. That's not even funny, dude. You're not being funny. You're not being funny. You're being unfunny right now. Okay? This shit is not funny to me. This is not funny to me. This shit is real to me, dog. Stop it. Here, we're fucking blasting off first. Okay? We're blasting off. I'm going to do the Hasan Abi guesser in a second. And then I'm going to do... Oh, yeah. Okay, we're going to do Hasan Abi guesser. And then I'm going to look at Will's sexy ass body. Okay, wait, what the fuck? Okay. Fake news. There's no fit check on Insta. I did. I posted it. I posted a fit check on Insta. Do hard mode. This is tough. Let's do it.
Trust the younger generation.
This is tough as fuck because, okay, this is most likely 2019. I got the press vest though. It could be 2020. I got the press vest, so it could be 2020, but like early 2020. Like right in the beginning of COVID 2020. 7K subs, so I think it's I would say it's like February 2020, but I don't know exactly what I'm gonna say late February 2020. Let's see. Oh, it's before then. Okay, then mid-January 2020. Wait, what? Oh, shit. It's actually 2019. Wait, am I going the wrong way? Am I doing it again? Am I fucking it up again? Am I going the wrong way again? Fuck! Okay, I fucked up. What? Left is further in the past? Wait, I was going the right way then. Why were you guys saying I was going the wrong way? Oh, wait, I wasn't. Dude, I hate this. I can't do this. I can't do this. I always, okay, chat, you're figuring out one of my weaknesses, okay? This is legitimately something that is very frustrating. I don't fully understand this. Mid-July 2020, it means it's supposed to be before mid-July 2020. It's supposed to be before April 2020, right? But it's after mid-January 2020, but it's before late February 2020. That's what it is, right? So I was actually right in the middle. Am I getting the visualization correct or wrong? Okay. So it's supposed to be before late February 2020, but it's after mid-January 2020. So it was in between my first guesses and I just went to fucking the wrong place for no reason. So it's either late January 2020 or early February 2020 or mid-February 2020. Those are the only allowed guesses. Well done, comrade. There we go. If I only understood how fucking arrows worked, I would be able to do it, but I can't. Anyway, let's look at Will Neff being hot now. Make the L's with your hands, big guy. What? I know my left and my right. I just don't fully understand the arrows. I can't. It sometimes feels like I have a hole in my brain when it comes to certain things. And I'm sure like dyslexic people or other people with like other kinds of intellectual disabilities probably understand what I'm talking about here. But like when I see the arrow, it is like it's impossible for me to visualize it and contextualize it as time. I think it's because I have like low IQ. I don't know what it is. I know what my left side is and my right side is. That's not a problem. Like some people can't tell time, you know? I don't have an issue with that. But like with the arrows, I literally have, it's weird. I don't know what it is. I don't know how to describe it. It's just my brain is fucked up. I'm stupid. I don't know what. Does that make sense? It's one of those few things. It's one of those few things where it's like, ugh, like I try to understand it and I can't. Okay. All right. That's why I would like lose. I would basically lose a logic test easy. Like there's certain things in logic tests that just like my brain cannot rack. I can't understand it. All right. Anyway, ultimately though, what I can understand is at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and you should understand that as well, unless you have subscribed, in which case it doesn't really bother you. It doesn't really matter to you. You will not be seeing the 3-minute ad break. Now, if you want to be a part of this exclusive group of people who don't see the ads at the top of the hour, all you need to do is subscribe for $6. It's 30% off right now for September, or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. Moving on. Will Neff did Camp Canute alongside many others. We're just going to watch Will's. I'm just going to watch the Will Neff part of this process. I do want to hype up my boy a little bit. I mean, he already looked really fucking good, but goddamn, he went crazy. Okay, he went crazy mode. I think like the the only point I have here is like, how are you wearing fucking anything but 4 inchers, dude? Like, your inseam cannot be, because I think he's in between like a 6 and a 7, maybe a 5 here. But if you're rocking anything at this point beyond a 4-inch inseam, you're losing points for no fucking reason. I want to see the quad separation, okay? I want to see hog. I want to see the quad separation. You need to fucking shorten those seams. At least like maybe roll up the band like 2 ticks, because it's just not, you know, you're hiding your ass for no reason. Overall, brothers being modest. Okay, bro, what is this? A church? What the fuck do you mean? Show me some goddamn ass, okay? Show me some hog. Dicks out for the fucking boys. Crazy, by the way. Crazy. I would say Will is around like 11% body fat at this point, which is a phenomenal achievement. I mean, he is, but more importantly than 11% body fat, he is a very strong boy, okay? He has put in a shit ton of work. You can see the striations a little bit, even though like obviously the camera is not great. Less than that? No, it's not less than that. Y'all don't understand how fucking body fat percentage works. That's why everyone is shocked when I tell you I'm like 16 to 18% body fat. Will is probably like around 12 at this point. And his body fat percentage, more importantly than his body fat percentage, he has a shit ton of muscle mass, okay? He has a shit ton of muscle, dude. He is brolic, okay? He's brolic as fuck. He's out of control, dude. He is out of control. No, he's like 15, you're like 20. I'm sub 20% body fat. Suck my schmeat, okay? Tiny schmeat gang. This is especially impressive. Not only do you see the fatty part, okay, but you even got like the indents coming in. He's got
So hard, dude.
I suspect Will won this, right? Don't you need a DEXA scan in order to determine it? Yeah, but honestly, look, let me tell you the secret, okay? Here's a little known secret about body fat percentage. Everyone's body retains fat in very different ways, okay? Everyone retains fat in very different ways. Not only that, but also those scales are always inaccurate. The only accurate way to figure out what your true body fat percentage is, water displacement, lean muscle mass, and like literally calipers, okay? So anything outside of that, DEXA scans and whatnot, you'll maybe get close to it, but it doesn't really matter. Which is precisely the reason why, for example, there's like the in-body ones, you know, that you can hold on to and it like shocks your fingies a little bit. And then it just like zaps through your entire body from one foot out the other. And then that like tries to calculate your body fat percentage. But those are obviously very easy to manipulate depending on how much water you have in your body at any given moment. And I would say that ultimately, it doesn't really matter. DEXA scans are pretty good. Obviously, it doesn't fucking matter regardless, but if you are not going to get, like, if you're going to do an in-body, you might as well just eyeball it. That I would say, is the little known secret in the fitness industry that like you can literally eyeball with probably higher accuracy if you're like a relatively experienced person. You can eyeball it with a better accuracy than like the fucking InBody can. You talk so much but say so little. What do you mean? Is correct. I talk so much, I say so little, and yet what I say is correct. Coach Greg, eyes more accurate. You're right, I could guess people's weight, body fat real close when I was wrestling. I can't. Weight is different. But body fat percentage, you can literally eyeball it with like, you can eyeball it in a better way than an InBody can, for sure. Miskiv looks good. Miskiv looks good. He has no excuse not to be more brolic, though. He has the buff. The 5'4" buff. You know what I mean? Like, you're 5'4", dude. You touch a weight, you're gonna be fucking brolic. You have no excuse. You know what I mean? He's not 5'4". I forget how tall he is. But like short kings in the gym thrive, right? It's like, it's basically fucking cheating. Straight up. It's like the one legitimate genuine advantage that short people have is at the gym when it's like building muscle mass and like looking fucking massive. Okay. He's got great shoulders. He's such a Jersey lifter, dude. This is hilarious. He is such a fucking New Jersey lifter. Come on, dog. It's all glory, dude. It's just all, he is straight up. This is the product of the most New Jersey ass fucking, like, I looked at his chest definition. I didn't want to say anything bad about it, but like in comparison to his hypertrophy on his shoulders and biceps, like his chest is not as, he has a nice chest, but it's nowhere near as well defined and as large as his fucking shoulders are. Motherfucker's just hitting shoulder day and bicep day. He max squatted 225. Okay. Anyone that says Miskiv is on steroids, at least now, is wrong. Then, if you can't fucking do, like, there's just 0% chance he did steroids if he's maxing out at 225. There's just no way. This is boy astrology. No, this is not boy astrology. This is there's an entire field of science dedicated to this. Okay. It's not fucking boy astrology. Shut up. Shut up. Like you're insane for considering this astrology. Okay, respect. I can't do that. That's very impressive. Wait, what does it say? E-Rob. Is that like a joke? I don't understand. As a gay man, this is the gayest thing. Is he gonna take the shirt off? I want to see. I saw that S-Fan, has lost a lot of weight. Very impressive. Very impressive. His weight loss has been phenomenal. He didn't do Camp Canute. Respect to S-Fan. I mean, he was a big boy, you know. Also, Lakari, that's kind of wild. That, I mean, he is also in pretty decent shape as well. A lot of this is shocking. Seer looks pretty good. Tectone also got in like pretty decent shape in comparison to where he was, right? Like, but I don't know if like the changes have been as severe as like last Camp Canute, because I think a lot of people, what the fuck? Okay, E-Rob. Okay, that's shocking. E-Rob is like, damn, E-Rob is in great shape. That's crazy. I did not. Yeah, I didn't realize it was like that. Anyway, if only there was a machine to work out Tectone's personality. Jimmy lost 15 pounds in the 30 days. Is this why you won't debate him? Yeah, I didn't know it was like that. I didn't know he had it like that. All I'm going to say is, can they do this?
Like baby Hasan.
Can they? Okay, first of all, now that we're looking at, you know, shirtless dudes, I'm just going to show myself shirtless a little bit in action. I'm not even flexing right here. I'm just fucking playing ball, you know?
Sorry, go ahead.
Yamming. Fucking yamming, dude. I'm just saying, look at that. Look at the hand. Look at the hand. It's above the rim. If this goes above the rim, you can dunk. That's how it works. Gets insecure after watching E-Rob. You had to show us this. Yeah. Yeah. Could E-Rob also fail to dunk? Probably. I'm close. That's it. I'm close. Let me have this, man. Let me have this. Y'all are fucking haters, dog. Let me have this shit. Okay. I'm close to dunking, and that's a big deal for me. Okay. Shut the fuck up. It's not about comparing yourself to like professional athletes or some shit. It's about comparing yourself to where you were. Also, it's about the political topology quiz. All right, before we get to the news, let's get started. Okay, let's get started with the serious portion of the broadcast now that we fucked around for like an hour. Yeah, I'll do the Neom influencer stuff, which is going to be great. But I got the progressive left. Your best fit is progressive left, along with 6% of the public. Progressive left, the only majority white, non-Hispanic, Democratic-oriented political topology group, have very liberal views on virtually every issue and support far-reaching changes that address racial injustice and expand the social safety net. They're among the smallest topology groups, but also one of the most politically engaged. They feel less warmly towards the Democratic Party than establishment liberals or Democratic mainstays, but those who voted in 2020 general election were nearly unanimous in their support for Joe Biden. They are the only group in which a majority say they like political leaders who identify as democratic socialists. Progressive left are 6% of public, 7% of registered voters, 8% of 2020 voters. They are highly politically engaged, deeply concerned about racial justice, support strong action to address climate change. You can read more about the Progressive Left Center's topology report. You can also view interactive charts to see how the 9 topology groups compare on a number of different issues. Obviously, we have the faith and flag conservatives, like the hogs of the hogs, you know, the yee ass hogs. You have the committed conservatives. You have the populist right. I don't know what the populist right would technically be. I feel like the populist right would be just like Nazis as well. Ambivalent right is just Kamala voters. Yeah, faith and flag is just blood and soil, I guess. I don't even understand how you could answer any of those questions in a way where you could get like faith and flag as an outcome. Like you have to be it's one of those things where like a lot of these polls, when you look at them, a lot of these questionnaires, when you look at them, I always wonder like, how can you even reach like the most far right? Surprised you didn't get outsider left. Yeah, I don't know what their outsider left topology. I mean, I don't know what the outsider left is. It's the youngest topology group. They hold liberal views on most issues, particularly on issues of racial equality and immigration, and overwhelmingly vote Democratic. They're more skeptical of government performance than other Democratic-oriented groups, though far less so than those in the GOP-oriented groups. I don't know why I got slotted into progressive left instead of like outsider left. They describe their own political views as liberal. I guess like it's because it says like democratic socialism is like technically progressive left. It's because you're old. Yeah, distinguishing feature is young, dissatisfied with parties, liberal on most issues. Depends on how you like the Democrats. Guys, I put 10. I put 0 for the Republican and I put 10 on the Democrats from a scale of 1 to 100, 0 to 100. I was outsider left because I gave Dems and Republicans 10. You gave Dems and Republicans the same percentage of faith. Outsider left and progressive left hinged on the trade question. How you compare? Share of outsider left saying the same as you. Share of general population saying the same as you. Religion should be kept separate from government policies. You would rather have a bigger government and greatly expand on current government services. Progressive left, 63%. Religion should be kept separate, 94%. Race and immigration, America's openness to people from all over the world. White people benefit at least a fair amount of advantages in society black people do not have. You rated Democrats 10. Progressive left on average rated Democrats 69. The general public average rated Democrats 46. You rated Republicans 0. Progressive left on average. Wait, how the fuck am I progressive left then? I said the Democrats are a 10 and the progressive left say it's a 69. I usually feel like none of the candidates represent my views well. Anyway, they took your IP for this? Yeah, I don't care. Maybe it's because of the trade question. The U.S. has lost more than it's gained from increased trade. In terms of like, I think the trade question is like weird because like there's obviously benefits to global trade, okay? But also there are negative consequences in terms of like businesses fucking switching out manufacturing hubs from domestic manufacturing to like, you know, the global south. So I don't really get it. Why does bro look like he's going to go to dinner with Brandon? I'm going to dinner with your mom. Progressive versus outsider dependent on whether you said at least one candidate represents you. I don't think I said any candidate represents me. Anyway, whatever. So that was the political topology quiz. Silly shit. Overall, from Pew Center Research, obviously none of these questionnaires like are all encompassing. None of these questionnaires have any like they they never will have the full scope, the full breadth of the depth of like leftist politics. It's always like slotted weirdly into like some other liberal adjacent topology. Anyway, Mark Robinson, we're going to talk about. We'll do it. Have you ever done a left values test? Yeah. Mark Robinson is running for governor. Did not ask if you're a pro-NATO leftist. I know. Did not ask if I was going to write in Brandon, which is crazy. We'll get to Mark Robinson in a moment. I love Mark Robinson. I've talked briefly about Mark Robinson in my... I've talked about Mark Robinson, ironically enough, on my on the paywalled portion of the Fear End podcast when I was talking to Austin. There's a lot of stuff. It's a target-rich environment. Mark Robinson is a fucking weirdo and a total freak. I've talked about it on the stream as well, obviously. And he's definitely going to lose the North Carolina gubernatorial race that he's running on right now. And he might even have issues. He might even cause problems for Donald Trump because he's so like nuclear grade enriched uranium toxic. Okay. It's really fucking bad. Haven't really used Reddit for like a year. Thought your criticisms were a little harsh. Went there the other day and made a comment on Our World News denouncing terrorism after the pager attacks and was banned for it. Mods followed up and confirmed they support terrorism. Weird place. Yeah. No, Reddit is the Hasbara factory. Okay? Reddit is the motherfucking Hasbara factory. Okay? You are going to get, especially on like a lot of those big liberal adjacent like subreddits that cover the news and politics, like they are so perma-fried. Like most of these subreddits, like unless they are directly about like, I don't know, Palestinian emancipation, or unless they are, I guess, about, you know, socialism or whatever, like you're mostly going to see Hasbara bots everywhere. It's really freakish. Speaking of you know, Hasbara and whatever, I listened to the New York Times Daily last night because I'm an incredibly boring person. Okay? And I do want to mention that. I do want to mention how boring of a person I am. But I was listening to the New York Times Daily on Israel Palestine, and it was genuinely shocking. Okay? First of all, they got the most Israeli man of all time, the most Israeli journalist you could find, and I think that was deliberate. They literally were like, you cannot call this man anti-Semitic. Okay? And he did say a bunch of stuff correctly about the ways in which the settlers have greatly escalated tensions. Okay? And I'm not even kidding when I tell you, like, I'm pretty sure they had to show him now. I don't know what he looks like. I'm just saying he sounded like the most Israeli man of all time. And as a fellow daily listener to Political Autism, it was actually shockingly good. Okay? It was actually shockingly good. I will say that. Now, there were, of course, issues that I had. Very little focus on the negotiations process, hyping up, you know, Yitzhak Rabin as like the actual savior, and maybe not bouldering the Israeli government as hard. It was like the most like liberal Zionist critique you can get on Israel, basically, and the most humanitarian argument coming directly out of Israel that you will ever hear. And it was, I mean, it was still good. I think it's good because like the New York Times audience does not ever get that perspective. They do not ever hear that perspective. So I think that it is probably it's probably good to have them hear that perspective. The episode is called Israel's Existential Threat from Within. Okay. And they had Ronan Bergman covering the conflict. Ronan Bergman is a staff writer for the New York Times Magazine. And I'll tell you this much. I'll tell you this much. Like, the dude straight up, he mentioned things that even I didn't know, which was shocking because, I mean, I feel like I, pay a lot of attention and have done a lot of reading on this subject matter. There were some things that he talked about with respect to like the internal investigations conducted by the Israeli Defense Force when the first like pogroms started happening in the West Bank directly. And I did not even know that like the IDF conducted internal investigations and then did nothing with the internal investigations. And then the main guy that conducted the internal investigation actually quit. Like, I didn't know that. This daily is based on the expose that I tried to link you about the extremism within the article that the New York Times did. Yeah. Bro, Ronan Bergman was the guy you called a Zionist yesterday. Wait, no, is that him? No, he sounded very different on the daily. Oh my God, it is him. It is him. It's the guy that was talking about the pager bombs yesterday. Oh my God, I had no idea. Okay, well, he was... he sounded very different on the New York Times Daily. He sounded way more Israeli on the daily than he did when we were listening to him yesterday. Anyway, regardless, Haas doesn't always get it right, it seems. No, I mean, I didn't. Joe Rogan level? Wait. He is Israeli. Nothing I said is wrong. What the fuck are you guys talking about? What are you guys... I never said they... my position on the commentary has not changed at all. What the fuck are you talking about? I was talking about his accent, dude. Calm down. You be wrong sometimes, it's okay? I'm not wrong. It's just the same fucking guy. Who gives a shit? What are you talking about? I know he's an Israeli journalist. I didn't know it was the same Israeli journalist. Anyway, regardless, like his assessment on the daily, the way he presented the story on the daily in terms of the ultra-nationalist radicalization. Can you admit when you're wrong? Asking generally, Lamont. Of course I do. I always do. There's a difference, however, when I'm not wrong and Chad is just fucking waiting for me to be wrong so they can just like pounce and bait me because they're being fucking annoying. Hasan, they're baiting you about being wrong. It's a hater identified by now. Never mind it. I know. Anyway, man, so you're saying all Israelis look alike? L take. Okay, we're done. So anyway, as I was saying, isn't the argument that you called him a Zionist yesterday apparently? Yeah, I'm still calling him a Zionist. I said he is a liberal Zionist. I think the issue here is that people don't understand the words that are coming out of my mouth. I'm saying that the daily, in terms of like the New York Times coverage on Israel, actually did a pretty solid job. I'm not expecting them to do like plus 972 magazine style coverage. Okay. I'm not expecting them to even do Haaretz style coverage. I'm simply shocked because they often, the New York Times, oftentimes outflanks even Israeli publications that are not only not anti-Zionist, but sometimes they outflank Israeli publications that are themselves Zionist publications. So, judging by that metric, it is actually shocking how this journalist was placing the blame on all things Israel-Palestine, specifically on the settlers and the rise of the ultra-nationalist right. Some of the notes that I had on it, however, in terms of criticism, was when he called the Baruch Goldstein an activist. He said he was a far-right activist instead of calling him a terrorist. Okay? By outflank, you mean like analysis that's correct? No, outflank is in like even more hardline right-wing in their commentary. Yes. Baruch Goldstein, he doesn't even like the guy. I'm just simply saying, like, I think you choose those words very carefully. When you talk about a guy like Baruch Goldstein and you call him a far-right activist after openly admitting like what he did, he called him a mass murderer, he said all of it, but like there was a couple instances where I was like, okay, like he's, you know, you should just call him a terrorist. The Israeli government did. Or Itamar Ben-Gvir or Bezalel Smotrich. He openly talked about Bezalel Smotrich's alleged attempted assassination involvement. He talked about Itamar Ben-Gvir's open calls for assassinating Yitzhak Rabin. So like he did a lot of that. And I think it's good for people who watch the New York Times and listen to the New York Times daily, who read the New York Times, to hear that side because they never get that. Okay, that's it. The New York Times consistently washes the Israeli crimes while local Israeli liberal leftist newspapers are far more closely accurately use the language. Yes. Or even fucking J-Post, which is not liberal nor leftist at all. Like even J-Post or Ynet will sometimes cover what is going on truthfully in a way that the fucking New York Times never does. Times of Israel, another newspaper that is not exactly a fucking leftist or liberal newspaper, but they will openly talk about what the fuck's happening because that's their job. Their job is to cover the news, right? The New York Times, that's what I mean when I say the New York Times will sometimes outflank outlets like Ynet and whitewash what Israel is doing in a way that Ynet doesn't. Why doesn't Ynet whitewash some of the crimes of Israel? Because they don't have to, because they're serving an Israeli audience. So they feel no need to whitewash certain things that Israel does. But New York Times is serving a Western audience, an American audience. So they feel the need to oftentimes cover stories in a way that is like incomprehensible. It makes me lose my fucking mind. And that's how you arrive at a lot of people living in the United States of America who end up having more hardline positions than even people in Israel, which is shocking because they are not as closely associated with the problems, okay? Because they have a level of comfort all the way out here. And that's also important to recognize. That's precisely the reason why in early October, I talked about the protests and the posters, right? The missing posters that were plastered everywhere. In Israel, it served a very different purpose than it did in the United States of America. In the U.S., those posters were to remind people that we have to keep bombing Gaza. Like, we have to kill these fucking scumbags. In Israel, it was the exact opposite. Those posters would be like, do not bomb Gaza. These are the people that are in Gaza. Please do a ceasefire now. It served the exact opposite purpose in the Western world, though, because a lot of the people in the Western world are not like directly involved in the issue. They just want more people to be fucking. Chad, is Hasan aware of Mark Robinson? I am going to literally, I'm gonna get on a fucking spaceship. I'm taking a spaceship out of here, directly launching myself into the fucking sun. Shut the fuck up, dude. Yes, I'm aware of Mark Robinson, dude. I'm Brian Kill Me. I'm Brian Kill Myself. I'm Brian Kill Me. Shut the fuck up. I know, dude. Of course I'm going to talk about Brian. Of course I'm going to talk about Mark Robinson. Shut up! Fuck! Everyone is spamming it. Non-fucking stop. Mark Robinson is literally in the fucking title. It's in the title. First, we're going to start with Lebanon. Second wave of explosions struck Lebanon. Walkie-talkies were exploded yesterday. We're going to cover it a little bit again. And we're, of course, going to cover the way that the Western media is looking at the story and hyping it up. This is an act of terror, okay? Definitionally, it is a war crime. It is also an act of terror. The purpose of this, regardless of the purpose of this being like, oh, taking out like Hezbollah commanders or whatever the fuck the way that Israel is presenting it, it does not matter. The methods are completely unacceptable, and blowing up, like booby trapping civilian telecommunications devices that fucking doctors and nurses use is completely unacceptable. Trying to assassinate people who are not only not only declared enemy combatants, but are not in the process of war, and also simultaneously living amongst civilians, and also simultaneously like MPs, like members of the fucking parliament, because Hezbollah is not only a militant group, but also has active seats in the Lebanese parliament, killing all of these people that are a part of like daily life, especially in southern Lebanon, that work on civil affairs, is insane. Okay, it is an act of terror, which is why I always reiterate. Which is why I always repeat the point. If Hezbollah did this to members of the Knesset and Israeli occupying force members, okay, who are not in Gaza, who are not in the fucking West Bank, who are not operating in a military capacity, who are simply at home, who are simply at their fucking markets, at their grocery stores, okay, who are tucking their kids in. If Hezbollah somehow was able to like secure the telecommunications devices and like explode them in a similar manner, the entire world would consider it an act of terror that is unconscionable and completely unjustifiable. Okay? That's it. And every single person that wants to defend Israel also recognizes that reality as well. Now, of course, there is no role reversal. There is no way that the role reversal could happen, because you have to be a massively powerful country backed by the most powerful country on the planet to be able to intercept logistics such as this one. So Israel, knowing full well that Hezbollah would never be able to return the favor, can operate it with the false moral notion that like they had to do this and there was no other way to go about it. And for those of you who ask, what can you do? What could be done in this situation? Like, do you not want to fight against Hezbollah? Like, they're bombing northern Israel. Like, what do you mean? The answer is simple. And it's the exact same for the Ansar Allah movement, the Houthis as well. Okay? Stop the genocide. That's it. Stop the fucking genocide. It's crazy. Secure and facilitate a ceasefire and hostage deal. Stop the fucking genocide. And start doing diplomacy. But of course, that is not allowed. That is not even a consideration. Israeli drones are doing, an Israeli drone with loudspeakers are circulating over the Nabatea area in South Lebanon and broadcasting in Arabic. Sayed Hassan Nasrallah wishes you more destruction and displacement. Yeah, Chris Cuomo and many others are saying dumb shit. Why don't you mention that pages were on members of a terrorist organization that is committed to destroying Israel? Would you have been defending Al-Qaeda when America was lighting them up in Iraq? What did a 9-year-old girl who was killed do to deserve that, Chris? Insinuating that anyone who questions how operations unfold, including civilian casualties, is siding with the terrorists, is a deeply ugly rearing of our past. Would you cheerlead going back into Afghanistan? For the record, yes, Chris Cuomo would cheerlead going back into Afghanistan. That is precisely what he's doing here. Where's proof of a 9-year-old dying? What? Dog, there was a fucking funeral. What are you talking about? You think they're just like faking it? Do you think Lebanon is not like a normal... Dude, this is right here. This is just straightforward. Like, Arabs are just incapable of ever being real victims and humans. I didn't see it, bro. I mean, there you go. A 9-year-old girl killed in pager attack is mourned in Lebanon. Fatima Abdullah was a 4th grader. There is a harrowing accounting of how she was assassinated by the state of Israel. Pager starts beeping. She picks it up. It's in the kitchen. As she's in the process of delivering it to her dad, her fucking head explodes. Okay? The pager explodes her head. Blood splatters across the walls. That is how it was recounted in Al Jazeera. If you wanted to know. Her parents said she was studying to learn English. There was also an 11-year-old boy that also died on the first day. That's been the conversation within Zionist circles. Pallywood, thanks, I just got here. Yeah. Fatima was in the kitchen on Tuesday when a pager on the table began to beep, her aunt said. She picked up the device to bring it to her father and was holding it when it exploded, mangling her face and leaving the room covered in blood, she said. Fatima was trying to take courses in English. Miss Moussaoui said she loved English. Just like a James Bond movie, dude. You know? Yeah. This is why I said, yeah, you see this kind of stuff in James Bond movies, except it's the villains that do this kind of shit. It's not the fucking heroes that do this kind of shit. Obviously, it's a movie, who gives a fuck? But you have to understand, like, in the black-white moral dynamic that you express in American media, in movies, no fucking hero is doing this shit. It's always villains that do this shit. This is objectively an act of terror, and it is also a war crime. That's it. You don't want to recognize it. It's fine. Zionist former friend of mine repeated the same thing, said it was fake and all, but calling the New York Times a Hezbollah outlet utterly unhinged. Here's a GOP congresswoman joking about the pagers. By the way,
with the pagers and how the walkie-talkie. They killed an 8-year-old and an 11-year-old. Huh?
She asked if we have our pagers on. Why do you want them to explode? Is that what you're insinuating?
Yeah, are you threatening us? They killed an 8-year-old and 11-year-old yesterday. I
don't think murder and death is a laughing matter, ma'am.
Animals, dude. That's it. Animals.
You find it amusing, though, huh?
People in Lebanon have been interviewed on this process, and they literally are terrified of using their regular household items. That's terror. That is the purpose of terrorism. Okay? People in Lebanon, regular old people, regular everyday fucking people, are terrified of using their household appliances out of fear that Israel might have fucking put a bomb in them. Okay? Because Israel, time and time again, has shown that they do not fucking care about just regular human beings living inside of the Lebanese borders. Okay? Which is crazy because, like, half of the people, like, out of the people that died, they try to make this seem as though this is like a masterful gambit, a successful strike against Hezbollah, not recognizing that they fucking blew up a shit ton of civilians, both members of the parliament, and also even like fucking two of the people that died were like healthcare people. Because you have two children, two medical professionals, you have no way of ensuring that a regular civilian telecommunications device is going to only stay in the hands of, the militant operatives. And besides the fact that, like, besides the ridiculous reality that, like, you were never going to be able to successfully plant these exclusively in the hands of, like, Hezbollah generals or militants or whatever the fuck. The question is, even if you were to do that, it's still completely ridiculous. Okay? Even if they were, like, even if you had a way of giving this exclusively to Hezbollah generals, okay? Hezbollah generals, when they are around their, families, living inside of their own state, okay, doing something like this still constitutes a war crime. These are not soldiers in combat. There are rules for war. You also have to understand something. Beirut blast, Lebanon rocked by wave of handheld radio blasts as solar energy systems explode. Israel's defense minister declared a new phase of the war. I've heard, I didn't see any, like, confirmed reports of the solar panels blowing up. What is crazy, unless you're Israel or Russia, no, that's not correct at all. Russia does not, under international rules and laws, get away with it. The only way that they get away with it is because they do not abide by those standards, and they are outside of the periphery. Okay? They're outside of the realm of influence of the West. Israel gets to do this. Israel gets to do Russia shit and still be firmly planted in the heart of the international rule-based order. Emma Vigeland is correct. If any military or militant group in a Muslim majority country detonated bombs in a synchronized manner across civilian areas, killing dozens and injuring thousands, the New York Times would accurately call it as a terrorist attack. For Israel, it's a display of technical might. That's a lib take, fam. What is a lib take? It's not a lib take at all. What are we talking about, dude? If you hate the USA so much, why not move to Lebanon? I love people that think that this is like a solid ass threat to make. Okay? Yeah, dude, totally. I got it. Like, in the eve of this, like, massive fucking act of terror. Yeah, why don't you move to Lebanon if you hate the USA so much? Here's the beautiful part about this, okay? I'm an American citizen and I live here, and you have to fucking deal with that, okay? You goddamn loser. You have to deal with that every fucking day. Never heard that one before. Why don't you leave? If you don't like it, leave. The funny thing is, if you don't like it, why don't you leave? Okay. Was almost exclusive to the Steven Crowders of the world. But nowadays, with where the Democratic Party is, I can't even tell if that guy is just a fucking right-wing hog. You know? I can't tell if that's a right-winger or a liberal. That's how much the attitude is shifted nowadays. I like to call these guys gay Steven Crowder, even though Steven Crowder is gay himself. Okay? They're doing the same shit that Steven Crowder does, just gay. Average liberal, I'm a liberal. Yep, there you go. Gay Steven Crowder. Like, what do you mean? If you don't like it, leave? You're supposed to be a liberal, you fucking idiot. Where does that not like ring any alarm bells in your mind that you, Ben Shapiro, and Steven Crowder are saying the same shit? Does that not even come across as like remotely odd to you? Does that not seemingly go against your worldview, your values? What the fuck are we doing here? What is the difference between you and a Republican? Psych boy, I'm a conservative. Okay, dude, whatever. Yeah, UN human rights expert today condemned the malicious manipulation of thousands of electronic pagers and radios to explode simultaneously across Lebanon and Syria as terrifying violations of international law, because that's precisely what it is. But you have all outlets in the Western world refusing to reckon with that reality and covering it as like an incredible achievement. This is actively making the Americans who read these papers dumber and more violent. Okay, you are manufacturing consent to make Americans more aggro on this stuff. You are normalizing these kinds of actions, okay? You must not. If you live in the Western world and if you truly have any semblance of morality, you cannot look at this and go, this is a fucking solid ass thing that Israel did. They done pulled this off again.
Characterize the...
Anyway, here's what Hasan Nasrallah said today.
Facts. We were targeted by the Israeli enemy. Thousands of pager devices were targeted and remotely detonated simultaneously by the Israeli Zionist enemy. By this attack, the Israeli enemy have crossed all restrictions, red lines, turning a blind eye to everything, ethical, human, legal, you name it. The attacks took place and some of the devices detonated in hospitals simply because the pager is carried by the medical staff, pharmacies, marketplaces, commercial shops, and even residential homes, private vehicles, public roads, where thousands...
I do want to mention once again that this is a totally separate country. This isn't Gaza. These are not Palestinians. These are civilians in a totally separate country that happens to neighbor Israel, okay? Now, that greatly expands in the eyes of the Israeli government that greatly expands like the permission base that they have when America doesn't say anything about it and basically fucking supports it and continues giving weapons to Israel after Israel does this in direct contravention with international humanitarian law. Basically, this opens up an entirely new realm of possibilities for Israel where they're like, oh, I guess I could do this to whoever the fuck I want to. Right? I guess I could do this to whoever I want. That's number one. Number two, just a somber reminder that Benjamin Netanyahu also called American college students protesting Israel's apartheid and genocide terrorists as well. Just saying. Just think about that. So they consider, they consider valid targets all around the world. All right? All around the fucking world.
Of civilians, including women and children, are present. If the Israeli enemy are willing to target Hezbollah fighters, yet they targeted and attacked the civilian population. And above all, the Israeli enemy, in their attack, used a commonly used device used by the medical staff, public transportation, and even by average citizens. And on Wednesday, the attack was repeated where radio...
Are you just forgetting that Hezbollah launched missiles on Israel throughout this year? That's really funny that you're saying that, because even on that front, once again, the amount of missiles that Hezbollah has launched into Israel is nothing in comparison to the amount of missiles that Israel has launched into Lebanon. So, like, even on that fucking front, there's just not like, there's never like any sort of protection. There's never any sort of like moral high ground for Israel. Okay? Israel has launched 80 times more missiles in the fucking Lebanon than Hezbollah has launched into Israel. That's number one. Number two, saying Israel targeted civilians is categorically false. They created a shelf company specifically targeted the draw in Hezbollah. No, they did target civilians because Hezbollah has civilians in it. Just because you don't fucking understand that reality does not change that reality, okay? Hezbollah is a political party in Lebanon with parliament seats. They also blew up fucking diplomats. They blew up fucking people who literally are members of the parliament and their children. And not only that, but also beyond that, they blew it up in civilian territory. These are not people who were actively in combat. Okay? These were not people actively in combat. You cannot explode people in civilian territory on foreign soil. People that are surrounded by other civilians. Okay? Even if someone is marked as an enemy combatant, okay? Even if someone is a military general or a military commander or a soldier, okay? It would be akin to killing members of the Israeli Knesset. Okay? It would be akin to killing members of the Israeli Knesset around their family members and killing their family members as well. That's why the role reversal in the situation, the hypothetical of the situation, is important to reckon with. Okay? I don't know what the Israeli Knesset is. I'm just running a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. I'm just here. There's a 3-minute ad break coming for you. Okay. Just worry about that and how you're going to avoid it by subscribing for $6 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. This is how consent is manufactured. People don't know that Hezbollah has political operatives that are that simply only work on civil governance and civil affairs. People also think automatically brown terrorism deserved it. People also don't even fucking know basic facts about even Israeli politics in terms of like what the Knesset is. The Israeli Knesset is the Israeli parliament. I come here to learn about stuff like this because I have no one in my life that talks about it. I know. That's why I'm here to explain it to you. Chatter, I'm telling you right now. Okay? There's a difference between like coming in here to learn and then coming in here with a very specific type of energy that is defending the Israeli actions yesterday, especially as I'm like talking about international human rights being violated in this circumstance, doing a litany of war crimes and doing things that would be absolutely considered acts of terror if the roles were reversed. So I'm describing it to you. Israeli Knesset is the Israeli parliament. Many members of the Israeli Knesset, considering that like Israel has a national draft, right? Everyone has to serve. They have forcible conscription. Many people are former or active current IDF operatives, okay? The Israeli Defense Force is the military force of Israel. We call it the Israeli Occupying Force, but the official name is the Israeli Defense Force. If Hezbollah were to intercept communications, like civilian communications that Israel uses in their civilian processes, right? Pagers, phones, walkie-talkies, things that EMTs, for example, use, things that doctors use, things that nurses use, right? If Hezbollah was able to infiltrate the logistics, set up a shell company, and sell a bunch of bombs strapped to these phones, and then blew up these phones, okay? Blew up these phones, blew up these pagers, blew up these walkie-talkies when Israelis were just like living their regular old lives in the middle of Tel Aviv in crowded marketplaces, you would call it terrorism. Exactly. But unfortunately, you've been primed because of the articles that you've read in Western media to not see it as an act of terror when Israel's doing that to Lebanon. Okay? Do you get what I'm saying? I'm glad that you understand it. Thank you for your charitability. I totally agree with all your point, but if someone were to say, what if Ukraine used this to successfully kill Putin? Would that not be celebrated as well? How do I respond to people saying such things? I mean, Putin is infinitely closer to Benjamin Netanyahu in this process, so I think it's a ridiculous fucking argument to make regardless. Also, this is not what Israel did. Israel didn't kill Putin, okay? Israel didn't kill even the Putin equivalent. Israel blew up a shit ton of bombs in random civilian areas, trying to maim or kill purposefully members of parliament and even healthcare professionals, indiscriminately blowing up bombs that maimed thousands of people in a country technically that they're not even in war with. Okay?
Devices were also detonated remotely, turning a blind eye to whoever is carrying such a device. As a result of this act of war, act of aggression, dozens were killed, including civilians. Thousands were injured, suffered various injuries. Numbers will be established with time. Some of the victims were documented, registered once or twice. Some were not at all. At the end of the day, the number of victims was very high. Speaking of the enemy's intentions, they started their attack targeting a number of pager devices, fully aware that...
Is this not an act of war? It absolutely is an act of war. The situation is, at this point, it seems, judging by past actions, that neither Hezbollah, which has obviously an interest in maintaining civil affairs in southern Lebanon specifically, okay, and also Iran, it does seem like, judging by what they've done thus far, demonstrating tremendous restraint, that they do not want the smoke, okay? I'm not going to sit here and outflank like people that are living there with a lot to lose and portray myself like as a fucking Redditor who is begging for more Ukrainians to die and begging for people to be thrown into the goddamn meat grinder. It's their assessment. It's their analysis. I'm simply looking at I'm looking at it from over here, and it seems like they are legitimately worried about U.S. involvement and therefore have portrayed themselves as infinitely more rational actors as Israel becomes more and more belligerent. Okay? Part of that is because they know that America has 4,000 fucking Marines in the region. They know that America will jump if Israel says jump. They know that America will send in military to not only defend Israel, but also to potentially invade Lebanon or even go into direct war with Iran. Isn't Hezbollah a terrorist organization? Terrorism as a designation is simply a political designation. It is utterly meaningless. America is a terrorist organization. The Republican Party is a terrorist organization. Israel is a terrorist organization. It doesn't mean anything. It's simply designed for you to think, oh, well, they deserve it. Okay? That's it. That's it. It's so you go, oh, well, Hezbollah exploded, so they're terrorists. They deserve it. That is precisely the reason why this designation exists. On the legal front, the reason why the designation exists is so that if you nab an enemy combatant, you can just like deny them human rights and torture them. That is the specific purpose, at least in the United States of America. It's a way to bypass, yes, habeas corpus. No human rights whatsoever. You can black bag them. You can do whatever the fuck you want. I feel like saying Hezbollah is a terrorist org is like saying the Viet Cong is a terrorist org. Well, they did say that. So, yes, it is exactly like that. Yes. And also, it's like saying the ANC is a terrorist organization. Nelson Mandela was on the terror watch list until 2008. Anyway. Yeah, the IRA is a terrorist organization. Black Panthers are a terrorist organization. It is whoever is in the crosshairs of American empire. That's it.
Those devices go beyond 4,000 in number. The Israeli enemy believed that these pager devices are used by Hezbollah fighters. When these pager devices were detonated, the Israeli enemy had willfully, purposefully, with formed design, willed to kill 4,000 people simultaneously at the same time. Regardless of the number who could have been also killed within the vicinity of the targeted devices. This was the willful, purposeful intention of the enemy, criminal intention. The same is repeated on the second day, willfully aimed to kill thousands to the Israeli.
This massacre can be added to the decades of massacres in our region by the cancerous entity. It is an act of war. It is a declaration of war. The enemy tried to kill 5,000 of our people. Much of it was foiled. We have launched several committees to investigate how the attack occurred. How we are to some degree realistic. This was a big blow to our security and humanity. This was an unprecedented hard blow. Nasrallah lays out what he sees as an objective of Israel's attacks: to separate the two fronts of the war and to bring Hezbollah to surrender. He says empathetically, Hezbollah will not cease its strikes against Israel until the slaughter in Gaza stops. The resistance in Lebanon will not stop supporting the resistance in Gaza and the West Bank. That was the ultimate purpose of Israel. The reason why they did this, as Benjamin Netanyahu also fucking openly admitted, just like that other guy who's definitely not fucking connected to the intelligence agencies, said immediately after, before there were additional details, that like they're trying to decouple. They are trying to decouple Hezbollah from Gaza, right? The Israeli enemy are fools. It is true that they have technological edge, but that technological edge leads to the highest levels of foolishness. They fail to realize we are filled with unshaken faith. Nasrallah directly addresses Netanyahu and Gallant. You will not be able to make your illegal Israeli settlers return to their colonies in the north. I reiterate, the only way is by stopping the aggression in Gaza and the West Bank, not escalation, not all-out war. Other underlying objectives in Israel's pager attacks were to undermine our systems, our infrastructure, our infrastructure, and cause us to fall to our knees, to sow doubt among the rank and file. He says Israel failed in this goal, as those injured are more resolved to return to the battlefield and resume their duties. Nasrallah, Israel's objective was to undermine and destroy the infrastructure. Israel also believes these devices were carried by senior Hezbollah leaders. This is not a fact on the ground. I assure you, none of our infrastructure has been touched. I assure you, none of our infrastructure has not been touched. I assure you, our infrastructure is robust, mighty, integrated, coherent, and cannot be shaken by any such attack. Nasrallah challenges Israel's idea of creating security for itself by pushing Hezbollah out of Lebanon's south. We will continue to target Israel's north. The security buffer zone will turn into a trap, an inferno for your army. If you have doubts, go ahead and try. Basically saying, you know, go ahead, come invade Lebanon and see what happens. I mean, history has shown what has happened. They did do this before, and it didn't produce positive results for Israel at all. So it's understandable that he is reiterating this position. Like I've said before, I just don't see a way out of this unless America intervenes and stops Israel. AP, Qasim Qasir, a Lebanese analyst close to Hezbollah, said the detonating devices actually struck mostly civilian workers within the group and non-military security officials, which has allowed it to contain the impacts of its war effort. Analysts say the attacks were not a crippling blow. Nasrallah acknowledged that they were a severe blow, but vowed would emerge stronger than before. Hezbollah continued to launch rockets over the border Wednesday and Thursday, including one that killed 2 Israeli soldiers. Israel also, this is, for the record, Israel routinely does this, okay? They did this in Gaza. They'll go, oh, we've overtaken Khan Yunis. Oh, we've overtaken this area. We've overtaken that area. We have completely successfully dismantled Hamas in North Gaza. And then what happens? A week later, An entire fucking battalion gets murked. Okay? So you didn't do that. So you just lied. All you did was reduce North Gaza into rubble and kill a shit ton of civilians. You didn't even fucking touch Hamas. And they're doing this exact same thing now in Lebanon. They have one fucking speed, dude. They have one speed. They have one move. They just kill a shit ton of civilians or try to kill military commanders, but like literally fail to do so, and then end up blowing up a whole bunch of people. And then they go, we did it. We did it. They do the fucking like third place champagne meme. You know, they're like, yeah, we did it. We fucking got him. We got him. And then the media's like, they got him. They did such a good job. And then the next day, bombs are still fucking flying. So you didn't do it. You didn't do shit. You did not achieve a strategic military goal here at all. All you did was terrify the Lebanese people and probably galvanize and embolden Hezbollah. You made them obviously a more successful political operation now because you're giving them very good reason to fight back. That's it. If I'm living in fucking Beirut, if I'm a Lebanese guy, okay, and I see a bomb explode at the marketplace and it's an Israeli bomb and I see everybody fucking celebrating it, it doesn't matter what my background is. I'm going to be like, I am in support of whoever is going to stop that. Okay? I am in support of whoever the fuck stops this. All right? That's it. I don't want fucking bombs exploding in my goddamn neighborhood. The plan is to get all the civilians out the way by bombing them and then take care of Hamas. Yeah, except that's an insane plan because they're just only killing the civilians in that situation. Every now and then, maybe you kill a couple fucking militants, but you're mostly just killing civilians, overwhelmingly killing women and children and the elderly, which is precisely what they've done. Pure evil. Analysts said Hezbollah will be able to regroup militarily and find communication workarounds. Detonating devices hit workers in Hezbollah civilian institutions, including healthcare, media operations, and fighters, dealing blow to groups' operations beyond battlefield. There you go. You blew up the fucking eyeballs of the dude that's doing like Hezbollah edits on Twitter, okay? That's who you did. That's who you fucking blew up. Good job. Now you still have missiles being lobbed into northern Israel. What happened? It didn't stop. If that was the goal, it didn't stop. Good job, dude. You killed a nurse. Like, congratulations. Even Lebanese people who do not support Hezbollah as a political party support them as a resistance movement? Of course. Here.
Down some of the basics again on the exploding pages. I mean, is it still your position that you are not saying publicly who you believe carried out these attacks?
I don't have any comment on it at all.
And is there any reason that you wouldn't say what your assessment is of who carried these out?
I just don't have any comment on it at all.
Okay. 2 days ago, you said the US was not aware of this incident in advance. Is that statement still accurate?
The statement I made on 2 days ago was absolutely accurate.
That you didn't know about the incident in advance?
Correct.
Okay. Because, I mean, there has been some reporting that there was a call from the Israelis to say that something was going to happen in Lebanon on Tuesday. Do you have any comment on that report?
The statement I made on Tuesday was 100% accurate.
Okay, and just to follow up on the point about targeting and international humanitarian law, I mean, presumably the State Department is aware of the amended Protocol 2 of the certain conventional weapons, which prohibits the use of booby traps or other devices in the form of harmless portable objects. Is that something you're taking into account when you're assessing and gathering information on this?
So we take into account all the relevant provisions of international humanitarian law when it assesses, when we assess incidents of this type and other incidents throughout this conflict. I don't pronounce judgment on those from this podium, but those are the types of things that we look at. Yes, absolutely.
And given, I mean, just to reiterate the point, I mean, thousands of explosions, 2 children killed. You know, we've seen explosions in public places, in grocery stores, on the streets, healthcare workers among casualties. I mean, does that feel to you like a targeted attack that falls within the remit of international humanitarian?
So I'm not going to talk about feelings here. We deal in factual assessments of law. Those are the type of assessments that we conduct over time, where we gather information and make those assessments.
So Israel broke international law? Oh, absolutely. Yes. Numerous. Attacking those declared enemy combatants when they're not in combat is a violation of international humanitarian law. Attacking people using booby-trapped communications devices that civilians use are a violation of international humanitarian law. Okay? They violated numerous international laws in an effort to do this, and they have done that nonstop, and seemingly they will never stop. Here is the UN staff, including 8 OHCHR colleagues detained in Yemen. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, that's just an additional update. Never mind. I was like, exploding pagers and radios, a terrifying violation of international law, says UN experts from Geneva. UN human rights experts today condemned the malicious manipulation of thousands of electronic pagers and radios to explode simultaneously across Lebanon and Syria as terrifying violations of international law. The attacks reportedly killed at least 32 people and maimed or injured 3,250, including 200 critically. Among the dead are a boy and a girl, as well as medical personnel. Around 500 people suffered severe eye injuries, including a diplomat. Others suffered grave injuries to their faces, hands, and bodies. These attacks violate the human right to life, absent any indication that victims posed an imminent legal threat to anyone else at the time, the expert said. Such attacks require prompt, independent investigation to establish the truth and enable accountability for the crime of murder. We express our deepest solidarity to the victims of these attacks, they said. The pagers and radios were reportedly distributed mainly among people allegedly associated with the Hezbollah movement, which includes civilian and military personnel. Now, remember, when you go to like other liberal outlets, when you go to CNN, when you go to fucking New York Times, or you go to other like liberal commentators that are celebrating these attacks and calling me a fucking terrorist and like fantasizing about me dying in Lebanon because I'm closely associated with Hezbollah or whatever, remember that they're not being serious about this kind of thing at all, okay? They're simply shooting the shit. And they're celebrating the evil acts that Israel has committed once again. Okay? These are adults. These are adults who do care about like actual rules and the law and even sometimes the morality of the situation. So understand that there is a reason why the things that I said as soon as I found out about this are damn near identical to what the fuck the UN is saying now with their legal experts. Because if you have a moral compass and if you have a like bare minimum elementary understanding of international human rights, you can recognize what Israel did was unconscionable. Okay? That's it. Although, yes, laws don't replace morality, in this circumstance, this is both illegal and immoral. So, to the extent that international humanitarian law applies, at the time of the attacks, there was no way of knowing who possessed each device and who was nearby. Simultaneous attacks by thousands of devices would inevitably violate humanitarian law by failing to verify each target and distinguish between protected civilians and those who could be potentially attacked for taking a direct part in hostilities. Such attacks could constitute war crimes of murder, attacking civilians, and launching indiscriminate attacks, in addition to violating the right to life, the expert said. Humanitarian law additionally prohibits the use of booby traps disguised as apparently harmless portable objects were specifically designed and constructed with explosives, and this could include a modified civilian pager, the expert said. A booby trap device is a device designed to kill or injure that functions unexpectedly when a person performs an apparently safe act, such as answering a pager. It is also a war crime to commit violence intended to spread terror among civilians, including to intimidate or deter them from supporting an adversary, the experts warned. A climate of fear now pervades everyday life in Lebanon. So they accomplished that goal as well, which was to make Lebanese people fearful that their fucking household appliances might explode. It is also a war crime to commit violence intended to spread terror among civilians, including, I just read that. The experts urged the UN to carry out a prompt, effective, thorough, impartial, and transparent investigation into the attacks for which they offered assistance. States must bring justice to those who ordered and executed these attacks, including by exercising universal jurisdiction over war crimes. The experts urged all parties to refrain from further violations of humanitarian law and settle their disputes peacefully in accordance with international law. This is what the supposed adults, or this is what the adults in these supposedly important institutions, these arbiters of justice that are phenomenally important to maintaining the rule-based international order, are actually saying. That's the real assessment. That is the assessment of adults. But if you look at the New York Times, the way they're writing about it, the Gray Lady, the paper of record, they're calling this a Trojan horse in celebration of the ingenuity of Israel. Yet again, they found a bold new way to do terrorism, and that's awesome. That's the way that they're covering it. And of course, the American public that is primed into justifying any amount of atrocity against those who are automatically declared enemy combatants. If you're black, you're brown, you're in the third world, or if you're not immediately within the periphery of the United States of America, if you're not immediately within a Western power, you automatically assume these guys had it coming, they deserved it. And it's articles like that from the New York Times that basically reinforce this dynamic. This dynamic goes against international human rights. They do not want to hear that. They do not want to understand that. It probably makes them feel bad, even for a brief moment, because these are also other institutions. These are also other institutions that are supposed to be important institutions that they care about. Liberals love talking about how much they care about human rights, liberty for all. But when they are at odds, when that perspective that they want to maintain is at odds with the reality, then they just kind of avoid looking into it. Speaking of the United Nations, there is another part of this that I want to cover. By the way, report a wave of attacks on 70 targets in 20 minutes in southern Lebanon. That's what's going on, and I will be covering Mark Robinson in a brief moment. Here's what Israel's been doing. After intensive Israeli airstrikes in southern Lebanon, the IDF publishes a list of guidelines for civilians in several communities and cities in northern Israel. The guidelines apply to civilians in the Merom HaGalil Regional Council. The IDF calls on civilians in those areas to reduce movement outside of homes, avoid large gatherings, guard the entrances to the community, and remain close to bomb shelters. The guidelines are until further notice, the IDF says. Fire belts in southern Lebanon. Israel's going hard Israel's going hard, blowing up southern Lebanon right now, and they're gearing up for any sort of retaliation in northern Israel. Okay? Yes, I know the uncommitted movement did not endorse Kamala Harris, and it is absolutely correct of them to do so. We'll get to that in a second. Let's talk about
welcome
this.
To today's Verified Live. The Hezbollah leader Hasan Nasrallah has given his first public response to 2 days of attacks in Lebanon using sabotage communication devices. He described the attacks as an unprecedented blow to the Iran-backed militant group, but vowed to continue to fight Israel. The number of people killed by exploding pagers and walkie-talkies has risen to 37, with over 3,000 people wounded. The Hezbollah leader said the operation crossed all red lines.
Thousands of pages with.
Can you answer my question? How do they do this from all buying the same pages and shit? They either intercepted a shipment of pagers that they suspected was going to Hezbollah, or they set up a shell corporation in Hungary that was operating under the banner of a Taiwanese corporation that was... It's more likely that they intercepted the shipments.
Targeted by the Israeli enemy and detonated at the same time. With this operation, the enemy crossed all rules, laws and red lines. It didn't care about anything at all. Not morally, not humanely, not legally.
Well, let's go live to Beirut, live to our correspondent Hugo Bachega. Hugo, you listened to the entirety of that. Give me your analysis.
Yeah, I think it was very interesting that he acknowledged that this was a massive security blow, unprecedented in the history of Hezbollah. And as expected, he promised a harsh punishment, but he didn't give any indication of how this response is going to be. But I think it was also interesting that there was no change in Hezbollah's position. Again, the indication is that Hezbollah is not interested in an escalation in this conflict with Israel. We've seen that for almost a year, Hezbollah has been attacking positions in northern Israel, saying that this is in solidarity with Palestinians in Gaza. Hasan Nasrallah again said that this campaign, these attacks are going to continue unless there is a ceasefire in Gaza. So this has been the main hope here, to de-escalate these tensions between Israel and Hezbollah, and those negotiations for a ceasefire in Gaza have been unable to reach a deal. Hasan Nasrallah also reflected on those decisions that have been taken by the Israeli authorities to add the return of those residents who've been displaced from communities in northern Israel as one of the war goals. He said that these attempts by Israel will not succeed, and again that these attacks by Hezbollah are going to continue. So no clear indication of what Hezbollah is going to do. Again, as expected, some harsh words against Israel, saying that these attacks that happened here in Lebanon amounted to a declaration.
By the way, there's like there were journalists at the fucking funeral where the walkie-talkies exploded. Like, they were like Western journalists. So you're not even fucking safe. Like, technically, if you are anywhere where Israel has like set his sights on, set his crosshairs on, you were just not safe. This was a good take that I saw on Twitter. Why do so many health workers have Hezbollah pagers? Because Hezbollah pager isn't a real thing. Because that's what happens when supply chains are contaminated. Just because the propaganda needs you to be very stupid to believe it doesn't mean you're obligated to become that stupid. Please open your fucking eyes and open your minds a little bit. This is exactly the same fucking principle that I saw when like the Nord Stream pipeline exploded, and then the media was like, Russia did it to itself, and it literally made no sense. Okay? It just made no fucking sense, but the media still said it, and there were plenty of people who also repeated those talking points without even fucking thinking about it. You have no, like, once you intercept shipments of civilian communications devices, you have no way of fully knowing that those devices that are contaminated with explosives is going to be in the hands of civilians or people that you have considered your enemy, okay? It does not work that way. Oh. Political parties and armed groups who don't like or who you don't like or whatever, don't buy their supplies in big Looney Tunes box stamps, Bad Guys Inc. Does nobody understand how organizations source supplies? Has nobody ever had a job? Whether or not you're a big fan of Hezbollah ideologically or do not give them critical support in various political and armed actions is utterly immaterial here. You do not send weaponized electronics into the supply chain. Freak shit. The U.S. did this in Afghanistan. They had no idea what they were doing there. So they started arresting any Afghani wearing a Casio watch and waterboarding them in Guantanamo until they gave up info. I wish I was joking. I didn't know that. It's like poisoning a water supply. There's no guarantee who you'll kill. Like what currently happened in the West Bank. Yeah. Yeah, Israel gets to do that too, though. Hey, enough. Let's continue.
Declaration of war, he said it was a massacre, and again, reflecting on the suffering of the population here over the last 2 days.
Hugo, as you were talking there, we were showing pictures of those Israeli jets that screamed really low over Beirut earlier at the start of that speech. You've been there in the city over the last couple of days. I was talking to someone from Beirut only in the last hour who was saying how different the last 48 hours have felt there. What has it been like?
Exactly, and it has been different because we've seen that this conflict has been by and large contained to areas along the border between Lebanon and Israel. And now what's happened in the last 2 days is that this conflict has been felt by the population here of Beirut and other parts of Lebanon. And obviously people here are scared, they're very angry as well because of the extent of these attacks. These are explosions that happened as people were shopping, were with their families at home. Children are among the dead. But again, these are explosions that happened across the country and including in several parts here of Beirut, creating panic in the population. One of our producers received a message from a friend saying that she was replacing her Lebanese SIM card with an international one because he was concerned that her phone could explode. So I think this gives you a sense of the feeling here of how scared the population is after those 2 days of attacks.
Hugo, live for us there in Beirut. Thanks very much. Let's continue with this with our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette, who's here with me. Lise, it was fascinating listening to the different stages of Hasan Nasrallah talking there. How weakened is Hezbollah, do you think?
Well, of course, he put on a very brave face today, saying that their communications network had not been shattered. But from everything that we have seen and just the numbers alone, right across the country, also in pagers and walkie-talkies are exploding, and also in Syria and in Iran, it is clear that their communications network has been crippled, their confidence has been struck, and also you heard from Hasan Nasrallah that this was the most devastating, most humiliating blow, unprecedented for them. So yes, they are in many, many ways, they are weakened by it. And the question will be, they will now feel honor bound. And this is what we're hearing from Hasan Nasrallah. He talked about a reckoning. They have to show that they are able and willing to strike back.
So there's a lot of Orientalism happening right here. And if you're oblivious to this, you know, take it from a guy who at least is from this part of the world. They're honor bound. This is a violation here. I'll use like terminology from the Western world for you to understand. Okay, bro, you're American. I am, but I'm Turkish as well. And I grew up in fucking Turkey. And Orientalism works in mysterious ways. Right here, when she says they are honor bound, that they're humiliated, she is not talking about this as though this is a sovereign nation whose national sovereignty has been fucking violated and that they have, under international law, okay, an obligation and a right to respond and retaliate, okay? Oh, they're just like, you know, barbarians who are honor bound to basically fucking retaliate that because they're humiliated and scared and worried. And not that, like, you know, this is a political organization and a political movement that also has facets in like civil governance that would be understandably frustrated by the sovereignty of their nation being violated by their southern neighbors. Okay? It's ridiculous.
And some of our colleagues who follow his statements really, really closely are saying that what's different in this speech this time, we've had many defiant speeches from Hasan Nasrallah since the events of October the 7th and throughout this rising tension along that Lebanese-Israeli border, that he always says when they're struck in the aftermath, we reserve the right to respond at an appropriate time and place. This time, he warned Israelis, you will not just hear the response, you will see it this time.
Well, that's interesting, and interesting that you pick out those words. What do you make of Israel's strategy, the sorts of decisions that have been made over the last 3 days, adding a new war aim, we saw that Sunday night, then talking about a new phase of the war, then moving troops to the north of Israel?
Yes, there's been a steady drumbeat, isn't there? The eve of this, what has to be called a mass casualty attack, even though Israel says it has pinpointed, as you've been reporting, we've been reporting ever since they happened, it was very indiscriminate. They went off in markets and fathers' hands when their children were close by. Well, just before that, Prime Minister Netanyahu and the Security Cabinet added to their war aims the return of 60,000 Israelis from the communities along the Lebanon border, returning to their homes. They have been living as displaced people ever since these tensions started rising in October. Then we had the pager count. Whether that was coincidence or not, there's a growing view, Matthew, and I'm sure you've reflected it on the program, that it was a kind of a use it or lose it moment, that some Hezbollah operatives understood that something was wrong with the system. Israel had to use this weapon, in other words, or else they would lose this kind of tool. And yet again today, even with the buzzing of the aircraft lower than ever before, there's this constant message from Israel: we know where you are and we can get you, even in your hands.
And only in the last 10-15 minutes, we've seen Antony Blinken. This time he's in Paris. He's been shuffling around both the region and other Western capitals, again asking, pleading for a de-escalation, but every step is the opposite of that. Where is diplomacy, do you think, within all of what we're seeing?
Well, Amos Hochstein, who is the envoy...
I wonder who's doing the de-escalation. And I wonder who's the one who needs to de-escalate. I just can't seem to place I just can't seem to figure out like Anthony Blinken could say we need to de-escalate all day every day. But like, you know, you have the power to get your ally to do that. You're just not using it.
for President Biden to work on the Lebanon front, what has been called since the beginning the second front. He was in Tel Aviv when these tensions were ratcheted up, when they added this new Lebanon war aim to their list already, the Gaza list, including, of course, bringing the hostages home. Hasan Nasrallah today made it clear that the border would not be safe and calm, that the residents would not return home in the north of Israel until there was a ceasefire in Gaza. That is the view of Hezbollah. That's the view.
So serious question. For those of you who are like just now paying attention to this, like, doesn't this kind of feel like Israel doesn't give a shit about its own citizens and only uses them as like a talking point to justify its much larger agenda of endless conquest in the region? Oh, we added to our war aims. Oh, the 60,000 Israelis that used to live in northern Israel, they can no longer live in their homes. Bro, the more this continues, the more people feel less safe in fucking Tel Aviv and shit, the more they're just gonna leave Israel. And if you have the opportunity to live in fucking Israel or live in Paris, if you have the opportunity to live in Israel or live in fucking America, eventually you're gonna be like, yeah, fuck this shit. I'm gonna live in America. This sucks. And when that happens, it's Jover. And it's already happening. Okay? I don't think Israel, even from their own personal aims, their own personal ambitions, recognizes that reality. It's like, dude, if you fucking, you know, if you'd rather live in like Boca Raton or Brooklyn or Long Island or fucking Israel, where you might get fucking struck with an Ansar Allah hypersonic missile, yeah, I think you would probably choose Boca Raton. So they're cooking their own political aims of like settling all the lands in the region, because the reality is the Haredi population, no matter how much they fuck, there's not going to be enough. Okay? There's not going to be enough like psychopathic, rabid, far right settlers to resettle all of this area. Okay? It's just not going to work. You're going to run out of people. That's it.
Of Iran, the only way to end this violence is to end the Gaza war. And yes, Antony Blinken is continuing to shuttle, he went to Cairo to talk to the Egyptians, who played a leading role. And there's a new proposal on the table. It doesn't seem as though it's one that can be acceptable to Sinwar, from everything we know about this most militant, the most even Hamas people describe him as the most violent in a violent organization, that he would not want to leave the Gaza Strip. But that offer is now being put on the table, it seems, from the reports that we've seen, that in exchange for releasing all of the hostages, that there would be so-called safe passage for Sinwar and other Hamas leaders to leave Gaza. But there are many who are saying that's just not the ilk of Sinwar. They're not going to leave.
I was talking about Antony Blinken and the message around Lebanon and de-escalation. It's worth just playing.
That's such a funny negotiation method. It's hilarious because it's like, first of all, why the fuck would Yahya Sinwar take that deal obviously you're going to murk him after he fucking runs away from Gaza. So even on the self-preservation front, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But also, he would not take that deal anyway. Because, I mean, this is just a straight up propaganda deal. Okay, it's a fake fucking point that they're making. Because if they ever bit on that, the Hamas side ever bit on that, they could be like, see, they don't care about the Gaza civilians that we are killing. That's it. Like I think they mistake. Hold on. I think they mistake the enemy's ambitions. Okay? I think they personally misunderstand. If they are being genuine, and this is not simply like a cynical propaganda fake line that they're dropping in there to be like, see, these guys don't care about Palestine at all. They just care about themselves. Ultimately, even if they were not being cynical, but they were being sincere with this offer, then they're mistaking their own ambitions with the enemy's ambitions. Okay? It's a case of pure projection. What do I mean by this? It's like you're assuming that this guy and all of the Palestinian resistance has no interest in genuinely freeing Palestine, and they just care about themselves. A similar thing happened with Yasser Arafat, right? Who originally was very popular amongst the Palestinians, and then by the end of the negotiations process was very unpopular. But one of the last lines offered to Yasser Arafat was Bill Clinton being like, I'll make a sick-ass mansion for you. Like, I'll give you a dope-ass mansion that is, overlooking, I think it was like overlooking fucking Jerusalem, but you have to give Jerusalem to Israel. That was like one of the conditions that he tried to bargain with. And Yasser Arafat was like, yeah, that's great. Thank you for the mansion, but like, they'll just execute me in that nice home, That right there is a mistake. You're just assuming that like he also is a schemer in the same ways that you are. Like trying to bribe the leaders of the Palestinian resistance movement like this can be successful in certain instances. I get why you would try to do that for Yasser Arafat, but I don't think Yahya Sinwar is thinking about it from the same perspective. It also is in line with the we are going to militarily defeat Hamas ass argument. You cannot militarily solve a problem that is born out of a genuine need for emancipation. Okay? It's all the same shit. Israelis just cannot comprehend why people would be like, yeah, of course I'm going to fucking fight back. You just killed my entire family.
Playing that clip in the next few seconds.
France and the United States are united in calling for restraint and urging de-escalation when it comes to the Middle East in general and when it comes to Lebanon in particular. We continue to work to get a ceasefire for Gaza over the finish line. And as we discussed with some of you just a day ago in Egypt, we believe that remains both possible and necessary. But meanwhile, we don't want to see any escalatory actions by any party that make that even more difficult.
Well, it is an extremely difficult situation at the moment for diplomacy. A final word, Lise, because you have the Iranians also watching. They claim they have vowing retaliation. Yes, they have unfinished business, according to them. How dangerous, then, is this moment that we've arrived at?
This is the most dangerous moment we've seen for decades in the Middle East, and a region that is all too often plunged into this kind of a violence. There have been many, sadly, for people of the region, many wars, but there has never been this kind of a war which draws in so many players at the same time, and so many players willing to use whatever it takes to get what they want to take.
Least to say.
Well, today, former President Donald Trump is in Washington, where he is set to participate in a Fighting Anti-Semitism in America event and address the Israeli-American Council National Summit. Yesterday, he rallied with supporters in New York, where a series...
Did this happen yet? I can't wait to hear this, dude. Donald Trump addressing anti-Semitism is so funny. Because he just like... He has that like... He has the classic... like subtle to not so subtle anti-Semitism that like a lot of Americans have, where he'll always just be like, you know, I love Jews. They're great at money. They make great lawyers. Like that type of shit. And it's always so funny when he's like, yeah, like Donald Trump combating anti-Semitism is like, if you Jews vote for Kamala Harris, you have a mental disability. Good take, man. That's a real winner. Anyway, just yeah. Don't forget, a Jew for Kamala is a Palestinian, that too.
series of close congressional races could decide which party controls the House in January. CBS News campaign reporter Torian Small is covering the Trump campaign for us from Washington today. Torian, always good to see you. A closer look at developments. We're going to take a closer look at developments in the race for the White House. What can you tell us about the events on deck for the former president today, and what angle is he taking when we talk about winning over the Jewish vote?
Yeah, and Marie.
I think before this campaign ends, he's going to say openly, I'm not going to say this word, he is going to call Jews R-worded for voting for the Democrats. I don't know why, but I genuinely believe he's going to do this. You said 0% chance? First of all, he has literally made fun of a disabled reporter last time he was running for president. Okay? All I'm saying is I can see it happening. He already calls them mentally ill. Okay? Or not last time, sorry. In 2016, he literally did that. He was like sounding out and like physically making fun of a reporter. I'm not going to do it, obviously. Yeah, not just verbally mocked him, physically mocked him. How do people that even partially pay attention to Trump think that would be a stretch? Yeah. I can totally see this. I mean, yeah, here, this is what he did. Like in 2016, he did this shit. And I feel like what the fuck's going on?
Donald Trump facing new criticism for something he did on the campaign trail last night in South Carolina while defending his debunked claim that he saw thousands of Muslims celebrate the collapse of the Twin Towers here in New York. He appeared to mock a reporter with a disability. Take a look.
written by a nice reporter. Now the poor guy, you got to see this guy. Oh, I don't know what I said. I don't remember. He's going like, I don't remember. Oh, maybe that's what I said. This is 14 years ago. They didn't do a retraction.
That reporter.
Like, that motherfucker did that, and then Americans were like, that's the guy. That's my guy. He's my fucking president, dude. That's crazy.
This fighting anti-Semitism event and this speech before the Israeli-American Council Summit is really to just draw daylight between the Trump campaign and the Harris Wall campaign's response to the Israel-Hamas war. Trump is trying to clearly define his ticket as the pro-Israel ticket and underscore maybe the influences by some of the more progressive wings of the Democratic Party in response to the future of this conflict.
At his rally last night, Trump responded to...
I love the media just like completely repeating the false notion that the progressive wing of the Democratic Party is anti-Semitic. Target-rich environment for them, you know. They hate Trump, they love shitting on Trump, and they really hate the left. Good stuff. Like, how do you just drop that in there as though that's like that's the position of the progressive wing of the Democratic Party is just Jew hatred? Like, how are you any different than Donald Trump? Like, that's crazy to just like accept that as a premise without saying this is like completely ridiculous. It's also additionally ironic because like young Jews are overrepresented in the progressive Democratic Party wing anyway. So that's why it's even funnier. What a fucking ridiculous statement. Yeah, all those anti-Semitic young Jews who are progressive. Classic. Why are you always eating? Because I'm a human being. And in order to sustain my fucking brolic nature, this body requires nourishing sustenance. I need 220 grams of protein every day. And I have 20 ounces of chicken, straight white chicken breast, in order to maintain that upkeep.
Allegations or responded to the news that we were just talking about of Iran attempting to interfere in the election. Here's what he had to say.
Iran hacked into my campaign. I don't know what the hell they found. I'd like to find out. Couldn't have been too exciting. But they gave it to the Biden campaign.
All right, we should also note that the Harris campaign has also responded saying, in part, quote, we're not aware of any material being sent directly to the campaign. A few individuals were targeted on their personal emails with what looks like a spam or phishing attempt. We condemn in the strongest terms any efforts by foreign actors to interfere in the U.S. elections, including this unwelcome and unacceptable malicious activity. So should voters be concerned about foreign actors' potential involvement in the election? I think that's something we've been sort of talking about throughout the morning.
Wow. There you have it. We found it. I was waiting for this. I was waiting, like you wait for the top of the hour ad break. I was waiting for a right-wing fundamentalist that the Democratic Party won't actually accept the endorsement of. There you have it. Because when it's Dick Cheney, they love that shit. But when it's the motherfucking Ayatollah, they're like, no, no. Also, nothing funnier than talking about foreign interference in our elections, you know, and then never bringing up Israel on that conversation. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. The Ayatollah, like hyping up the fucking Ayatollah, is absolutely in line with Dick Cheney. Bro, 220 ounce? No. 220 grams of chicken. I have 22 ounces, like 21.6 ounces of chicken in front of me right now. Okay. Are you referencing the AIPAC? Yes, but not just AIPAC, just like any number of different versions of the Israeli lobby and influence operations that currently are happening every day of the fucking week.
Is this setting the stage for Trump to, I don't know, suggest that maybe the election was rigged?
Anne-Marie, the Department of Homeland Security has been sounding this alarm since the summer, really. Outside of some of those issues that your last guest just discussed with you, they specifically talked about the potential influence in this election by foreign actors through the use of AI-generated content. As we just heard there from the former president, it's likely that he will invoke these hacking attempts by foreign actors as, you know, he continues to sow doubt preemptively about the results of the 2024 presidential election.
All right, Torian, thank you very much.
Now to new concerns about election security. U.S. intelligence agencies accuse Iran of hacking the...
I mean, this is such a good fucking opportunity for the Dems to literally just turn around and be like, we never got this material, but even if we did, we would never use them because we're not the Trump administration with, like, you know, Russian hacked materials. That's it. Just say that. You know what I mean? That's all you got to do to communicate in a way that is, like, politically advantageous for you. In another way that is, like, politically advantageous for you, you could just be like, yeah, we would never do that because we're not the fucking Republican Party. Feel me? Oh my God. No one gives a shit about anything I'm saying right now. They're still talking about how people are eating 220 pounds of cock every day in the chat. Sometimes I like to think we're a community of like-minded adults who are responsible. And in these moments, I realize, nope, that's not the case at all. Not even a little bit. Okay? Not even a little bit.
Trump campaign and sending stolen information to people associated with the Biden campaign. Chief Justice correspondent Pierre Thomas is in Washington with more. Good morning, Pierre.
Michael, good morning. Intelligence officials and Microsoft are warning that foreign enemies are intensifying their efforts targeting this year's election, and there's new evidence of just how brazen Iran has become.
This morning, the FBI, Homeland Security cyber officials, and the Director of National Intelligence with a disturbing new claim about the Iranian government's secret effort to target our election, accusing Iranian hackers of stealing non-public material from former President Trump's campaign and then sending it directly to individuals associated with President Biden's campaign. The joint intelligence statement makes clear that the stolen information, which was sent in the form of emails, was not solicited by any Biden campaign official, and there's no evidence they responded. Wow. But overnight, that didn't stop former President Trump from raising questions and his campaign was quick to demand more information about how the Biden campaign responded to the hack, which took place earlier.
I don't get it. Like, if Iran wants this shit to be like public knowledge, like opposition research, they should probably not send it to the fucking Harris camp or the Brandon camp, because those guys are pussies. They'll never use it. You gotta fucking WikiLeaks that shit, dude. Try to get it out there through other means.
Tonight.
Yeah, I know JD Vance wrote a 2012 blog about how the GOP is mean to immigrants. Whatever you do, don't talk about AIPAC. No. Would you take it? If I had, like, I mean, the legality of the situation is it's on shaky grounds, right? I don't think I would, like, openly admit to taking such a thing. Like, I would not even petition it, because I feel like even petitioning it is probably illegal. And we know how the American government treats people, whistleblowers specifically. You would get arrested, lol? Yeah. Just go the Tim Pool route and get that bag, baby. It doesn't work that way. There's a difference between cutting propaganda for a foreign adversary and, like, getting paid to do so versus, like, seeking out non-public information that foreign adversaries hacked and achieved by, I mean, foreign adversaries, like, gathered by hacking a political campaign. What is this?
This Twitch streamer with over 5.5 million followers across social media platforms raised over $1 million for Palestine in days, and he's become one of the loudest voices for.
It's so funny because, like, they used my most Middle Eastern photo.
Palestine. He's Hasan Piker. Hasan has a long history of supporting Palestine through different platforms and initiatives. He began his career with the Young Turks in 2013. As a host and producer at the Young Turks, he discussed many left-leaning political issues, including Palestine and Israel. In 2018, Piker began streaming political commentary on Twitch. He stated in an interview with GQ Middle East that around this time he used Twitch to practice live discussions around Palestine while gaming, which helped to reach a younger audience. He frequently criticized U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East for its disproportionate harms on Palestinians and other marginalized groups in the region. Hasan has been speaking up for Palestine non-stop since October of 2023. That month, he raised over $1 million for organizations supporting Palestinian children and families. His audience alone raised $180,000 in the first 40 minutes of the campaign. Piker also started making the rounds of various news outlets during this time to discuss the genocide. Here he is on BBC News.
It is perfectly valid and understandable to assume, to make the reasonable assessment and reasonable assumption that the Al Ahli hospital was bombed from either an Israeli airstrike or new information coming from forensic architecture shows that it could have possibly been an artillery strike as well.
And on Piers Morgan Uncensored back in October.
There's no electricity in Gaza. Internet is patchy in Gaza. There's no food in Gaza. There's no water in Gaza. This is all by design. This is because Gaza is under a brutal blockade, a brutal occupation by the Israeli government.
In March of 2024, Hasan participated in a pro-Palestine rally in Australia. And in April of 2024, he returned to Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply here.
That's very patronizing.
Utilizing the hostages. Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from London about Palestine and doing a both sides are fine type bullshit.
That same month, he ordered over $800 worth of pizza for pro-Palestine protesters at UCLA. Piker co-hosted the Creators for Palestine livestream event in May of 2024, which raised over $1.35 million for the Palestine Children's Relief Fund. And in August of 2024, Piker was reportedly kicked out of the Democratic National Committee after making the following comments.
Only having Israeli victims and their family members be held into question while Palestinian and pro-Palestinian people are getting beaten out, okay? Like they're literally the delegates themselves that dare bring up the Palestinian casualties get booed, they get humiliated, they get kicked aside. It is fucking ridiculous, okay?
Hasan has been consistently targeted by Zionist organizations and individuals like Drew Pavlo, who started a petition to have him deported from Australia due to his pro-Palestine advocacy. So if you're wondering which public figures support Palestine,
I bet that little creature loves being mentioned next to my name. W vid chat. W. Let's see the comments. I think this is a new video. This is a relatively new video, so it doesn't have a lot of comments yet. All right. Let's continue.
The summer before Biden dropped out of the race.
They just released a report confirming that Iran actors hacked into the Trump campaign's email accounts and in turn sought to give the hacked materials to the Biden-Harris campaign.
The Harris-Walsh campaign quickly responding, condemning any kind of foreign election interference. They said they cooperated with law enforcement.
Except for Israel. Except for Israel. Except for Israel. Come on. We hate foreign election interference, except for Israel. When Israel does it, we love it. Israel gets to do it. And you better not fucking speak out against that. Or I will explode your telecommunications devices. Just saying. You fucking better not, dude. You better not even think. You better not even think about it. As a matter of fact, oops, you're thinking about it. You're thinking about it right now. Sorry. I like that. I mean, one outcome of this is BDS. You know what I mean? Maybe more people will be like, out of self-preservation, try and do BDS now to be like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to think twice about my fucking soda stream. Or even my like Intel processor if it was made in Israel. I love chatter saying, what is BDS? BDS is boycott, divestments, and sanctions on the state of Israel. It is a peaceful movement. It's a peaceful civil disobedience movement tailored around the successful BDS initiative against apartheid South Africa. And because it's good and peaceful and smart, it is also illegal in multiple American states to support, which is a direct violation of First Amendment rights.
Noting that they were unaware of any stolen information being sent directly to the campaign. Instead, they say it went to the personal email of individuals.
Yeah, I did cover the nasty Dan Aykroyd-looking congresswoman asking activists if they have pagers on them.
Tied to the campaign, and that it looked like spam. On Wednesday, the president and vice chairman of Microsoft issuing a stark warning to Congress.
There are real and serious threats, and it is an election where Russia, Iran, and China are united with a common interest in discrediting democracy in the eyes of our own voters. But this has also become an election of Iran versus Trump and Russia versus Harris.
Intelligence officials say that foreign election interference may only get worse down the stretch of the campaign, and Microsoft is warning that the final hours before the election.
Bro, I'm gonna keep it a $150, no disrespect, but like honestly, the fatwas and shit, like, bro, they couldn't even kill what's the guy? Salman Rushdie, okay? All right, that's the guy, right? The one who wrote the book. Like, these guys have no smoke, okay? Straight up. If you can't kill Salman Rushdie, there's just no way you're getting to fucking President Donald Trump. You know what I mean? It's just not. It's not happening. Like they caught. Like, think about it this way: Salman Rushdie got stabbed. Okay, he got stabbed in a pretty brutal way, but it's like he has no protection, dude. He's just a guy, bro. He's just a guy who writes books, not the motherfucking former president.
Likely will be the most active and perhaps the most scary, Rebecca.
Those critical 48 hours. Okay, Pierre, thank you so much.
Meanwhile, Israeli officials say they foiled an Iranian plot to assassinate Prime Minister Netanyahu and other top leaders. Police and intelligence officials are accusing a 73-year-old Israeli businessman of smuggling himself into Iran to meet with intelligence officials there. Officials.
Wait, what? Yo, free my mans. Free my mans. Boo. Boo. Free my mans, bro. Boo. Hey, dude, have fun at TwitchCon. Thanks, man.
Say the alleged plots were intended as retaliation for the assassination of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in July. ABC's Lama Hassan joins me now for more on that. Lama, what's the latest?
Yeah, so all we have at the moment, Diane, is the statement that was released by Israeli.
Bro, free all the political prisoners, bro. J6ers and Ryan Ruth and this guy, okay? Free all the political prisoners, big dog. I'm done. Okay? I'm done. That's right. Free Ashley Babbitt. High school walkout for Ashley Babbitt. Well, she's dead. She can't be freed. But like all the J6ers, bro, free them. That's my take, okay? My take is free all the motherfucking political prisoners out there. They ain't do nothing wrong.
Police and domestic intelligence, and that is that.
Be careful at TwitchCon. See, this is one of the most annoying things about it is like, I can't tell if this is like a parasocial chatter who's like genuinely worried about my safety or someone issuing a threat. And, you know, just chill, okay? It's going to be all right. I got hella security as always. Like, I never know. It's usually a parasocial guy who is like worried. But still. You got 5 guards with guns, you fine? Why would you know that? Why do you know that? I'm trolling. No, I do have hella security. Come on. I also have I have 1,000 NATO-trained Afghan troops who recently came to the United States of America through illicit means and were previously going to be shipped off to Taiwan, but now they have a lot of free time on their hands, okay? They have a lot of free time on their hands because, unfortunately, the guy that brought them in to the United States of America through illicit means is now currently serving an unjustifiable prison sentence for exercising his right to bear arms. I'm talking about Ryan Ruth and his Taliban army. Okay? They are NATO trained. And they know that I'm the #1 I'm the #1 NATO guy, okay? There is no one more pro-NATO than me out there, which is why they're, of course, going to defend me.
An Israeli citizen who has been identified as 73-year-old Moti Maman from southern Israel. He was arrested on suspicion of being involved in a plot to assassinate Prime Minister
Qatar funded. I am low-key Qatar funded, like not even low-key, high-key. Qatari cat. There's a couple fucking Oilers who are literal Oilers, I believe, who routinely fucking pump gifted subs in this chat. Qatari cat, Qatari dancer. There's a couple of them. Well, there it is. See? I told you. I'm in the pocket of big Qatar. He just lets it rip, dude. That Turk-Qatar relationship is bountiful. Also NATO.
Benjamin Netanyahu, an Iranian plot, they believe. They also believe that he was recruited by Iranian intelligence. He was smuggled in twice to Iran and reportedly received payment for carrying out missions. In this statement, they also said that he was a businessman who had lived in Turkey and had Turkish contacts. He had helped get him into Iran. He also had at least 2 meetings in Iran to discuss the possibility of not only assassinating the...
Free him, bro. Free him. He ain't do nothing wrong, bro. I didn't realize going to Iran was illegal. Chill.
Prime Minister, but also the Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, or the head of the Shin Bet Domestic Intelligence Agency. Now, the statement also points out that he was arrested last month, but this information has only come into us today, and we don't know how far along Maman was with his alleged plot, Diane.
So what could this mean in terms of escalating conflict in the region?
So, Diane, we know that this arrest comes during a time when tensions are increasing in the region, but it also comes during a time when the Prime Minister is being attacked politically, with protesters calling Netanyahu a war criminal. But it's hard to see how this will affect the increasing tensions at the moment, but perhaps this will ratchet things up with Iran, given that Israeli police believe that this was an Iranian plot.
And what are the next steps in this investigation now, Lama?
So we understand that he will remain in custody. His detention to be extended was approved. His lawyer said that his client had greatly assisted Israeli security services, but erred in judgment with his business dealings. And in the meantime, the Israeli security agency says that they will continue their efforts to monitor Iranian activities that are aimed at recruiting and operating Israeli agents and thwarting them. Diane.
All right, Lama Hasan in London, thank you.
In this heated political climate, members of parliament are becoming used to being followed, questioned, and taunted.
When you voted non-confident tonight, if it came up, corrupted bastard. Want to say something? What? Want to say something? You say nothing? What does it mean? That? You got something to say?
But for NDP leader Jagmeet Singh,
this video is amazing. I do want to say one thing about the Shin Bet. Shin Bet can suck my fucking dick, okay? They have none of this smoke, going back to the previous story. They have none of this smoke when it's fucking like Yitzhak Rabin being assassinated out in fucking public. But, oh, God forbid, there's an assassination plot on Benjamin Netanyahu. Like, y'all fucking suck, dude. You suck, okay? You literally had a prime minister get clapped, okay? You have absolutely zero smoke for like far-right psychopathic rabid Zionists from America half the fucking time who come in and like murk motherfuckers left and right, whether it be motherfuckers who are in the West Bank doing that to the Palestinians, or whether it be motherfuckers doing it to like the prime minister, okay? Meanwhile, the dudes who called for the assassination, okay, the dudes who called for the fucking assassination of Yitzhak Rabin are now the prime minister and the head of the national police, bro. Like, Itamar Ben-Gvir straight up held up this dude's Cadillac ornament and was like, we have his car. We reach his car. Tomorrow we reach his life, okay? And now that motherfucker's the head of the police, the head of like national security, okay, or interior security. Great stuff from this fucking stupid ass country, dumbass, racist ass apartheid state, can't do nothing right. Oh, the Israeli guy, he went to Iran, arrest him. Okay. Fuck you, dude. Shit pisses me off.
In this heated political climate, members of parliament are becoming used to being followed, questioned, and taunted.
Will you vote a non-confidence tonight if it came up? Corrupted bastard. Want to say something? What? Want to say something? You say nothing? What does it mean? That? You got something to say?
But for NDP leader Jagmeet Singh, this particular provocation went too far.
Was it me? Was it you? No. You sure? If it was me, I'd admit it, buddy.
Oh my God. He's such a bitch, dude. Sorry, if it was me, I'd admit it, bud. Just straight up bitched out, dude. Oh, bud, it's not me, bud.
Was it you or not? If it was me, I'd admit it. What'd you say then?
Singh got up close, confronting two men after being insulted.
My word, you sure it's not you? No, 100%. You're a coward. You're not going to say it to my face. That's what's up. Say what? If I said something like that to you, I'd admit it.
The incident unfolding right in front of the Parliamentary Protective Service.
It happened here, just steps away from the House of Commons, where around the corner protests are ramping up.
Targeting the Prime Minister and other elected officials on their way to work.
Why are these people allowed to get so close to us?
It's left some MPs shaken.
Somebody's going to get hurt. And I think what happened today was an absolute disgrace that a national leader was left by himself to defend himself.
This isn't the first time Singh has faced aggressive verbal attacks.
Why did you lie about it?
And he's not the only one.
Christia, you doing in Alberta?
The Deputy Prime Minister, part of a growing number of Canadian politicians facing hostility.
Think of all these protesters.
They're right to be there.
Still, most MPs say demonstrations should continue, as long as they remain peaceful.
It's a difficult balance because I want the parliament to be the people place also.
But it's the people at the center of our politics, increasingly facing confrontations as part of their public life. Olivia Stefanovich, CBC News, Ottawa.
Late tonight, Jagmeet Singh released a statement saying some of the protesters have been spewing hate, writing in part, "I believe everyone should feel safe walking our streets. I believe we need to stand up to bullies and shut down hate. Canadians believe..."
Jagmeet don't need security to square up. Shame he's a lib, though. I mean, he's cool. I just wish he was way more aggro. I mean, he's just, borderline lib. But whatever. Not even borderline. He's just a lib. I was just being nice because, that's a friend of the show. What? Jagmeet lore. Fallen Dafa is good. What? In solidarity with Fallen Gong as they celebrate 20 years? Man, that's in fucking 2012, dude. Chill out. He didn't know any better. Who fucking key searches Jagmeet Singh Falun Gong? Yeah, he don't got no internet, bro. Don't worry about it. It's kind of sad to hear you say that when he brought pharmacare and child daycare and your politicians are debating whether to remove your overly expensive medical care. Oh. I haven't caught I'm not up to speed with the latest and greatest of the NDP. I just remember every time I cover it, they are oftentimes far too conciliatory to the liberals in general. And that while the NDP every now and then does some good things, ultimately they are, you know, they're far better than the American Democratic Party. That's not even a question. But it's not necessarily moving or pushing the needle. Anyway, NDPR libs, though, they aren't even pro-environment anymore. Okay, then why are you fucking talking shit? I guess you weren't. You were just stating facts. It is pretty crazy that, like, the NDP, under normal considerations, is liberal, like very liberal, and is doing, like, basic necessity social democratic pushes for, like, expanding dental care, things of that nature, right? Like, that's a solid part of their platform. And obviously, like, that is considered far too fucking radical. Even that is considered far too fucking radical. The West has fallen, okay? It has nothing to do with, like, gay people or whatever the fuck dumbasses think. And it's just entirely captive to capital interests. I don't know what else to say, man. No fucking politician will just, like, sit there and in the bravest way possible advocate for things that are absolute necessities for survival. Not gonna happen. Oh, fuck. Spilled a little bit of Diet Coke, but luckily not on my keyboard, and actually a very small amount.
Even lifting each other up, not tearing each other down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Man, I love our chairman. I mean, people have called the chairman many things, different adjectives over the last 2 years, but I admire his courage. I mean, literally, as Donald Trump is running away from Project 2025, trying to put as much distance between him and
Lawmakers get in a heated exchange during hearing about immigration. Jared Moskowitz. I can't stand Jared, dude. I can't stand this motherfucker.
Project 2025 because the American people know it's toxic, but not our chairman. No. Chairman, with all of his wisdom.
He's so fucking libbed up, dude. He is such... Oh, my God. He is so fucking libbed up. He is...
Features Project 2025 in the hearing, one of our last hearings, right before the election. I mean, if the Trump campaign is listening, here you go. Project 2025 in a hearing. I'm sure they're real happy about that. But, you know, Project 2025 wants to get rid of NOAA, wants to get rid of the national.
He's the #1 Israel fan. I don't think he's the #1 Israel fan. I think it's the... What's the dude? Fuck. I mean, first of all, you got Fetterman. That's #1. You got Brian Mast. Oh, my God. There are so many, like he loves Israel for sure. He does. But he is far from #1 in the American Congress. You got Joe Biden. You got Richie Torres. You have Debbie Wasserman Schultz. You have, obviously, like, you know, we already covered Brian Mast. I think Brian Mast might unironically be #1. Dude, it is crazy. Like, Brian Mast is not even fucking Jewish, bro. He served in the IDF. He literally was like, I love killing children so much. that like I will serve in the IDF, and the IDF was like, dog, you got no legs. What the fuck are you talking about? He was like, just give me the uniform and let me thrive. And they were like, okay, here, just I don't know, you'll pack fucking med kits or something. And he was like, I don't care, as long as a brave child killer is actually no. Brian Mass ain't Jewish. No, dude, he's fucking Brian Mass is like Catholic, dog. What are you talking about? Y'all didn't know that? Brian Mass is a Catholic American military veteran who got his shit blown off in, I think, Iraq or Afghanistan. Okay? Then he was like, I love baby murder. I can't do enough baby murder in the American military. I'm going to go and look at like, he like Googled it. He was like, who was the #1 baby murdering military? And he was like, oh, Israel. Okay. Fly my ass out there. He went, I'm telling you, he went out there and was like, can I please serve? And they looked at him and they were like, dog, you have no legs. What the fuck do you mean? And he was like, it doesn't matter. I love what you guys are doing. Let me help in some way. Okay. And that's what happened. He just like set up, he's Mexican. Okay, I knew he was Catholic. I didn't know he was Mexican. Yo, stop slandering my Catholic shame lovers. He's straight evangelical, isn't he? Wait, he doesn't actually have legs? Dude, what are we talking about, dude? Here, look. Look. Look, bro. Look. I guess he got that half off. You know what I'm saying? I think one of the funniest things, I think it was the Throwing Fits boys who said it. Like, people were talking about like how he shows his legs. And someone was like, bro, that's a fit. Like, those are fucking, them shits are like 4,000 a pop, you know? I'd be showing it too. Like, that's technically a fit. And I still think about that. Like, that's drip. That's technically drip, bro. Actually. They're calling him Mr. Put That Shit On. Yeah, I mean, look, it is technically drip. Bro got deployed without the legs. No, that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah. He did. Another Brian Mass drip lord. I mean, obviously, like, the other thing is way better than this. Like, when he's walking around like fucking Cyberman over here, looking like Cyberpunk. I bought his legs in a bazaar. I have them at home in a glass case. Why isn't his shirt iron? That's a good question. Because you know that shit, it got no use anyway. That shirt has one utility. Anyway. Another really funny Brian Mass moment was when he was chirping about like fucking turning on the sprinklers at college campuses. And someone was like, not everybody's legs rust, bro. Chill. There's a lot of good stuff here. He's a fucking ginormous piece of shit. I mean, a monstrous piece of shit. Okay? He just absolutely sucks. Half Metal Alchemist. You know, when he got his prosthetics, he was like, yeah, I was 6 foot. Oh, I never thought about that. Can you get that? Like, let's say you're like 5'7", right? And then you get your shit blown off. And then when you get the prosthetics, like you gotta be like, make me 6'4". Like that's because you could customize your height. 100%. That makes the most sense. My friend gained 4 inches. Well, I don't know about your friend, but I think Brian Mass lost 4 inches in other places. So he might as well have gained 4 on his height. You know what I mean? I think that fucks up your back low key. Wait, why? Bro, you got no legs. What do you mean that fucks up your back? You ain't got no legs. What's the difference if you fucking make your new legs infinitely fucking taller than your former legs? What can happen? Is he going to lose his legs again? He already lost them. What is he? You know, it makes sense. Yeah, do the One Piece proportions, dude. Bending over. Yo, that's really funny because like when he sits down, my man's like 6'4", but then he turns around and he sits down and it's like he looks like a little baby. He looks like that little cat from that meme sitting at the table. They're like, damn, Brian, what happened? I thought you were 6'4", dog. What the fuck is this? It's like, listen. I have a friend who did this, lost both legs in Afghanistan. Dude was like 5'10". Now he has 3 inches on me and I'm 6 flat. That's what I'm saying. That literally is like, listen, fuck Brian Mass, okay? But if you know someone who unfortunately is like a double amputee and lost their legs, like I would 100% do that shit, dude. Are you kidding me? Yeah, dude, height mog everybody after that. Who cares? Imagine for a moment you lose both of your legs up to the thighs. What muscles left are you using to walk? I think you just balance it, right? I mean, I don't know the intricacies of that, but like, it's literally about like fucking, I don't know. I don't know how that works. But when you got the stubs, you just like move the stubs around and you have to train a lot and do a lot of like physical therapy. Anyway. What if someone decided to be shorter? For some trans people, that is a thing as affirming surgery. There you go. Okay, I'm gonna do Mark Robinson in a second after we're done with this.
National Weather Service, you know, the people that tell you the weather and help us prepare for hurricanes. So I say that as a former director of emergency management for the state of Florida, for a Republican governor, actually, who responded to hurricanes. You know, maybe if once we get rid of it, if Project 2025 were to succeed, if Trump were to win, maybe we'll just do it with a magic 8-ball or maybe with a Ouija board, or maybe we'll do hurricane cones like President Trump did, right? Where he just, you know, circled in another state that wasn't in the cone. So maybe what we'll do is we'll do hurricane prediction.
God, he is so fucking libbed up, dude. He's like talking about some of like the oldest Trump shit.
Like maybe it'll go to Mississippi, maybe it'll go to North Carolina, or maybe it'll go to all three.
Okay, this sucks. He sucks. Okay, let's
Donald Trump held.
Anyway, let's do it, man. Let's do Mark Robinson. Let's get to it, okay? All right. Mark Robinson is down fucking bad, ladies and gentlemen. This was actually what I wanted to show you. Sorry. Here's actually a good congressperson.
Where you said, quote, Haiti is so screwed up because it wasn't colonized long enough, end quote. Is that correct? Did you say that?
I'm happy to talk about that all you want.
You did say it. That's
I wrote
right.
it, yes.
You said that. Haiti was colonized as a slave plantation colony. The French colonized Haiti so that slaves would work on plantations. The end of colonization in Haiti was so that the people there would no longer be slaves. So what you're saying, and I read your quote, and anybody watching this online should go read it. What you're saying is it would have been good if they'd stayed colonized, which means that it would have been good if they had stayed enslaved by the French.
In the long run, it's one of the
in the long run,
history. No,
people shouldn't have been enslaved a single day. I'm reclaiming my time, Chairman.
And they had every right. They had every right to throw the.
What
French
you said
out.
is that
My
you would have
point
wanted
is,
them. Reclaiming my time. I'm talking
They would
now.
have been freed
You
30
said
years later,
you said
and they would have been in the same situation.
You're saying you wanted
as-
30 more years of slavery in Haiti. Reclaiming
No, I
my
did
time.
not. I did
You
not.
just said
I
it.
do not
Honestly,
want that.
it adds up. You said that they would have benefited from the French influence.
In
The
the
French
long
were the
run,
ones.
like the people in Martinique and
Reclaiming my
Guadeloupe,
time, Mr.
who
Chairman.
were
I'd like my time
also
back. Please, Mr. Chairman,
enslaved.
my time. This is my time, Mr. Corcorian.
They are much better off.
Honestly,
now
this
than
all
Haiti
starts
was.
to add up. Before today, I couldn't understand why Trump's Project 2025 could add.
That's such a dude. That's so gross. This is like the classic racist old white guy take, which is like, if black people hated slavery so much, why don't they go back to Africa? It's like, how do you not even feel embarrassed saying shit like that? It's no different than that one chatter coming in earlier and being like, if you don't like the USA so much, go to Lebanon. And it's like, dude, we're literally in the process of fucking talking about Lebanon, Lebanese civilians being exploded. Like, what do you mean? Oh, if you don't like me fucking up an area, why don't you go to that area that I'm fucking up and die there? Is not the incredible argument you think you're making, okay? And it's the same shit. Bro, this person is so insane. I'm giving them a week off. They are so desperately trying to get me to click a poop sock link. Like, they have been trying for the past hour constantly. Whatever I'm saying, like a goddamn chatbot, just being like, oh, well, he said this a couple of years ago and he got blasted back then too. When mom find the poop sock.
Advocate for ending civil rights.
Like, bro, there used to be a little bit of fucking honor and decency in poop socking a streamer. Ever since we banned the two-parters at the top of the hour, the chat has resorted to worse and worse ways of changing the outcome of the stream. Okay? At the top of the hour, I serve the 3-minute ad breaks. I debate you. And you should be ready for it by now. You should have subscribed by now. With $6, which, even though it's 30% off, you do the math, or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Good times create weak poop sock linkers is true. What? Did you see that Bray started a mini doc about the spank doctor of still? What the fuck? What the fuck am I looking at, dude? It is imperative that you know 30% off $6 is $4.20. All right, $4.20, blaze it. Goddamn. All right, let's finish
Rights
this.
protections. Why would Trump's Project 2025, I know there's crazy stuff in here, but I couldn't get, why would advocate for ending protections against discrimination? But now I understand. We have Project 2025 board members here who are the directors of groups that the Southern Poverty Law Center has designated as a hate group. We have people that are on the board that...
The 5 talked about the Robinson story before me?
Really
Okay, I gotta piss real quick, but...
interesting.
And Jessica Tarkov is back. Let's
There,
go.
North Carolina, which is a big target for the Democrats.
I gotta pee. I'll be back.
And we just found out an hour ago that the lieutenant governor there, Mark Robinson, who's running for governor,
Never heard of him.
who Donald Trump called Martin Luther King on steroids, posted on a porn forum called Nude Africa that he's a black Nazi, expressed support for reinstating slavery, and detailed his sexual arousal from memories of peeping on women in public gyms, and he still fantasizes about it. He also has an Ashley Madison account.
How dare you kink shame?
Sure.
That's a great reaction. So Josh Stein was likely to win that race anyway. If they get Mark Robinson to drop out, his name is still on the ballot. But this makes North Carolina even more in play for Democrats. And this, again, is evidence of the type of candidates that Donald Trump thinks are good for the country. Martin Luther King on steroids, someone who says he's a black Nazi.
But he would obviously.
But what?
Let's take the obvious here.
Yeah.
Do you think Trump actually knew this guy was on porn sites?
My point is that Donald Trump likes anyone who likes him, and he doesn't bother to
That's
do the
called
work.
being human.
No, it's not. A lot of people like me who I don't like in return.
Like who?
I don't
Tell
wanna,
us now.
I don't want to name names.
Go ahead. Let's start with Fox and Friends.
Yeah. Poor Kill
All right,
Mead.
Jessica.
Yeah. All right, Jessica.
I didn't interrupt. I just want to let that be known. Greg interrupted on my behalf.
The king shaming was
Okay,
kind of
well,
funny. And
I
I'm
will
not,
be going to nude Africa in the break to see if that's true.
Okay. Rewatch is
And
disgusting.
what's a really interesting state in there? North Carolina, which is a big target for the Democrats. And we just found out an hour ago.
Do we have a video of the Mark Robinson coverage? I don't want to go directly to the article. I'm sure CNN has already covered it. Has it hit the interwebs yet? So here's the situation. Here's the situation, ladies and gentlemen. Marcus Robinson, okay? Marcus Jebediah Robinson is Donald Trump's handpicked North Carolina gubernatorial candidate.
A bombshell has just...
Now, if you know anything about Mark, if you know anything about Marky Mark, okay, former construction worker Marky Mark, used to work, I believe, no, actually former factory guy. Marky Mark likes posting, okay? He likes posting and he likes gooning. He is a massive fucking gooner, okay? A real freak, a real fucking freak. Now, Marcus Jebediah Robinson had a problem. He liked gooning a little too much. And inevitably, all of that gooning got him caught. Turns out after getting notoriety on a post that went viral on Facebook because he was chirping about guns, immediately the Republican Party was like, "You're our guy. We want you to be our guy. We want you to run for politics." Okay? But in that process, people found out a lot of stuff about Marky Mark because it turns out he's a born-again Christian, immediate red flag, okay, with a massive porn addiction, okay, with a massive porn addiction. Politico found email addresses belonging to Mark Robinson on Ashley Madison leaks, but even before that, a porn shop in his hometown actually found that Marky Mark was a frequenter of said porn shop. Okay, I covered the story briefly, but it doesn't end there. It does not fucking end there. My man turns out did a lot more than just simple gooning, okay? It wasn't just simple goonage. There was a lot more going on there than just cranking a fucking, just stroking your shit and putting fucking lotion on your shit. I'm stroking my shit real hard right now. Let's take a look at the CNN coverage on it. Hold on, my door is knocking. I got a delivery.
Exclusive in our politics lead, CNN's K-File has uncovered shocking new details about the Republican nominee for governor of North Carolina. He is the state's current lieutenant governor. He is a man who says a lot of wild and offensive things. His name is Mark Robinson. A CNN investigation finds that Robinson posted on a porn site starting in 2008. He described himself on the porn site as a, quote, black Nazi, and he wrote posts expressing support for reinstating slavery. And that's just the stuff we can tell you on television. CNN's Andrew Kaczynski did the digging, broke the story, and he spoke with Lieutenant Governor Robinson today. I want to warn viewers that this report includes some disturbing and rather graphic comments. Andrew, first, tell us what you discovered here.
Jake, CNN found a series of highly disturbing posts made on the message board of a pornographic website more than a decade ago, and we traced them directly to Mark Robinson. We did interview Robinson today, and he categorically denies making these posts, and I'll get to that in just a moment here. But first, I want to walk people through just some of them. Take a look right here at this one in one post.
No! Okay. All jokes aside, I wanted to fucking scale this back and start off with Mark Robinson's original claim to fame. Okay? Mark Robinson comes into the fucking... Mark Robinson becomes a notable figure in American politics because he is doing a rant about guns, okay, and how Americans need to have their guns. I believe he then becomes the lieutenant governor. Mark Keith Robinson is an American politician currently serving as the 35th lieutenant governor of North Carolina since 2021. Okay? Now, here's the issue. Marky Mark Robinson has already famously quoted Adolf Hitler on his fucking Facebook. Okay? He already had done that. Now, this wouldn't be that big of an issue. I mean, he's a black man at the end of the day, right? You're like, I mean, don't look at what's on screen, okay? Just before we get to that, there is like a level of plausible deniability that you can apply in this circumstance. And you could be like, oh, that's the old me. Like, I don't believe that. Except, no, he literally defended it in motherfucking 2021. He was like, I guess history books are also pro-Hitler because they quote Hitler. He doubled down. Now, this is before the new information that just came out that obviously reconfirmed what everyone's suspicions were, that this was a man who was basically Black Hitler, okay? I need you to understand that Mark Robinson started his political journey by reading a book by Rush Limbaugh, after which he found out that he was a conservative and always had been. On April 3rd, 2018, Robinson attended a meeting of the Greensboro City Council, where they debated whether or not to cancel a gun show in the wake of the Stoneman Douglas High School shooting. Robinson spoke in favor of gun rights, and his video, the video of the speech, went viral after it was shared on Facebook by Mark Walker. Afterwards, Robinson dropped out of the University of North Carolina at Greensboro and left his job in furniture manufacturing to focus on public speaking engagements. He was invited to speak at the National Rifle Association of America's annual convention that year. Okay? And in the 2020 campaign, when he was running as the lieutenant governor of North Carolina, okay, people were like, hey, we looked through your old posts, and on Facebook, you like openly quoted Adolf Hitler, right? Like, what the fuck is that about? That's weird. Why did you do that? To which he responded with at the time, history books also fucking quote Adolf Hitler. What am I? What am I, a history book? No, I'm Mark Robinson. And also, that's a weird way to double down on why you quoted Adolf Hitler. He posted this in 2014 on Facebook. He said, history, who said it? Number one, pride in one's own race, and that does not imply contempt for other races, is also a normal and healthy sentiment. I have never regarded the Chinese or the Japanese as being inferior to ourselves. They have the right to be proud of their past, just as we have a right to be proud of the civilization to which we belong. The post, which he never deleted, by the way, was publicly available. Then, at a Moms for Liberty summit in July, Robinson fervently defended his choice to quote the genocidal leader of the Nazi Party, implying that doing so without context is not akin to endorsing his words or actions. Whether you're talking about Adolf Hitler, whether you're talking about Chairman Mao or Stalin, whether you're talking about Pol Pot or Castro in Cuba or a dozen other despots all around the globe, it's time for us to get back and start reading some of those quotes. It's time for us to start teaching our children about the dirty, despicable, awful things that those communist and socialist despots did in our history. Except he was quoting Adolf Hitler. He wasn't quoting those guys, and he was agreeing with it. So, you know, it is what it is. In other posts, Robinson minimized the horrors of the Holocaust, claimed a satanic Marxist had made the movie Black Panther to pull shekels out of black audiences, likened women getting abortions to murderers, and derided gay people as filth and maggots. Not with the F, but with the M, which is very interesting because you're right there. Why didn't you just say the other thing? Like, you're right there. This is all the stuff that this is all the stuff that was readily available before, by the way. This is part of the reason why. He was already very unpopular in the North Carolina governor race, just so you understand. So the new shit that has come out on Mark Robinson is just basically, you know, repeating the old shit. Yeah. He also expressed archaic views about women's role in society, telling a Charlotte area church in 2022 that Christians are called to be led by men. God sent women out when they had to do their thing, but when it was time to face down Goliath, he sent David. Not Davida, David, Robinson said at the time. And yet Robinson's gubernatorial win would turn the state's executive branch, its last Democratic holdout, red, effectively locking Democrats out of a state they had once predicted would be their stronghold in the South. Robinson's likely opponent come November will be attorney Josh Stein, the Democratic favorite. And that is his opponent. Josh Stein is also cooking him in the polls even before this new announcement. Here it is, by the way. Some folks need killing. It's time for somebody to say it.
You know, it was a time when we used to meet evil on the battlefield, and guess what we did to it? We killed it. We didn't quibble about it. We didn't argue about it. We didn't fight about it. We killed it. Some liberal somewhere is going to say that sounds awful. Too bad. Get mad at me if you want to. Some folks need killing. It's time for somebody to say it. It's not a matter of vengeance. It's not a matter of being mean or spiteful. It's a matter of necessity. It's time to call out those guys in green and go have them handled.
Who are the guys in the green that he's talking about? So I'm not going to make fun of him and obviously point to the Key and Peele sketch that immediately comes to mind here that seemingly is a direct carbon copy of what Mark Robinson's getup looks like, down to the motherfucking holster for his phone on his belt. Okay? But goddamn, okay? I'm pissed. Royally pissed. Okay, anyway. His fit is ridiculous. Now, another thing that was known beforehand was that he was a gooner. Okay? Mark Robinson, the Republican candidate for governor of North Carolina. This came out on September 3rd by The Intelligencer, New York Magazine. Mark Robinson really used to love porn, according to the guys at the porn store. This was a story that came out at the beginning of this month. Now, from 1990s all the way into the early 2000s, Mark Robinson frequented a porn store in North Carolina. okay, a 24-hour porn video shop in Greensboro, who spoke with the North Carolina investigative website, The Assembly. He says Robinson was coming in to watch videos in a private booth as many as 5 nights a week. The man, who is beautifully named Louis Money, said that at one of the stores he worked at, gents, patrons could buy videos for $50 each or preview them in private booths for $8. Every night that I worked, which would have been 5 nights a week, I saw Mark, Louis Money said. He was spending a good amount of money. Robinson previewed at least 2 tapes a night per money. He was a certified gooner, okay? He would go to the porn store to crank one out literally twice a night, 5 times a week, okay? This is exactly the type of dude that is like gonna be like, oh man, porn addiction is a real problem. It's like, yeah, bitch, for you. Okay? Most people don't have the stamina, the endurance, the intensity, or the interest to goon that much. Yeah, for you, it is a problem. It obviously is altering your relationships. It's like causing you. Oh my God, here he is. Oh my God, you found it. Oh my God, it was cool running into an old friend today. We disagree on politics. However, you have always been cool with me. Oh my God. Oh my God. This has, how did you find this? This has 1 like. How did you find this? Are you in the chat? Is Louis here? That's crazy. That's his dealer, dude. Yeah. Should we be impressed? Yes. God damn, dude is in porn debt. Oh, this is where the photo comes from The Assembly. I will share this every chance I get because Mark Robinson still hasn't paid my buddy Louis for his porn purchases, and anyone who's that financially irresponsible has no business being our governor. Oh my God. He was not only a gooner, but he refused to pay his goon debt? How do you go into debt cranking, dude? How? The lieutenant governor owes me money by the Trailer Park Orchestra? Okay, I'm putting North Carolina at so much higher than Long Island. It is now officially one of the greatest states in this beautiful country, okay? Down to the fucking nipple pierced guy. I love this state. North Carolina, you are beautiful, okay? North Carolina gave us in this past week fucking Ryan Ruth and these guys, okay? I apologize. I was unfamiliar with your game until now. Okay. North Carolina, best Carolina. Oh my Lord. Okay. This is incredible. That's an Obama mask. That's 100% an Obama mask. Dude, come on. Don't act. Okay.
Maybe I can fit on.
Okay, maybe it's not. Never mind. I still think it is. It's like a racially insensitive Barack Obama mask, I think. But could be O.J. Simpson. No, these guys are libs 100%. That Gooner is a lib. Okay. As opposed to the racially sensitive mask. Well, yeah, there's no one. Most people weren't using it, except they gave it to a black guy, which I think is really funny. Like the dude wearing the racially insensitive black guy mask is also seemingly a black guy, unless he did a Justin Trudeau style, blackface full body cover up type shit. Those are coming napkins. This is a song by I guess the Trailer Park Orchestra, and the person who's singing is Louis Money, an owner of a porn store that the current lieutenant governor of North Carolina, the state, frequented quite a bit. And he frequented it so much that he apparently owed the guy, Louis Money. He owed him, he had porn debt. Now, I would need you to understand something. This article came out. This article came out before the K-File stuff. So now that catches us up with the latest and greatest from Mark Robinson. Okay. Politico came out with its own opposition dump, finding that Mark Robinson, his email address was found on Ashley Madison. Ashley Madison is the famous cheating website that had a massive and very consequential leak. Okay. The discovery of Robinson's email on Ashley Madison came as fellow Republicans were already cringing over CNN's report uncovering offensive posts he purportedly made on a porn site under the same email. Robinson denied making the posts. So let's look at these posts now, okay? Let's get back to the start of this show, start of the Mark Robinson show, and let's cover it from the top. Now that you are like geared up, now that you're primed with the knowledge, now that you are primed with the knowledge of what Mark Robinson is, from the Adolf Hitler support to being a fucking massive gooner, let's take a look at what K-File found in his investigative reporting.
We start with a CNN exclusive in our politics lead. CNN's K-File has uncovered shocking new details about the Republican nominee for governor of North Carolina. He is the state's current lieutenant governor. He is a man who says a lot of wild and offensive things. His name is Mark Robinson. A CNN investigation finds that Robinson posted on a porn site starting in 2008. He described himself on the porn site as a, quote, black Nazi, and he wrote posts expressing support for reinstating slavery. And that's just the stuff we can tell you on television. CNN's Andrew Kaczynski did the digging, broke the story, and he spoke with Lieutenant Governor Robinson today. I want to warn viewers that this report includes some disturbing and rather graphic comments. Andrew.
Now, you might ask yourself, you might find yourself asking the very serious question here. Absolutely, who the fuck would write comments on a porn website? Sometimes when I'm in the throes of cranking it, okay, I often ask that same question. I'm like, who the fuck is writing comments? And it's always usually like bots, right? It's usually just bots. Turns out, current Lieutenant Governor of North Carolina is the answer to that question, okay? If you're not only gripping, but you're also posting comments on a fucking forum dedicated to pornography, you have gone above and beyond, okay? You are a real gooner. I tip my hat to you, sir.
First, tell us what you discovered here.
Jake, CNN found a series of highly disturbing posts made on the message board of a pornographic website more than a decade ago, and we traced them directly to Mark Robinson. We did interview Robinson today, and he categorically denies making these posts, and I'll get to that in just a moment here. But first, I want to walk people through just some of them. Take a look right here at this one. In one post, Robinson called himself a, quote, black Nazi, and when describing then President Barack Obama, writing, quote, I'd take Hitler over any of the shit that's in Washington right now. It even goes beyond that. Another disturbing post, Robinson defended slavery, writing, quote, slavery is not that bad, and I wish they would bring slavery back. I would.
Okay, there's definitely something wrong with, like, I guess this is like an even more severe version of like what Republicans always fantasize about in terms of like what their role would look like in a libertarian dystopia. It's like, dog, you fucking you do Uber Eats right now. What makes you think you would not be a serf under a ANCAP style governance? Like, why do you think things would change for you? And the same question could be presented to Mark, which is like, dude, you're black. Why do you think you would not immediately be categorically enslaved under a white supremacist governance? Like, what are you saying? This makes no sense. But many people, nah, they said I'm good, but they didn't. That's the other side of it. They don't. They never do. Like, I often talk about whiteness as a socio-political construct, right? And it is, especially in the United States of America, it means like proximity to power. And whiteness is defined by what it's not. And what it's not is black, okay? The one group of people that will never be under the white umbrella is black people. It's literally designed to do that outcome, to have that outcome. It's the permanent outgroup. So if you're a black man being like, oh man, slavery's not that bad, can't wait to buy me some slaves, is like, no, dude, that wouldn't work that way. It would not work that way at all. Why do you think it would work that way?
Certainly by a few. All of these comments and many others that you can read on CNN.
This was on a black porn site? Oh my God.
And CNN.com were made on the message board of a porn website called Nude Africa. And Jake, in addition to those posts, he also expressed views on Nude Africa that sharply contradict his current policies as a socially conservative candidate for governor. For example, he has been vocally anti-transgender, but look at what Robinson wrote on the porn message board more than a decade ago, writing that he, quote, liked watching transgender porn, adding, quote, that's effing hot, and called himself a, quote, perv.
He's a chaser! Bro, classic. Classic. Fucking classic, dude. Oh my God. Also, K-File, what are you saying? That doesn't mean he's pro, that doesn't mean he's pro-trans, dude. That just means he's a chaser. A lot of transphobes are. Alex Jones comes to mind.
In another thread that was discussing the story of a woman who said she was raped by her taxi driver while drunk, Robinson wrote, quote, and the moral of this story, don't F a drunk white bitch.
So he wrote all of this stuff years ago before he got into politics. How are you sure that it's him?
Yeah, so CNN, Jake, we found that Robinson consistently used that same username, Mini Soldier, that he used on Nude Africa in all of his social media. You can see it here. He used it on Pinterest, Black Planet, YouTube. He even used it as his Twitter handle. His full name was also listed on Nude Africa, and an email we found he used on Nude Africa, he used on several other websites. Now, the biographical data from multiple websites using the name Mini Soldier matches Robinson exactly, the exact date of birth, his hometown, the fact that his mother worked at an HBCU, that his favorite episode of The Twilight Zone is number 22.
And of course, this was all before he was a public figure, which would factor into the identification that this all happened back then.
Oh my God, this is like when gray names come into chat and say some unhinged shit, and then MHUD finds out like their current geographical location in like under 30 seconds. And then we look at their tweets and they're like defending pedophilia. It's like these people have no OPSEC, dude. They have no OPSEC whatsoever. They just straight up are out there. They're just out there living their lives, saying some insane, unhinged shit. And with not a care about who sees it.
Then, when he was just a common citizen. So what did Lieutenant Governor Robinson have to say about all this today when you talked to him?
So Robinson calls the story trash. He says it's not him. We asked the campaign for comment. We gave them 48 hours to respond. That deadline was this morning, and that's when Lieutenant Governor Robinson agreed to do a brief interview with us about that. Here is just a little bit of that interview. Lieutenant Governor Robinson, thank you so much for being willing to talk to us. I think we'll just jump right into it. Do you deny that this account is you?
Well, first off, let me say thank you so much for allowing me to come here and clear the air. We absolutely do. This is not us. These are not our words, and this is not anything that is characteristic of me, nor has it ever been. The people here of North Carolina know I have been completely transparent about my history. All the warts, we put them all out. We let folks know about it. But the folks here also know my character. They know who I am. They know my voice, so to speak. This is not my voice. This is not things that we would ever say.
The date and time was 3 p.m. on Thanksgiving. The man was posting while fist deep in a turkey. I don't think he was fist deep in a turkey, dog.
Or even think. And so absolutely we do.
How do you explain all of the matching details on this profile? The profile on Nude Africa lists your full name as Mark Robinson. The email listed on an account is an email that you have used elsewhere on the internet, including with your photo. You have used that name, Mini Soldier, on multiple social media.
I think the email is literally like his name and his birth date too, which is what makes it even funnier. Because like all the way back in 2010, when he was working the assembly line of a fucking furniture store, ain't nobody is gonna like use his identity like that. Okay, if you want to rule out the possibilities like of some long, convoluted, complicated operation to like besmirch the reputation of Mark Robinson, like it doesn't make any sense given the time frame when he was just like a random ass guy.
Accounts, including Twitter, Pinterest, Black Planet, and YouTube. How can you deny, with all of these matching details, that this is you?
Look, I'm not going to get into the minutia of how somebody manufactured these salacious tabloid lies, but I can tell you this: there's been over $1 million spent on me through AI by a billionaire son who's bound and determined to destroy me. The things that people can do with the internet now is incredible. But what I can tell you is this: again, these are not my words. This is simply tabloid trash being used.
The funniest part about it is that, like, even if he runs with this line, right? Even if he runs with this obvious lie, he said his AI is such a good boomer way to deflect. It just also corresponds to like shit that he has fucking done publicly, right? Like he was a gooner. And he's up there posted with like a dude who was running the goon store being like, yo, that's my homie. I mean, he wasn't, I say he was a gooner. Okay, scratch that. I apologize. Chalk that up to the misinformation column. He is a gooner. Ain't nobody is dropping all the gooning. If they're dick deep in nude Africa forums, talking about how they love trans porn and how pervy they are or whatever in 2010, and then they go into porn debt. I don't think this man has stopped gooning.
Used as a distraction from the substantive issues that the people of this state are facing. We have addressed it. We have said it's not true, and we wish we could move on and get busy with the business of the people of the state.
Okay, well, these posts, they do take place over a 5-year period.
He was posting up in ultimatesoldier.net. Hey, yo! Oh, what a treasure trove. What a fucking treasure trove, dude. A third scandal has hit Mark Robinson. Now that we know Mark Robinson used his name, Mini Soldier, everywhere, including porno forums, people like Girl Boss Woman on Twitter can dig up his other weird hobbies, like taking photos of his Nazi soldier dolls. Oh, these are dolls? Oh my God. Oh my God. He's a real freak. Some very nice looking Germans here on Mini Soldier. Some great poses on them too. Another excellent looking group of Germans. I can't imagine any 1/6 World War II collector wouldn't want to own. Special thanks for sending them in and sharing them with us. Good luck. That's why his name is Mini Soldier, because he collects like action figures. Oh my God, this guy is so crazy, dude. He's a Nazi Funko Pop enjoyer. Oh my Lord.
From 2008 to 2013. You mentioned AI. Are you saying that somebody was somehow manufacturing biographical details to exactly match you using your username?
Look, I have no idea how this was done. I have absolutely no idea how it was done. And I have 5 weeks left in this campaign to focus on the substantive issues that North Carolinians face. I do not have time.
Dude, why is the GOP like this? I guess they've always been like this, but they had like maybe better OPSEC, or the internet wasn't like this. It's just that like, I think like this is happening a lot more frequently in the post-Trump era for the GOP, like the Herschel Walker stuff, right? Like that was a insanely silly person to run. Like it made no sense. Fuck it. Even Dr. Oz made no goddamn sense to run. And now you have like Carrie Lake. You have that exploded troop guy in Nevada. Like you have all these dudes that are like serial fucking losers that have no experience. That have no experience whatsoever. George Santos is another one. Madison Cawthorn. Blake Masters. It's very weird how much. What? Not to defend him, but you weebs have no room to talk about collecting toys? Dude, I think there's a difference between fucking collecting toys and collecting Nazi soldiers with like full kitted out Nazi gear. What the fuck? Now, his Amazon reviews on gyno shirts, shut the fuck up. Oh my God, ain't no fucking way, dude. Oh my God, he loves like little helicopters. He did not like the Micro Mark Uncouple Light. Which I oh my God, it's for his like little, it's for locomotives, dude. He said, this thing does not work for N-scale couplers. The tip is far too long, far too big. Do not be fooled by the claim that it does work for all scales. The flashlight is great, but it will not uncouple N-scale cars. He did product reviews on Amazon, bro. And that was in 2021. Like he hadn't stopped. He has not stopped using the same damn account. He loves the helicopter toys. Customer review by Mini Soldier. This heli is without a doubt Siemens' best flying heli of their military miniature series. Quiet, fast, and super stable. It is head and shoulders above the Apache or Chinook, which are also great. The price is great. In fact, the price is so low, I'm thinking of buying a whole squadron of them. Buy this one. You will love it. Note, if you buy this heli, make sure you order the SEMA S102G Marines. There's another version of this heli that is not nearly as good as this one. Again, make sure you order the SEMA 102G Marines. God forbid a man have hobbies. Y'all haters shaking my head. I mean, the best one, in my opinion, is not like the mini helis, which he obviously loves. He keeps talking about helicopters. He keeps putting reviews on that. But the best one is this. Cockle's Gynecomastia compression shirt. Great body slimmer. Size XXL. Color V-neck black. Reviewed in the United States on July 7th, 2024. This is a 5-star review for a gyno shirt to make your titties look better. Out of the package, it looks doubtful it will fit, but it fits perfectly and it's super easy to put on and take off. Great product. I'm currently ordering more. 10 people found this helpful. That is the last review that he has written on his Amazon page. That was in July. What an incredible sequence of events. What a treasure trove. What a wonderful story. Oh my God. I love this man. Holy shit. I mean, I've made fun of him before. Especially on the last episode of Fear and, where I was making fun of his, like, insane stuff, including his, like, gooning, his porn addiction. I never would have thought that it would get to this point, though. Oh, let's continue.
For tabloid trash.
There have been rumors that some of your campaign staff have quit. Can you tell us if that's true or not?
Absolutely not, and we are not getting out of this race. There are people who are counting on us to win this race because, again, we don't want a governor who's going to be a person that can't be counted on to tell.
Man, I love this country. I love this country, man. I mean, come on, dude. Come on, dude. Oh, God, it's such a beautiful nation. This is it. This is where American politics makes the least sense, but also somehow makes the fucking most sense. You know what I mean? It's so good. Look at the Chiron. North Carolina GOP nominee for governor made dozens of disturbing comments on porn forum.
Tell the truth. And I can assure you, my opponent has been taken to court for not telling the truth in campaigns. And he's been completely dishonest in his ads against me. His camp is so desperate to destroy us. It's just like Clarence Thomas said years ago. This is a high-tech lynching. And, back long years ago, they used to use rope. Now they're using cable.
He loved that line. Angels New to Africa message board. Anything goes 2010-04. My wife's sister. I'm currently having an affair with my wife's sister, and I just need a place to say out loud that she has the best smelling, best tasting pussy and asshole in the universe. New to Africa message board. Anything goes 2011. Had me another hot morning with the wife's sister. She brought along her laptop this time, and we watched some vids here on Nude Africa. The one that really got us hot was called Wet Anal. That vid got her pussy soaking wet, and y'all know what I did, right? That ass was wet, slick, and good, and pissy, and I licked and sucked that pussy and asshole till my face was covered in her funky juices. Then she sucked my dick. I can't read the rest of this. I should have stopped from the... Fuck, man. Till it was good and hard, then lubed it down with wet. Then she laid back while I greased that asshole with her pussy juice and wet. Watching my big dick slide in and out of that asshole takes my breath away. He's very wordy. My man is an auteur, dude. He is a fucking... He is a poet, okay? He's a fucking poet. Do it or your journalistic integrity is gone. Yeah. I'm having a John F. Kennedy moment. I'm having a John Kennedy moment. Listen. If I got to do this, I got to do it right. You know what I mean? Then she laid back while I greased that asshole with her pussy juice and wet. Watching my big dick slide in and out of that asshole takes my breath away. It looks so good. We ass fuck a lot, but she gave me a nasty, sexy surprise this time. Right when I was really pumping the dookie chute good, she shot a long, hot stream of piss up in the air that covered my chest and stomach. It was so fucking hot. She was coming. I was coming. She was pissing, and I was covered in piss and pussy juice and lube. Damn. This girl is good, and I can't wait till next week to get some more. This piss thing is more common than most people think and many want to admit. I have a FB that loves to lay on her stomach, spread open her ass, and have me piss all over her asshole and pussy. The longer and hotter the stream, the more she loves it. Sometimes she lies on her back and fingers herself, and when she's about to come, she wants me to piss a hard, fast stream on her clit and up her asshole. Of course, I love for her to piss on me as well. Watching her asshole flex in and out while she shoots her hot piss onto my chest gets me rock hard every time. Another thing she does that might seem strange is that when we hang out, she will sometimes wear her pussy juice like what the fuck? Wear her pussy juice like perfume? Whenever I read the next sentence, I'm like, it can't get worse. And then it always does. Meaning she will smear it behind her ears, on her neck, and on her wrist. So every time I get near her, I smell her delightful scent. What does this mean? He's saying that like he loves it when his girlfriend smells like piss? Okay. Let's ask the real question. Okay? Let's ask the real question. Do you think this is real? As in, like, obviously he wrote this, but do you think he really did this shit? Or is he just flexing on a porn forum? Okay? Because I don't think he fucked his wife's sister. I think he's just fantasizing about fucking his wife's sister and is simply, you know, like he wrote it, but I think it's fan fiction. I heard some younger chicks like 20 to 25 are doing this. This is a name for it. It's real, bro. Thanks, guy. I didn't mean, do people have piss kinks? What the fuck are you talking about? Yes, of course people have piss kinks. You have to read this next. Latin prayers of the rosary. Okay, dude, listen. Listen. Credo in Deum Patrem omnipotentem Creatorem caeli et aeri et in lesum Christum filium eius unicum Amen. Oh my God. It's confirmed fan fiction. His wife is an only child, has no siblings. Per her biography, she runs some family foundation. Fucking called it, dude. I called it. I told you. I told you it was a fantasy. Fucking called it, dude. I know my hogs, man. I know my hogs. Is that better or worse? I guess it's a little bit better that he didn't like cheat on his wife. He's just a smart girly. A lot of you will fucking shamelessly shit on this man and then write a Wattpad fanfic or read one, okay, about your favorite, I don't know, anime characters or some shit. I love this so much. every part of this story is just increasingly more unhinged.
And Jake Robinson reiterating with a public video after that interview that he is staying in the race.
Andrew Kaczynski, remarkable reporting, and thank you so much. I want to bring in CNN.
So, I mean, yeah, this shit's got to be more embarrassing to his wife than getting cheated on. 100%. This is way worse. From Rufio, here are some of the posts he made that they can't show on the news. This post is Mark Robinson probably has psychiatric issues. For writing his mini soldier on Nude Africa, Robinson said he did not care about a celebrity having an abortion. I don't care. I just want to see the sex tape. In another thread, commenters considered whether to believe the story of a woman who says she was raped by her taxi driver while intoxicated. In response, Robinson wrote, and the moral of the story, don't fuck a white bitch. Robinson, who would become North Carolina's first black governor if elected, also repeatedly maligned civil rights leader Martin Luther King Jr., attacking him in such intense terms that a user accused him of being a white supremacist. Get that fucking commie bastard off the National Mall, Robinson wrote about the dedication of the memorial to King in Washington, D.C. by then President Barack Obama. I'm not in the KKK. They don't let blacks join. If I was in the KKK, I would have called him Martin Lucifer. Okay. In the pornographic forums, I will not say that last word. In the pornographic forums, Robinson revealed his unvarnished thoughts on issues such as race, gender, and abortion, which is probably the perfect place to reveal your unvarnished thoughts about issues pertaining to race, gender, and abortion. Writing in a forum discussing black Republicans in October 2010, Robinson stated, unprovoked, I'm a black Nazi. That same month, Robinson wrote in another post that he supported the return of slavery. Slavery is not bad. Some people need to be slaves. I wish they would bring slavery back. I would certainly buy a few. March 2012, this is not only just any pornographic forum. This is, I believe, a black pornographic forum called Nude Africa. Mark Robinson, a black man, is writing in a black porn forum about, as a black man, wanting to own slaves. Just so you understand. This is like, bro, people are saying in the chat like Uncle Ruckus, but like, no, dude, this is yet another instance where like real life outflanks anything that you consider unhinged to be written in like literature, okay? This is worse. This is literally worse than Uncle Ruckus. On March 2012, Robinson wrote that he preferred the former leader of Nazi Germany, Adolf Hitler, over the leadership in Washington during the administration of Barack Obama. I'd take Hitler over any of the shit that's going on in Washington right now, he wrote. Robinson's comment on Nude Africa often frequently contained derogatory and racial slurs directed at black, Jewish, and Muslim people. In a series of 7 posts in October 2011, Robinson disparaged Martin Luther King in such intense terms, calling him a commie bastard, worse than a maggot, a hoe, fucking phony, and a huckster, that a user in the thread accused him of being in the KKK. Robinson responded by directing a slur at King. We already read that part. On October 2010, Robinson used the anti-Semitic slur. What? Dude, I've been online for a very long time. I didn't even know that this was a slur. What is it, like shortened for Hebrew? Is that what it is? This dude is, oh my God, he is like fucking doing 4chan shit. Actually, I don't even think they know about this shit in 4chan. I would have thought he would have hit that like K word. When discussing how he liked the show Good Times, developed by Norman Lear, saying the show itself was a bunch of written liberal bullshit. I guess that is the term he's saying. Like Jews wrote it. You're falling off. Yeah, I've fallen off on my racism, Dar. While discussing the Taliban, he referred to Muslims as little rag-headed bastards and said that if Muslims took over, liberals would be the first ones to be beheaded. Robinson also used homophobic slurs frequently, calling other users the F slur in a largely positive forum on Nude Africa discussion featuring a photo of two men kissing after one returned from a military deployment. Robinson wrote the sole negative comment. That's some old sick ass F word bullshit, he wrote. Yeah, bro. The ADL. It's such a fucking unearthed. It's such a fucking weird thing to say that the ADL doesn't have it in his fucking database, bro. Wow. My man was, you think he was inventing it, or you think he went to like ancient Egypt? Like, you think he went to the tomes of racism, like dusted off one of like the oldest books you could find to like find it, you know? He just like pushed aside like the cobwebs and shit and just unlocked it. The one true slur. Can we get a palate cleanser? No. Oh, here, this is the other fun part. Despite what Mark Robinson's takes were on MLK, here is how Donald Trump referred to him. Not once, but twice, as a matter of fact.
And he's been an unbelievable Lieutenant Governor, Mark Robinson. I heard him, and by the way, his wife is much more lovely than he is, I can tell you that, and she's my friend. Thank you, darling, for being here. But, you know, I heard him coming in on the plane. I was listening, and I said to the people on the plane, watch this. This is Martin Luther King on steroids, okay? Now, I told that to Mark. I said, I think you're better than Martin Luther King. I think you are Martin Luther King ×2. And he looked at me, and I wasn't sure, was he angry because that's a terrible thing to say, or was he complimented? I have never figured it out, but I'm telling you, he's one of the...
Wait, what? Wait.
Martin Luther King ×2. And he looked at me, and I wasn't sure, was he angry because that's a terrible thing to say, or was he complimented?
Bro, that makes so much sense. Oh my God. Oh my God. Donald Trump was like, you're a black guy. Every black loves Martin Luther King. You're just like him, but better. And he was like, no, I hate him, actually. I fucking hate him. Why are you comparing me to that commie bastard?
I have never figured it out, but I'm telling you, he's one of the, right? When I said that to you, you looked like, I don't know if I like that comment. You should like it because you are outstanding.
Trump is woke. Trump is woke. Trump is literally woke. He's like, you should like it, dumbass. Oh my God, he's fucking woke. Oh my God. Oh my God, Trump is too woke for Mark Robinson. Oh my God.
And you're going to be the next governor, so that's going to be very cool.
Mark is still the favorite to win? Fuck no. He was never favored to win because a lot of this stuff, a lot of this new information that came out is basically like basically old shit that we were kind of aware of, but never to this degree. Like, this is just another confirmation, a big confirmation. Bro, he very publicly posted about Adolf Hitler. He posted an Adolf Hitler quote. He posted an Adolf Hitler quote on his Facebook in 2014. And when people asked him about it, they're like, bro, you just quoted Adolf Hitler on your Facebook post. Like, what the fuck? When they asked him about it in like 2021, he literally said, oh, whatever, dude. Like, history books also quote Adolf Hitler. Like, he doubled down on it.
Now, you know the fake news will go today, and they'll take that little statement that I make, that little cute statement, and they'll say, he said that this gentleman is better than Martin Luther King. This is a terrible thing. Is he a racist? It'll end up being... I don't care. It doesn't matter. Because the people get it. Mark, the people get it. Thank you, Mark. And
Wednesday, or sooner if possible.
That's right.
I just want to thank everybody, whatever you can do to help Mark and Yolanda win this election. You know, he's got a tough opponent, not a good opponent, but a tough opponent, a political person, and it's not going to be that easy. He's a star, but a lot of times people say, well, this is going to be easy for him, and then they forget to vote. They don't go out to vote. You got to get out and vote, but you got to help him financially, because you're all people that have a lot of money. I know 20 of you, and you're rich as hell. So
it's in this list of anti-Semitic slurs. Gorillion. Wait, what the fuck? People might say that 6 Gorillion Jews were killed to mock victims. Oh no, I didn't even realize that I was doing anti-Semitism. This is a slang abbreviation for the word Hebrew, sometimes used an anti-Semitic slur to refer to Jewish people. You say Gorillion all the time? Yeah. Not about the Holocaust, though. I say it about dollars. Like, in terms of, I'll be like, he made $1 gorillion. I didn't realize it was utilized for Holocaust denial. The slang abbreviation for the word Hebrew sometimes uses an anti-Semitic slur to refer to Jewish people. This has since been reclaimed by some Jewish people as a form of pride and empowerment, such as the Jewish website and magazine entitled, I won't say the word, Anti-Semite of the Week again, shaking my head. He had an account on 1/6 Warriors, which is an action figure community. Oh my God. A very happy birthday goes out to the following warriors. Mini Soldier right there. Oh God, I don't even know what I'm looking at. I don't want to scroll down and see some... Oh, wait, there's just sending babe photos. God, the internet was so weird. Like, it's one birthday babe short. Happy birthday, guys. I'll toss in an extra 4 for you so you have more choices. I'm warning you, though. Some of these fit the term for female dog quite well. My mother will not allow me to say the term bitch. Here, go ahead, goon to this. Methinks you will goon to this quite well. God, forums are so awesome. Warrior birthdays today. Is there no one, or did Hall drop the ball? They're discussing whether like the moderator dropped the ball on people's birthdays. Forums are so dumb, dude. That's how you know it was him. Only people around back then still leave reviews and comments like it's their job. Oh my God, you're right. Oh my God, you're right. I often wonder who the fuck is like the type of person that's like leaving real Amazon reviews. And it's definitely like old posters. Like old fucking forum posters who are just like reliving that glory.
anything you were going to do it, quadruple it. It doesn't mean it's just, you know. But
Let's
it's
go.
somebody that we have to be very, very careful. We have to cherish. We have to cherish Mark. He's a star. You have to cherish him. It's like a fine wine, because that's what you have. You have a fine wine. He's an outstanding person. I've gotten to know him so well and fairly quickly.
Yeah, no, he definitely was he definitely had model train videos and shit. Wait, what? Mini Soldier, at Mini Soldier, I am the majority USA. He changed it. Yeah, youtube.com/Mini Soldier. He changed his username. What is this playlist? 70s stuff. Fat Albert opening credits and theme song. Oh, he's in it. I'm the majority.
That you're going to take guns away from law-abiding citizens and that criminals will not have them. This is an absolutely foolish notion. If we're going to combat crime, we need to combat crime. We don't need to combat law-abiding citizens. You have the entity that we're supposed to be protecting ourselves from deciding who can have a weapon. We don't want the government.
You know he's wearing that titty shirt. You know his ass is wearing that fucking titty. This is 6 years ago. His review is recent, so maybe not. This is before he found the titty shirt.
Have the right to tell us who can and can't have a weapon. That's not what the Second Amendment says. It says shall not be infringed.
This is absolutely his account. Oh my God. Travel tips.
Hey there, this is Rick. I hope you're having a great day. This is just a very quick little video on how to fold a t-shirt. This is something I learned quite recently and I think it's a genius idea and I wanted to share it with you guys. Basically, these are t-shirts folded up, and the beauty of this is when you're going away on holiday and you need that valuable luggage space, this will solve some of your issues.
He needed to know 6 amazingly compact ways to fold clothes for packing. Wow, this man really loved packing fucking, because he's a big boy. Oh my God, you guys don't understand. This is like legitimately a problem. Dog, when you're a big boy, your clothes are really big. So if you have a tiny amount of fucking luggage space, you need to be able to put that, you need to be able to fucking compact that shit. Oh my God. And you probably need more shirts because you're fucking sweating through them. His second YouTube. Oh, he is such a fucking poster, dude. Look at him. He posts so much. The video that started it all.
Mr. Robinson?
Yes. I didn't have time to
You have to give us your name.
This is what went viral originally. Bro, this is all it takes for the Republicans to be like, oh, this is a perfect guy. We should make this guy run for office. I captured his YouTube before the swap. Oh, his subscriptions were public. Gravity transformation, fat loss, lossless, how to smart, the Wright brothers, rail fanning with Lane. What? He took this down for some reason. Black marble end titles. Gravity transformation fat loss was what he was subscribed with. The Wright brothers, rail fanning with Lane. Scarface 115. Ken D. Barry MD Fit Father Project. Aw, he was trying to lose weight. He loved his little models. And he was trying to lose weight. And also, you know, admire the glorious Adolf Hitler, apparently. It's so funny that he's trying to fucking claim it's AI, dude. Holy shit. Just a man with a piss kink.
Really interesting state in there, North Carolina, which is a big target for the Democrats. And we just found out an hour ago that the lieutenant governor there, Mark Robinson, who's running for governor,
Never heard of him.
who Donald Trump.
Never heard of him. He's running for governor in North Carolina and he's losing. That's so funny, dude. Never heard of him, dude. Yeah, just like I never heard of the top of the hour ad break. Never heard of it, dude. Which sometimes comes 14 minutes into the top of the hour. Also, I got to give props to this fucking chatter, okay? This was actually a very well thought out top of the hour ad break debate. But I was going to, I saw it and I didn't want to be indecent, okay? I'm giving the flowers. This person put top of the hour ad break in his subscriptions over here on Discord probably and then fucking pumped it. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. Good work. I worked in Demopo and the amount of people who let their posting username bleed into their overall identity, IRL identity is crazy. Jesse Waters has never heard of Mark Robinson. This person blocked me. Never heard of him. Oops. By the way, this is also a funny moment, but having the 2024 election may be decided by a scandal about a post a governor made on a site that looks like this. Turn up your Winamp. This is the millennials election, baby. Yeah. Winamp. It really whips the llama's ass. That just unlocks something in my mind, dude. Holy shit.
Trump called Martin Luther King on steroids, posted on a porn forum called Nude Africa that he's a black Nazi, expressed support for reinstating slavery, and detailed his sexual arousal from memories of peeping on women in public gyms, and he still fantasizes about it. He also has an Ashley Madison account.
How dare you kink shame?
Sure.
That's a great reaction. So Josh Stein was likely to win that race anyway. If they get Mark Robinson to drop out, his name is still on the ballot. But this makes North Carolina even more in play for Democrats. And this, again, is evidence of the type of candidates that Donald Trump thinks are good for the country. Martin Luther King on steroids, someone who says he's a black Nazi.
But he would obviously.
But what?
Let's state the obvious here.
Yeah.
Do you think Trump actually knew this guy was on porn sites?
My point is that Donald Trump likes anyone who likes him, and he doesn't bother to do the work.
That's called being human.
No, it's not. A lot of people like me who I don't like in return.
Like who?
I don't
Tell
want
us
to,
now.
I don't want to name names.
Me, she's talking about me.
Go ahead. Let's start with Fox and Friends.
Poor Kill
All right,
Mead.
Jessica. Yeah.
All right, Jeff.
I didn't interrupt. I just want to let that be known. Greg interrupted on my behalf.
The king shaming was kind of funny. And
I will be going to New Africa in the break to see if that's true.
Why is Buttfeld's biggest hang-up the fact that he was on porn sites and not the fact that he actually called himself a black Nazi? Because he likes that. Next question. What a fucking beautiful story, man. What a beautiful, wonderful fucking story. It's just... One of the ways the CNN author connected him was the bizarre redneck phrase used by both accounts. Uncommon phrases used by Mini Soldier and Robinson. Here are several examples of unique phrases used by both Mini Soldier on New to Africa and by North Carolina Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. I don't give a frog's fat ass where that vid came from. Note to the news media. I don't give a frog's fat ass about Bill Cosby, Mike Brown, Mike Brown's mama, baby, daddy, Ray Rice, or that heifer who talks smack about Obama's kids. I really don't give a frog's fat behind who Serena Williams married. This is going to ruin him. He's going to have to go back to Greensboro, and when he does, he won't even be able to goon because he owes the local shop debt. I think by this point, he's probably moved beyond the need to goon at the fucking porn store. He might just crank one off for the good times, you know, for all the good times he had with Louis Money, who apparently claimed that Mark Robinson would go into the store with an entire fucking box of pizza and just eat the entire box while gooning. Okay. Oh, here's another thing that Donald Trump said about him.
Thanks as well to, I think, one of the hottest politicians in the United States of America, and has become a friend of mine, Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark. Great. You're incredible.
I can't believe that one day I tune in late. You're talking about my state. Big dog. I don't know if you want me talking about your state like this.
Incredible, incredible wife. Thank you very much. Thanks as well to, I think, one of the hottest politicians.
When the day comes and I'm talking about your state on the Hasan Abi broadcast, understand that something horrible has probably taken place in your state. Okay? This stream is honestly toxic. That's crazy that you're saying that. It kills me when he starts bragging about her huge clit like it's the perfect inverse of a dick. Oh, you couldn't handle my sister-in-law's gigantic clit. It's way too much for a pussy like you. Great day to be an EU lurker. Can he still drop out of the race? He could, but will he? That's the real question. And it seems he will not be.
Hey guys, Lieutenant Governor Robinson and your Republican nominee for governor as well, of course. Well, guys, the news media is at it again. My opponent is at it again. You all have seen the half-truths and outright lies of Josh Stein on these ads over and over again. And now a story leaked by him to CNN is appearing now. Let me reassure you, the things that you will see in that story, those are not the words of Mark Robinson. You know my words, you know my character, and
those are the words of Mini Soldier, who also happens to be Mark Robinson. 100%.
You know that I have been completely transparent in this race.
I love that he just even gave in and said half truths, because it's like, I mean, dude, even half of that shit is still ass. You know what I mean? Like, you should have just not even said half truths. You know what I mean?
And before, folks, this race right now, our opponents are desperate to shift the focus here from the substantive issues and focus on what you are concerned with to salacious tabloid trash. We cannot allow that to happen. And folks,
I do want to take a moment and recognize that as much as we are making fun of this big boy, he has demonstrated incredible restraint. After all, he is obviously a massive anti-Semite, and he's running against a Jewish dude. And he has not once, as far as we know, on camera, said some anti-Semitic shit about his opponent. So that requires a tremendous amount of restraint from a man who very simply put, has none of it, okay? He does not have a single, like a single fraction of restraint when it comes to gooning, it seems, because not many have gone into porn debt, okay? This is a man who has openly quoted Hitler. And yet he hasn't said something openly anti-Semitic thus far, which is shocking. Do you think the Jews Trump is talking to today will ask him about this? No. That'd be pretty funny. Oh my God, please. Oh my God. Wait, when was that supposed to happen? Was that supposed to happen at 3? Did we miss that? Because I really wanted to see what kind of incredible stuff. Oh, he's live right now.
And we're going to make America great again. We're going to make them both great again, greater than ever before. We've gathered today to talk about the scourge of anti-Semitism tonight. We're 2 weeks away from the one-year anniversary of the worst attack on the Jewish people since the Holocaust, without question. On October 7th, which would have never happened if I was president, by the way, I have to always preface it by saying it would have never, ever happened. Innocent men, women, children, and babies were tortured, maimed, kidnapped, and killed. It was an amazing sight, especially if you were able to see, and you don't want to necessarily see it, some of the tapes and film that was made of the atrocity.
Bro said it was amazing. Bro said October 7 was amazing.
You have to take it that it is a wake-up call. Get smart. Instead, even here in America, Jewish citizens have been forced to endure the worst outbreak of anti-Semitism in many generations. And so many people shockingly even deny the attack took place. This is a new thing. I saw it recently where they're interviewing people. They said, well, we don't know if there was an attack. I don't know. It's just so terrible. And, you know, there were people I read many times.
Bro, I don't think there's a single person who has said October 7 didn't happen. Either people say it happened and it was good, or they say it happened and it was bad. I don't think there's a single fucking person that's like, October 7 never happened. I don't know what the fuck you're talking
about. It's happening right now. I never thought you'd ever see a thing like this ever happen. It's beyond belief. You know, 15 years ago, Israel was the strongest lobby, if you want to use the word lobby, had the strongest representation of people like this. These are great people, Miriam.
People like this.
But the strongest there was, if you said something about a Jewish person or something about Israel that was bad, you were out of politics. Unless your name was Ted Cruz, he could get through. I think Ted could get through, but maybe not. Maybe even Ted. But it's true. You said something about Israel that was bad. It was like, today, you have
What's crazy is like, what he's saying is not even wrong, but because he's pro-Israel, he can just say it. You know what I mean?
Don't worry about it, okay? We're wonderful.
Like right there, he's like, "Oh, back in the day, you can't.
There are those that say it's very much like a long time ago when you could say anything, but all across our land, you've
also, why did he call Ted Cruz an anti-Semite?
Harassed and attacked and terrorized by anti-Semites and Hamas sympathizers. I can't believe what we've been witnessing over the last year. Actually, I've watched it in great detail. I've watched it, and I've watched it take place. It's hard to believe. Yet, despite presiding over this explosion of anti-Semitism, Kamala Harris has done absolutely nothing. She has not lifted a single finger to protect you or to protect your children or to even protect you with words. I'm here today to tell the Jewish American community that this ugly tide of anti-Semitic
he's gonna get
bigotry,
he's probably gonna drop in Jewish American support after this, by the way, which makes this so funny. American Jews who care about Israel predominantly have already made up their minds and have been historically Republican Party voters anyway. So I don't think he's going to win a single damn American Jewish vote beyond that point.
It will be a bright new day for the Jewish community in America. No longer will you have to walk the streets in fear. You're walking the streets in fear. Can you believe it? Young college students are afraid to go to college. It's not something that anybody thought they would ever hear or see. No longer will you be threatened on your college campuses. No longer will you be discriminated against in college admissions. And no longer will your own government import jihadists from
Trump
places
plus 10
that
among Jewish
we
voters
don't
in New
even wanna
York
talk
per Siena
about.
poll? No.
They want Jew haters from overseas, and they let them come in and resettle in your communities right here at home, and nobody's ever seen anything like it. My promise to Jewish Americans is this: with your vote, I will be your defender, your protector, and I will be the best friend Jewish Americans have ever had in the White House. You know that.
He had a guy who wore a Vitesse Rend. Yeah, Jewish voters favor Kamala Harris over Donald Trump 68 to 25%. But also, he had a guy who literally, not only did he fucking defend Nazis who said Jews will not replace us by calling them very fine people, he literally had a dude who was wearing his father's Hungarian Hitler Division brand.
Crazy. You have to do this. You have to do that. You don't know what I had to put up with. She was like the calming influence. I said, Sheldon, I can't do that. It's too much. He said, no, no. And every time I got something, he'd immediately start with something else, right? He'd get something, always fighting for Israel and the Jewish people. But, you know, I had such great respect for it.
Oh, yeah.
True,
He
though,
also
she had to
had dinner.
sometimes tell him, calm down.
He had dinner with Kanye West and Nicholas
Celebrate.
Fuentes.
Oh, no, we have to
two admirers of Adolf
do
Hitler,
Golan
dog.
Heights. How about Golan Heights? They've been trying to get it for 72 years. I got it done in about 15 minutes, okay? So. Even Sheldon couldn't believe that one, I'll tell you. Even Sheldon couldn't believe that one. He said, we just got Golan Heights. They didn't even ask for it. I actually gave you that one. You didn't ask for it, but I thought it was important. Ground zero for the outbreak of the anti-Jewish hate under Kamala Harris has been our college campuses. At UCLA a few months ago, Marxist thugs dressed up like terrorists and created, quote, Jew exclusion zones, blocking Jewish students from entering parts of the campus. Can you imagine that? A week after the October 7th attack on Israel,
So how does the media
anti-Semites
that
at
hates
Miami
Donald Trump
University in Ohio
but loves
said
defending
Jewish
Israel
students
cover
sent an
this?
email that
Do they
said,
just
quote,
go, he made some very good points on this,
is a
very
dead
strong
Jew,
points on the issue of anti-Semitism? Is that what they're going to
It's not
say?
even thinkable. And the colleges do nothing about it, too. Most of them. At Baruch College, a mob of Hamas supporters targeted a group of innocent Jewish freshmen at a welcoming dinner, shouted slurs and mocked them for the
Is there
death
any
of
evidence for the
Jewish
Jew exclusion
hostages
zones?
in
No,
Israel.
there's none.
At
It
Princeton
was fucking bullshit.
activists
But
displayed the
you know, the media did
Hezbollah
cover it as
flag
though it was
very
real.
proudly. At Columbia, you watched that along with everybody else. It was terrible. They took control of the school buildings, these magnificent buildings. They beat the hell out of them, by the way. And the campus became so dangerous for Jewish students at the university, rabbi told them, please go home, go home. A Yale professor called October 7th an extraordinary day. It was a great day, he said. A Cornell professor said that these heinous attacks were, quote, exhilarating and energizing to everyone. Kamala Harris said that the radical demonstrators on college campuses were, quote,
Why is
human
Israel
emotion.
not allowed to defend itself? Honest question. Great question. International law. That's it. You can't be a fucking regional power like that and quote unquote defend yourself legally under international law against a group of people that you are the belligerent occupier of. So it's technically not defense. You can say anything is defense, but it's not defense
Terrorists.
at all.
They're pouring in at levels we've never seen before. And she was the border czar. She now says she wasn't, but she was still in charge of the border. She's the one that did it. And I will tell you, the message that she gave is wrong. It's dangerous and it's unbefitting a candidate for the president of the United States. So think of it. Let's assume 350 million. We're down to 2. I told our great First Lady the other day, well, We're down to 2, and now we're leading in the polls by, I think, a lot. I'm calling on Kamala Harris to officially disavow the support of all Hamas sympathizers, anti-Semites, Israel haters on college campuses and everywhere else.
The saddest part about this is that Kamala Harris will say that and has said that. Like, she will be like, she'll totally get into, she'll totally cave the right-wing framing on this and be like, Donald Trump is right. I disavow all of the Hamas lovers.
She's not going to do it. She's going to talk. She's going to talk about nothing, talk about the weather. And sadly, and I have to say this, and it hurts me to say it, you're going to still vote for Democrats, and it doesn't make sense. I say all the time that any Jewish person that votes for her, especially now, her or the Democrat Party, should have their head examined. It's true. And, you know, I just find it so hard to believe, and part of it is habit, I guess. And respectfully, with all that I've done, I'll maybe go over it quickly, but Miriam did it better than I could, all the different things with Golan, with all of the things that we did. And really, the one thing we didn't mention is I terminated the Iran nuclear deal, and that is, I think, the biggest of them all. But thank you. The problem is we could have had a deal, any deal we wanted. Michael knows that better than anybody. But Biden and
I think
Harris,
what's very funny
knows
about
it. You know,
this
when you
is
say
that, like, one, he's just simply complaining about, like, Jews not voting for him, which is hilarious. But also, two, he thinks the only thing that works in terms of, like, motivating the Jewish American vote is just, like, Israel shit. And that's just wrong. But because the media constantly fucking reiterates this point, as though, like, all Jews universally think that, like, Israel is the only thing that fucking matters, both parties, both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, operate under this fucking totally false binary. This false notion that, like, Jews are a monolithic voting bloc that only cares about fucking Israel. So that's the reason why the only thing he's saying to this American Jewish Conference is basically, I did Israel for you. Come on, I did Israel for you. It's like, dog, what do you mean you did Israel for them? They're Jews in America. Yeah, there are definitely, like, you know, Miriam Adelson in the room fucking cares about that, and the 8 other people that are clapping care about that shit. But most American Jews are not going to be like, oh, that's my number one thing. The anti-Semitism stuff is probably significantly better as a line of attack, both against Kamala Harris and also, like, for Donald Trump to be like, oh, anti-Semitism is, like, rising in America and Kamala Harris is not doing anything about it. However, every American Jew remembers what your supporters were saying and doing. So that is going to be very hard for a lot of people to just, like, overlook.
Violence, harassment, or threats against Jewish students, the schools will be held accountable for violations of the civil rights law. Very important.
Realize that all the Jewish people he knows are ultra-Zionists? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like old, very wealthy Jewish mega donors to the fucking Republican Party. That's the only people he knows. So he thinks like, oh yeah, all Jews like this, right? Come on, Israel, 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 Israel.
On their way to synagogue in Los Angeles just recently, beaten on their way. Jewish American businesses have been vandalized, yet once again, the Harris-Biden administration has done absolutely nothing about it, doesn't even comment. Here in Washington, radical Hamas supporters tore down the American flag in front of Union Station, set it on fire, and hoisted the Palestinian flag, while police officers and they were spray painting at police officers and at the beautiful monuments surrounding.
Have you seen the Daily Beast report that a prominent Jewish family was behind the financial support of the pro-Palestinian protests on university campuses? I have not.
This is a stone. It's limestone.
I did not see that, but it's not surprising to me.
Spray paint, limestone. You'll see it in 100 years. They can take it off, but they can't really take it off. You'll see everything that they said in 100 years. It's a very porous Stone. And what they've done is unbelievable. But I don't see them getting long sentences in prison like happened to other people. I don't see them even being approached or attacked in any way. They allow them to do it. But watch those limestones. I looked at them the other day, and that stone just sucks up that paint. It goes deep. You're going to see it in 100 years from now. Kamala Harris, let them go. She said, let them go. I will end this political violence and harassment once and for all. You know, when I was president, we had a moment where Washington was, in a sense, being attacked. They were trying to pull down statues, and I pulled out about an 1897 statute.
He shouldn't remind.
It said that anybody touching, ripping.
He shouldn't remind Americans the last time he defended people who were protesting a statue being taken down. You know, when they were saying Jews will not replace us at Charlottesville.
You serve 3 days. It's 10 years, and you serve all 10 years. You couldn't get a thing like that passed today, I don't think. What do you think, Ted? Not too easily. If you got 2 days, it would be a miracle. No, it's 10 years. It was so old. I lifted up this. It was old and dusty, but it read beautifully. And I invoked it, and I had a speech. I said, here's the story. Anybody touching a statue, and it ended when they had Abraham Lincoln ready to be pulled over. You remember that? They said, Abraham Lincoln, now we're hitting Lincoln. And I read it, and I told people that anybody from this moment on that pulls down anything or even tries to pull down a statue, you go into jail for 10 years. And it was an amazing sight, Miriam. Everybody just dropped the ropes.
It's so funny that he keeps calling out Miriam Adelson by name.
They started walking out of town.
How many people are in that room?
Thousands of asses from the back. And it was a beautiful sight. It was a beautiful sight. It was a beautiful sight.
This is a little bit more.
They just started walking in a different
out,
direction, and that was the last of the problem we had. Remember the big problems we were having? They actually wanted to rip down Thomas Jefferson Memorial. They didn't like Jefferson. They didn't like Washington.
Dude, what are you talking about, dude? Like, these are all things, like, dude, come on. Like, I already brought this up, but, like, obviously American Jews don't only care about Israel and don't care about Israel all that much, with the exception of, like, fucking the freaks like Miriam Adelson and shit, right? But beyond that, I feel like when talking about, like, talking to American Jews, this is your opportunity to win over the American Jewish vote, okay? You're talking about Thomas Jefferson, like, who gives a shit, dude? What are you talking about?
But open to terrorists and criminals. She's supported unlimited migration from terrorist hotbeds into the United States, especially some of the hotbeds that most hate Israel. Under Bordazar Harris, armies of foreign Hamas sympathizers now march brazenly through our cities. They're literally marching in our cities, and
I'm a single-issue voter, and my issue is statue preservation.
Very vicious, violent parts of the world, and they do not like Jewish people, and they do not like Israel, and they've let that be known, and we are not going to tolerate
That's awesome.
it. I will not let what happened to Paris, what happened to London.
That's fucking amazing. He's saying anti-Semitism is on the rise, also because of migrants.
Happen here in America. It's not going to happen. We will deport the foreign jihad sympathizers and Hamas supporters from our midst. We will get them out of our country. I will ban
dude, this man's brain is so broken, dude.
Infested areas like the Gaza Strip, and we will seal our border and bring back the travel ban. You remember the famous travel ban? We didn't take people from certain
Who do you
areas
think
of
has
the
a,
world because I didn't
you know,
want to
who do you think
have people ripping
has a
down and burning
firm
shopping centers
opinion
and
on Jewish people, the Haitian migrants that are living in Springfield, Ohio, or the literal neo-Nazi movement that is marching against them? I wonder who out of those two groups openly and actively hates Jews. Like, we're not even talking about Israel. We're just straight up talking about Jews, okay? I wonder who actually is increasing anti-Semitism in America. the newcomer migrants or the neo-Nazis that want to purge them and also claim Jews are bringing them into the United States of America?
We will have a temporary 10% cap on credit card interest rates because they're paying 20 and 25% and they're getting decimated. So it'll be a temporary 10% cap. But look, this is the most important election in the history of the United States, and it's also the most important election in the history of Israel. The United States election is the most important election in the history of Israel, actually, if you think about it. How crazy does that sound? But it's true. With all I have done for Israel, I received only 24%.
I love listening to like pro-Israel people yap because they're just so
really
transparent. They're so radically honest.
That's the story of my life.
They're so radically honest.
Think of it. But I understood that because I wasn't really tested. I wasn't a politician, and I won, but I understood that. And then I became president and was the best president ever for the people of Israel and for Jewish people, the best president ever. And
wait, Mary Miller is there?
I did more for them than any president has, and probably any president can do or will do other than the current.
Mary Miller is at the event. It's got to be a different one,
We're
right?
still going to know if we win a few elections, we're still going to be losing unless we win the hearts and minds of our children. This is the battle. Hitler was right on one thing. He said, whoever has the youth has the future. Our children are being propagandized.
Bro, what the fuck? He brought the Hitler lady? That's gotta be like a flex, right? Like he's just like, listen, these are my favorite. Here are some of my favorite anti-Semites.
But they would have had
Mark Robinson.
Every single prize ever devised by man. I did it. Nobody said a thing. And that's okay. I do the right thing. And I was helped a lot by Jared and a lot of other people that really understood what was going on. But I recognized the capital of Israel and opened the embassy in Jerusalem and got it built. Not just had it there. You know, the generals came in.
I'm new to the political commentary sphere. Is it bad to have the Hitler lady at the Combating Anti-Semitism event? It doesn't matter. Do you want to know why it doesn't matter? Because as long as someone is a Zionist, it doesn't matter if they love Hitler, if they openly support Hitler, if they adore Hitler. Okay? I cannot be more honest about this with you, okay? The American media, because it's... no, I know you're making a joke, by the way. Obviously, you're making a joke, but I'm being serious, okay? I will give you an example. CNN, Van Jones, all these fucking losers constantly talk about anti-Semitism on college campuses in an effort to fucking shit on a lot of these movements that college students participated in, many of them led and organized by Jewish students, Jewish anti-Zionist students. They just fucking cry about how anti-Semitic those students are for saying Israel is mean and bad and doing a genocide, right? Which is true. Van Jones literally stood on the pro-Israel rally stage and spoke alongside like former and current American Republicans, American Democrats, and Pastor John Hagee, who said Hitler was a Jew and it's good that the Holocaust happened because that way Israel was formed. Okay? Like, these guys do not give a fuck about anti-Semitism. I cannot stress this enough. As a matter of fact, they literally also participate in anti-Semitism when they routinely state that all American Jews and all Jews around the world only care about Israel. There's nothing else, just Israel, nothing else. You cannot shake them from this position, and that everything that Israel does is done at the behest of the global Jewish population. That is inherently anti-Semitic. That's literally what fucking Nazis say. Okay? But when someone is pro-Israel and saying that, it doesn't fucking matter if they're a Nazi or not.
You would still be talking about your $2 billion building, Ted. That building would be under talk for about 5 more years, and then they'd spend $5 billion and it would look like hell. This building is better. You'll never do better. Someday they'll rip it down and do some monster but I was very proud we got it built. And most importantly of all, in my opinion, because I asked, what's the best? Golan Heights, is it? Is it Jerusalem, the capital, moving the embassy and all of that? What is the best? What's the best? Is it the Abraham Accords? And some friends of mine that are very smart, no, not even close. The best thing you ever did for Israel is you terminated the Iran nuclear deal, which was the worst deal ever made for Israel or for any country. That was the best, that's true. That was more important. Remember, that was more important than any of the other things, of the many other things that we did. The problem is that Harris, Kamala, and Biden did absolutely nothing with it.
It's kind of crazy when you think about it, but like, he has more. Hasan, your Muslim opinion never matters. Aw, that's nice, man. That's funny to say to a political commentator on the left with 33,000 live viewers right now, but you know, yeah, dude, as a Muslim, you're right. My opinion doesn't matter. Oh. Does it make you sad? Does it make you sad that so many people are watching? Oh. Anyway, as I was saying,
I think it was the lowest day, the most embarrassing day in the history of our country.
What's the deal with Iran nuclear deal? Iran denuclearization agreement, which was probably one of the most pivotal foreign policy accomplishments of the Obama administration, was a step towards normalizing American relations with Iran. And obviously Israel fucking hated that and did not want that to happen. It's one of the major reasons, beyond the fact that Obama is also a black Kenyan Muslim man, that caused a lot of people to hate Obama and call him a Jew hater.
It's Israel because you can make a big difference in the vote.
Now,
you're going to be a big factor in the vote. I will say places like Miami and different places were great.
What I
honestly, I went from 25.
Wait, hold on. Let's just hear this, and I'll get back to it.
And based on what I did, and based on my love of the same love that you have, I should be at 100. I should be at 100.
Oh, that's the thing. He's talking about Jewish people again. Jewish
But
vote.
let me give you the bad news. A poll. I just told you how good the polls are, but we need every vote we can get. The current polling has me with Jewish citizens, Jewish people that's supposed to love Israel. After having done all of that, having been the best president.
He literally is like, I've done it so much. I've done so much for you. Come on, Jews. Why won't you vote for me? I'm doing the thing you want.
You got 60% voting for somebody that hates Israel. And I say it's going to happen. It's only because of the Democrat hold or curse on you. You can't let this happen. 40% is not acceptable because we have an election to win. So after all of this, I went from 29 to 40%. And people that are smart said to me, friend of mine Jewish, friend of mine loves Israel, loves everything about your religion and about your country, your place. He said, I can't believe it's happening. It's sad. And he started to cry, actually. He started to cry. With all of this, and he's a tough cookie. I don't think he cried since he was a little tiny baby. Maybe then I don't think he cried. I don't think he cried then, Miriam. But I will put it to you very simply and gently. I really haven't been treated right, but you haven't been treated right because you're putting yourself in great danger, and the United States hasn't been treated right. So
yeah,
if I don't,
the most dangerous position for a fucking multi-billionaire like Miriam Adelson to be in is pro-Israel. What planet are we living on, dude?
The bad things happened and some good things.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. In the United States of America, one of the scariest things you can do openly is declare your loyalty to the state of Israel as a person in proximity to power, or a person that is like very wealthy with weapons contracts.
Who in particular is a bad Democrat. The Democrats are bad to Israel, very bad. They'll never change because they have a section of their party now which has become amazingly and quickly very powerful, vote-wise. I mean, Chuck Schumer is a Palestinian. Who would have thought that was going to happen? What the hell happened to
They
him?
love that one.
I saw him the other day. He was dressed in one of their robes. No, that'll be next. No, Chuck Schumer is Hamas all the way. I don't know what the hell happened to him. If you support him, you're crazy. I have never seen his change may be bigger than Kamala on fracking in Pennsylvania.
Dog, Chuck Schumer literally fucking invited Benjamin Netanyahu to speak in front of Congress alongside the
Israel, in my
Republicans.
opinion, within a period of 2 to 3 years, will cease to exist.
Baby.
It's going to be wiped out. That's what's going to happen. It's a tough thing to say, but what difference does it make from my standpoint? I have to tell you the truth, and maybe you'll be energized, because there's no way that I should be getting 40% of the vote. I'm the one that's protecting you. These are the people that are going to destroy you, and you have 60% of the Jewish people essentially voting for them. If I do win, Israel will be safe and secure, and we will stop the toxic poison of anti-Semitism from spreading all over America and all over the world. We'll get it stopped. But if I don't win, I believe Israel will be eradicated, and you can't let that happen, and I don't think you will let that happen. So you have to, Rabbi, you have to get everybody together, and you have to get them to vote, because it's craziness to say I'm at 40%. And when I heard that number today, it just came out today, when I heard that number today, I think it was insulting to our country. It was insulting to Israel. You know, it's very interesting. They did a poll in Israel. I'm like at 99% favorable. I could run for, right now, I could run for any office in Israel.
He's right.
In Israel, they love me.
He's not wrong.
Here, not so much. But they do love me in Israel. Miriam, I'm at 99%. Everybody loves me. I could run for prime minister. Would you like me as your prime minister? But I have to learn your language. That's a tough language to learn. I have to learn it in about 3 months. I have to learn it very quickly. But no, I'm most popular person in Israel. But here it doesn't translate. It's a strange thing. So we have to save Israel. Look, you're here for a reason. We have to save Israel. This is no longer games.
This is bad for his Nazi base. Man, his Nazi base don't give a fuck. They're doing harm reduction. They're like, yeah, sure. Israel kills a lot of fucking Muslims, so that's cool.
Israel will be wiped off the face of the earth if I don't win. And that's a big statement. That's a horrible statement to make. And it's just the way I feel. And a lot of people in this room agree with me. Because look at what's happened in the last 2 years. I have never seen anything like it, where something has gone so down so fast, where even Jewish people are protesting in these groups. They're Jewish people. People wearing yarmulkes are in these groups that are protesting with 100,000 people. So they have to change their way, because with your vote, you can reject anti-Semitism in our schools, in our communities, in our foreign policy, and in our immigration system. But all of that starts by rejecting Kamala Harris at the ballot box. She is anti-Israel, and she is anti-Jewish, and you got to get smart to it. And with that, I have great love and great respect for so many of the people in the room. I have so many friends in this room. I fought so hard for you, but it's time that you fight the real fight, and the real fight is to save Israel. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
That's the real fight. That's the only fight that matters. So the point I wanted to make, that's there she is, Miriam Adelson. So one thing that is actually pretty interesting is that Trump did actually do a lot for Israel. Obviously didn't do shit for American Jews. And actually the stuff that he did for American Jews was just objectively awful, as is the case for every other subsect of American society. But specifically in terms of like rising anti-Semitism in the country, he played a big role in that. Obviously, the synagogue shooting happened under his watch. One of his supporters who outflanked him later down the line turned around and shot up a synagogue while channeling his arguments, saying that Jews are doing unrestricted immigration. And Jews are responsible for like the caravans. But beyond that, One thing that is actually really interesting is he has done a lot of things for Israel specifically. Trump is oftentimes policy free. He doesn't have a lot to point to in terms of like his policy accomplishments. He also doesn't really have any interest in, talking about policy in general. But one thing I have noticed as a massive Trump stan who, watches all of his fucking speeches is that this conversation that he had actually had a lot of policy. Problem is that policy wasn't for American people. It wasn't for American Jews. It was just simply for Israel, the Abraham Accords, casting aside the Iran denuclearization agreement, okay, adding additional sanctions to Iran, the fact that he moved the American embassy to Jerusalem, recognizing Jerusalem as like the Israeli capital, giving Israel Golan Heights. All of these things are actually like direct policy accomplishments, but for Israel. And what's really interesting about that is like you never actually see him talk about policy this directly, with the exception of when he's talking about how pro-Israel he is. Something to consider. Anyway, now Mamala is live with Oprah. She's going live right now with Oprah.
Let's go! Tonight, we're calling on people from across our great country who are fired up for Vice President Kamala Harris. After an electrifying Democratic National Convention, Kamala Harris raised record-breaking campaign donations, became a viral sensation, and then the world watched her step into her power for Vice President Kamala Harris. After an electrifying Democratic National Convention, Kamala Harris raised record-breaking campaign donations, became a viral sensation, and then the world watched her step into her power and dominate that debate. You're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. In an unprecedented surge, grassroots coalitions have organized in lightning speed, creating a tidal wave of support. It all started the night Kamala Harris announced her candidacy. Advocacy group Win with Black Women, a collective of thousands of black women leaders from around the country, founded by Joe Edie, hosted a Zoom call to support the campaign. Within hours, they raised $1.6 million and had so many people on the line, they almost broke Zoom, y'all.
I was on Zoom with 44,000 other black women who were all focused on getting this woman to the White House.
Win with Black Women was the original spark that inspired over 100 other groups to organize their own Zooms for Kamala, like Win with Black Men. White women answer the call. White dudes for Harris. Jewish women for Kamala.
Be the badass Jewesses that I know you all are.
Comics for Kamala.
She is the president America needs.
Swifties for Kamala.
First of all, I am a Swiftie.
Even cat ladies for Kamala.
Come on, cat ladies!
Tonight, for the first time, we are uniting all the groups together in one place with a single purpose. Elect Kamala Harris, President of the United States.
Thank you. God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America.
This is literally just the Oprah Winfrey show.
Thanks for joining us. Everybody on screen, thank you. Thanks for joining us for this very special event, Unite for America! And that's exactly what we're doing live tonight, uniting from Farmington Hills in Oakland County, Michigan. We have 400 people in our audience and thousands more. Hello, all of you on screen. Hello, everybody on screen. Thousands more joining us on screen. And I am here because I care deeply about the future of our country. And I know that all of you do too. You care about the future of our country. And we just saw on this tape this grassroots, people-powered movement behind Kamala Harris has unleashed a unifying force unlike anything we've seen in politics in a very long time. And I know lots of people are feeling it because it actually is hope and joy rising. And there's been a, can you feel it? You can feel it. You can feel it. You can feel it. We can feel it. We can feel it. You can feel it. You can feel it. There's been so much talk. There's been so much talk about that word joy, and I think it's such a good thing because it means that there is a real feeling of optimism and hope, making that comeback, as Michelle Obama said, for this new day that's no longer on the horizon. The new day is actually here. We're in it. We're living it. So let me tell you how this event began. I was on the phone with Joteka Edie, founder of Win with Black Women. We're going to be talking to her a little later on. And we were talking about all the groups inspired by Win with Black Women who had 47,000 women on one call 3 hours after Kamala Harris announced that she was going to be running. 3 hours afterwards, 47,000 women were on the phone. And Joteka and I were talking, wouldn't it be great if we brought all the groups together? Because that phone call inspired all the other groups. And so we said, wouldn't it be great if we brought all the groups together at one time? And that's why we're here. So we have the Cat Ladies for Kamala here. Rural Americans for Harris. Caregivers for Kamala. Train lovers for Harris Waltz. I didn't know there were train lovers. Train lovers, chefs for Kamala, love that group.
They're autistic.
Republicans for Harris, love that group even more.
Why? Why do you love that group even more?
Swifties, where are you? Swifties for Kamala! And in addition to thousands of you all who I am just meeting here tonight on screen, I see some faces I recognize. There's Bryan Cranston. Hey, Bryan.
Hey. Hello, hello, hello.
Where are you? Bryan Cranston. I hear Chris Rock is in the house. Chris, where are you? Chris Rock is in the house.
We are never getting a free Palestine, and we are never getting health care, okay? I'm letting you know right now, this is so 2016 coded. Oh my God, this is so fucking 2016. I'm with her, Hillary Clinton coded.
Tracy Ellis Ross, where are you? Tracy Ellis, where are you on the screen? Tracy Ellis. Julia Roberts, where are you? And Miss Meryl Streep is in the house.
I hate this fucking country, bro.
So
I hate
glad
the
to
goddamn
have
politics
all of
in
you
this
familiar
country.
Faces, and those of you who are not yet familiar to all of us. Okay, Bryan, so happy to have you here tonight. Bryan Cranston.
It's just so stupid.
What do you want to say?
Like, yeah, a lot of the people that she posted about are goats, okay? But that has nothing to do with fucking politics, man. Who gives a fuck if Bryan Cranston is like in support of Kamala? Like, people are starving, dude. Chill. Not everything is Palestine. Fucking literally eat shit, okay? Eat shit. Suck me from the fucking back. You are also the reason why we're not getting health care, okay? You know what's not under that chair? Health care. Do you understand? Dumb fucking liberals. Like, genuine donkey-brained liberals, dude. Immediately. I'm talking about something entirely separate. Okay? Yes, I've said the keyword. MK Ultra fucking activated libtard chatters, okay? He said Palestine! Shut the fuck up! That's not the only issue here. God damn it, dude. Holy fuck, you guys are so goddamn stupid and servile.
No matter where you meet him,
love
he's
the
funny.
position that you're in. Partially because it has to be a position of privilege.
Are we ready for the weeping in the streets? When Kamala Harris becomes president of the United States of America. Weeping in the streets. What do you want to say, sir?
I've always been a fan of Kamala, even back when she was running for. I remember writing her a check when she was like the district attorney for something. Maybe it was to get out of a parking ticket or something. But I've been writing her checks for a long time, and I just want to bring my daughters to the White House.
Implications of this event
to meet this black woman president.
Bro, this is exactly the type of fucking identity politics infused commentary that is like truly repugnant to the broadest subsects of the American society. And that's precisely the reason why Kamala Harris has expertly avoided this harder than the top of the hour ad break. She never brings this shit up. She never talks about this shit. Well, the other part of the problem is that she also doesn't like package it with like good, solid policies that will be as broad sweeping as possible. But you know, ultimately, this is so goddamn 2016 Hillary Rodham Clinton in terms of like the lack of like clear-cut policy goals, how you're going to help people. Look at all these fucking celebrities. Shut the fuck up. These people are, you know, these are people that Americans obviously love, sure. Okay, but this is exactly what happened with Hillary Clinton. All those fucking celebrity endorsements didn't work. Okay, it is a somber reminder that this party does not represent you at all. They don't give a fuck about you. Here, just like look at this slop. I'm serving you slop. Okay, look, here are some famous people.
Reproductive rights are incredibly important. Standing up for.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Ben. And I think
standing up for.
Yeah, I think what Chris said, we're ready to turn the page. Thank you, Ben Stiller. So we are all together, united for one cause, and that is to get out the vote for Kamala Harris. Joteka Edie is here, and you describe Win with Black Women as a collective love letter to ourselves. I know you all been doing this a long time. I was on a lot of calls with y'all in 2020, but we ain't never seen nothing like this before, right? Stand up, tell us, what is happening? Explain the power of what happened 3 hours after Kamala, we knew that she was going to step into this candidacy.
First of all, Oprah, this is amazing to just be united. And that night, Black women everywhere, we knew one thing. We wanted to gather in our joy, and we knew that we needed to get to work. And on that night, Black women, the 44,000 on that Zoom, and the additional 50,000 Black women and our friends that joined to watch that Zoom, what we knew was that it was a moment in our country to show what Black women have always done. That love letter that I often speak of. That love letter is a letter that started years before any of us in this room, you, myself, were even born. And it started by Black women years ago who knew this moment would be here. But they worked, and they knew they wouldn't see it, but one day we would. And I just think that it is an honor for all of us to be able to usher in this moment, knowing that those who watered this mighty field.
Bro, people are hungry, dude. People are hungry, okay? Inflation is ate away at like the marginal gains that they got in terms of like their wages going up by tiny amounts. You know what I mean? Healthcare is unaffordable. Housing costs are unaffordable. Shit's expensive. And here you have a bunch of fucking celebrities that people like your mom loves seeing on TV talking about how sick it is that Kamala Harris is going to be the next woman president, the first woman president. What a lot of people don't realize is this kind of stuff can be helpful if there's already investment, okay? This is secondary. This can never be the primary way that you try to do outreach. When you're doing your outreach, you have to recognize the material conditions on the ground and talk about the pain that people are experiencing, and then turn around and talk about your solutions to the pain that they're experiencing. Okay? After that, once you have already solidified a base of support due to those qualities, okay, then you can do this shit. And I would even urge against doing it like this, the win with black men, white dudes for Harris type shit. Like, I think that also harkens back to a 2016 era identity politics that I find really silly, and it demonstrably doesn't fucking work. Like, nobody buys into it. You know what I mean? I don't think black people buy into it. I don't think Latino people buy into it. I don't think working class people look at this and go, "Oh, that's so sick." Like, I'm with her didn't work. One, because it was Hillary fucking Clinton, and she was already like despised by the broadest subsects of society, and a basically a cultural remnant of all of the anger, resentment, animosity that many Americans felt against establishment Democrats and neoliberalism as a whole. But like, I'm with her also didn't fucking work. Besides the point, besides the fact that it was Hillary Clinton that you were with, it didn't work because you have to give people something to hold on to. You have to give people something to be on your team for. And if your goal is to motivate people who are currently maybe squeamish about being on your fucking team, right? You have to give them something first. The nature of like you being a black woman is not going to help on its own. The nature of you being a white woman is not going to help on its own, right? Classic Bernie bro take. Yeah, that is, because it's a correct take. It is the correct take. Like, and one of the things that I talked about with respect to Kamala Harris being a black woman, right, was the reality that as a black woman, she knows that you're not going to be able to motivate the base by just constantly saying like, look, I'm a black woman. And she didn't do that id Paul shit at all. Why? Because she knows that that's not a quality that you can run on, just like Obama didn't run on it, because it's something that you wear on your face anyway. People are aware of it, right? People are already aware of it. People already know. You don't have to like use that as a selling point. And the reason why I brought this up, is because specifically because like only a white woman like Hillary Clinton would have thought that like running as simply a white woman is going to move the needle in that direction, when white women by majority did not vote for her. They voted for the grab him by the pussy guy. Okay? That's it. You're neglecting the needs of suburban Pennsylvania voters to see celebrities. Don't make me play the fucking DNC fight song, because I will do it. Do not make me play the DNC fight song. The conditions in 2015 were even better in terms of the economy than the conditions that the American population is facing right now. Okay? Yes, there is a post-COVID bump. Yes, there was a post-COVID recovery, but there was also a lot of the remnants of inequalities that got significantly worse under COVID. And if the environment was inherently hostile to the Democratic Party in 2015, and that's why Hillary Clinton lost in 2016, then that environment is still going to have a semblance of hostility towards that exact same style of politics, because the conditions are still the same, if not worse.
I love saying Michigander around here. She's known as Big Gretch. Please welcome Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer.
We ain't even about to stray. We got Big Gretch. You can find her in the press. Under Big Gretch. Fresh in the new dress. Yeah, that's Big Gretch. Throw that bump on her face. That's Big Gretch. We ain't even about to stray.
Gretchen Whitmer. We're so happy to be.
Like, think about it, bro. Your coworkers vote, right? Like, I doubt that this is going to be a big fucking motivator for your coworkers, right? And neither is the $50,000 in tax cuts that Kamala Harris is giving to fucking small business startups. You know? Think about it like that. Oh, man. They got Ben Stiller on there. Sick. Okay. Great. Cool. It is cool. Sure. But, like, is that enough?
To get ahead and make a good living and take care of your family. That's all on the line this election.
Yes, strong and kind.
Yes.
Isn't that a notion? And what can Michigan do to help get Kamala Harris to the White House?
I think we've got to do the hard work. In 2016, we were short 11,000 votes. That's 2 votes per precinct, which tells you that a conversation you have.
I'm black and German, so I have no dog in this fight, but it's not something feels wrong in your critique. While I agree with everything you are saying, basic needs come first, but isn't this the second sort of black-themed event she has done after the NABJ yesterday? No, it's not about the black event. This is not even a black event. This is Oprah, okay? And that's not even what I'm saying. I'm not. Kamala Harris has done a phenomenal amount of fucking black, like, focused events. You just don't see it because it's not for you because you're in Germany. Okay? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, she'll go and she'll talk about, like, historic black colleges. Like, she'll go and she'll do, like, local spots. And that gets around on Facebook. That stuff is fine, right? This is not that at all. Also, the National Association of Black Journalists is not a black event per se.
It's going to take all of us to build a pathway, many pathways to 270 electoral votes. That's what we're focused on in the campaign. In every state, we have to register more people. We have to mobilize our voters to turn out to vote. And then we have got to go persuade those people that still don't know enough about the vice president and her vision for the future. And if we do that together, all of us, we're going to get over the top, but it's really going to take all of us. And to make sure that you're working in your own lives, have those hard conversations in big and small ways. We're going to inch our way over the finish line because we're going to be able to do it together.
And don't you need money?
Well, we do. We do. And these groups need money too. All of us do, because the work is happening on the ground and in the communities. So if you want to help in any way at all in the campaign, go to go.kamalaharris.com. But if you want to help and not be formally engaged with us and join any of these groups here, that's what we need too. It's going to take all of us.
Yes, and I think that everybody on the screens, everybody in this room, everybody who's listening, you become your own grassroots organization when we leave this moment that we're sharing here tonight, and you do what you can in your community. It's not enough just to join us all. We love having you here, but the rah-rah moment is going to end, and then we need to get to work. We need to get busy. Okay, thank you, Jen. I have to just say this, that the social media team for the Harris campaign has been killing it. They have been killing it. I think that team helped spark this people-led movement. And here's a short look at the rallying cry across social media.
I'm watching the Kamala Harris rally right now, and wow, I'm like crying.
So Tony and I just got done knocking 48 doors in King of Prussia, Pennsylvania. Majority, if not all, independent Republican libertarian doors.
Republicans for Harris is growing explosively too. We just need to get back to a place in this country where we can have disagreements and have them still be respectful.
I'm here with Richard, a 77-year-old registered Republican who's going to be voting for Kamala Harris.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
Obviously, a narcissist just doesn't stand for anything that I stand for.
What issues are most important to you personally?
First of all, not electing a felon to the White House.
I'm voting Harris Walls and a blue ticket all the way.
In 2020, only 50% of young eligible voters actually showed up. And that was record-breaking. So if you really want to be brat, you better be showing up in droves in November.
We are with her. And she's with us.
I voted for Nikki Haley in the primary. I'm going to be voting for Kamala Harris. That's the right choice for America in 2024.
Let me tell you, it is about character, and it's about decency and respect, and all the things.
How come I'm not on this? Why do you
What
think?
it means to be an American citizen and pursue the American dream. And if that is important to you, I hope whether you are a Democrat or a Republican or somewhere in the middle, you will choose to vote your values.
As long as you're not Arab or care about Palestinians, or if you're like a leftist, or if you care about like genuinely improving the conditions of the working class, then it's not for you.
Big sister to McDonald's worker.
It feels like every year, like every 4 years, it feels like voting becomes more and more just like the sport of the wealthy.
Vice President,
you know, just like people who don't really care about like legitimately improving their lives. You know what I mean? People that have already like made it. People that have already made it to a certain point in their lives. So they just like care about making sure that like things aren't objectively worse, like much worse. That's it. There's no argument to be made about like how things will be better. It says a lot about the political indications and the instincts of the Dem Party that they completely squandered the Republicans' or weird messaging because they didn't want to associate themselves with the left-leaning people who started it. I mean, they literally made the left-leaning person who started be the vice president. It's very obvious to me that instead of doing the Trump is weird shit, they wanted to say Republicans are great. We love you. We want to hug you. We want to kiss you. Please vote for us, Republicans.
Everything you are and everything you do for this.
How much you want to bet they're going to vote Republican again? As they have done time and time again.
We have 1,000 screens here representing people from all over the country.
Hi, everyone.
Can you feel? Can you feel? Can you feel it? Can you feel the joy rising in here?
I can, and I have to tell you, there's so much that I love about our campaign because it really is about the people. And I look around at these screens, Oprah, I look at who's in the room, and this is America.
Do you honestly think addressing any of what you just said would be the best possible position to be elected? What, like offering people offering people immediate improvements to their material conditions? Yes. That's what democracy is about. The fuck are you talking about?
To have us as Americans pointing fingers at each other?
Yes.
That this movement that is about reminding each other that we have so much more in common than what separates us is so critically important. And this is about the strength of who we are as Americans. And this movement that we're in about, as I like to say, seeing in the face of a stranger a neighbor.
Yes, yes, yes,
right?
yes, yes.
An extension of love thy neighbor, that you literally in the face of a stranger see a neighbor.
Yes.
And approach each other with that level of dignity and grace and kindness.
Well, that's exactly what happened with the Win with Black Women. I know you've known Joe Taker for many years.
Thank you, my
That's
dear.
exactly what happened.
She started it.
They had to be called. They had to be called and then said, let's open the door.
Yeah.
Let's open the door and invite everybody else in, and everybody actually came.
Organically.
Yes.
Organically. Like, this is the beauty of our country. You know, there's so much at stake in this election. And ultimately, the question before us is, what kind of country do we want to live in? And the beauty of a democracy, as long as we can hold on to it, the beauty of a democracy is each of us has the power. Each of us has the power to answer that question.
That's right. Everybody on this call and beyond has the power. But can I just start with this?
Yes, please.
I have to say this because in all of my private conversations, Gail, and I've said this 100 times, and everybody is saying it, you all have said it, I know you have. It seems to us that something happened to you the moment President Biden, stepped aside and withdrew his candidacy, that a veil or something dropped and you just stepped into your power? I mean, literally, looking at you, at a speech like.
Bro, I don't think I've ever watched like a full Oprah thing. Like, this is kind of whack.
And I said, what happened to you?
You know, we each have those moments in our lives where it's time to step up.
Time to step up.
Time to step up, you know?
Well, the moment you heard, I mean, I really have been saying to people, it felt like a veil dropped and you sort of stepped through that veil. Did that actually, did you feel like that?
I felt a sense of responsibility, to be honest with you. And with that comes a sense of purpose. But I mean, we're all here and you all are taking time out of your busy lives, everyone here, everyone on the screen, because there really is so much at stake. You know, I have spent the majority of my career being concerned about the well-being of other people.
Yeah.
As I've said, in my career as a prosecutor, I never looked at a victim or a witness and asked them, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them is, are you okay?
Are you okay? I know when I heard that.
You know?
Touch me.
And traveling this country and knowing what is at stake in terms of fundamental freedoms, what's at stake in terms of fighting against hate and those efforts to divide us. And I do know that I'm in a position to do something about it. So I felt a great responsibility. And the incredible power of the people.
One other point that I want to make in terms of policy, in terms of like how people run, is if you look at the down ballot races for the Democrats, if you look at the Senate races specifically, Democrats are outperforming Kamala Harris in some instances by like fucking 6-7 points. Obviously, part of that is because their Republican opponents are dog shit. But like, the reason why they're also outperforming Kamala Harris by not the same margins that they were outperforming Joe Biden on, but still outperforming her on, which is unique, right? Is because as a senator, you have to run on your record or you have to run on what you're going to vote for. Okay, so they're basically locked in to that position. They are closer to their constituents than the president is. And their campaign is their campaign is always going to have even differences. Their campaigns are always going to have differences from the presidential campaign. But obviously, like, in this regard, like, if you fucking look at, like, here, I'll give you an example, right? I'm looking at the Morning Consult numbers, right? State level tracking. It shows that Harris has surged post-debate. Arizona up by 1. Georgia, Trump is up by 1. Michigan, Harris is up by 8. Okay, now this is a unique poll in terms of Michigan because like other polls show Michigan being a deadlock. I thought Michigan was like around up 8, but I found out that Michigan is actually much closer in other polls. But when you look at Michigan, when you look at Slotkin in Michigan is up by 14 points. Okay. Oh, immigration?
The border.
So it's a wonderful and important question. You know, my background was as a prosecutor, and I was also the elected attorney general for 2 terms of a border state. So this is not a theoretical issue for me.
Oh my
This is
God, if she
something
goes
I've
right wing
actually
here, I'm
worked
going to
on.
fucking
I
Brian
have
kill me.
prosecuted transnational criminal organizations.
Oh my gosh, she's saying
for the
transnational
trafficking
criminal
of
gangs
guns,
again.
drugs, and human beings. I take very seriously the importance of having a secure border and ensuring the safety of the American people. Sadly, where we are now can be traced most recently back to the fact that when the United States Congress, members of the Congress, including some of the most conservative Republicans, came up with a border security bill. I want to
die.
Here's what that border security bill would have done.
I'm
it would
perishing.
Have put 1,500 more border
I hate
agents
this.
at the border. Let me tell you, those border agents are working around the clock. It would have just been
Oh
about
my
giving them some
God,
support
our beautiful
and relief,
border patrol agents.
which is probably why the border agents actually endorsed the bill. It would have allowed us
Oh my
to
God,
stem
I
the
hate
flow
you.
of
I hate you
fentanyl.
so much. You're
And I'm
so
looking at
stupid.
people from all over
the Democratic
the
Party
country
is so
here.
fucking stupid.
So I don't need to tell the folks who are watching this what fentanyl has done to families, to kids in our country, and the need to take seriously stemming the flow coming into our country and addressing
She's
that
literally repeating a
extraordinary
lie
and tragic
that
issue in terms of its effect.
immigrants send in fentanyl to this fucking country. This is so stupid. It is so dumb. You are fucking stupid, dude. You're just a stupid person. You're not just a cowardly person. You're fucking stupid. Okay? It's not even true. It's a baseless.
Does he prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing
It's a baseless fucking claim made by Republicans that is immediately disproved by the reality of the matter. It is American citizens crossing the border at regular points of entry that are the ones trafficking the fucking drugs. When you talk about immigration like this, you're literally just saying the things that the right is saying. All you're doing is feeding to your base this false narrative and repeating it to them.
Or is it about the people?
And they trust
Is it
you,
about
so now they believe
running
it
on
too.
Problems or fixing problems? My work and my career has always been about saying, let's fix problems. Let's address the needs, because we know it's within our capacity to do that.
So to answer Justin's question,
What should she
now that
say
that
here
bill-
right now? I mean, immediately be like, everybody understands that there's a humanitarian crisis at the border, but the real solution to that humanitarian crisis is to improve processing. We are a nation of immigrants. I am the daughter of 2 immigrants that came into this country, and the only difference between me or my parents and another person crossing the border is paperwork. So get that paperwork done. Get that paperwork done as fast as possible, and so that these people can become tax-paying citizens. They already pay taxes, and they would be able to pay more taxes, as a matter of fact, and integrate properly into American society. Immigrants are what makes America great. Immigrants are the reason why we do not have declining birth rates. Immigrants are the reason why we have still been a dominant force in this country. Fentanyl coming over the border, Donald Trump likes to lie about it and say that it's actually immigrants bringing in the fentanyl. That is an abject lie. It's actually American citizens that traffic the fentanyl into the border. So in terms of apprehension, yes, we need better mechanisms and better systems to figure out when fentanyl is crossing the border. That much is true. But one thing to also consider is that my administration, alongside with Joe Biden, actually, for the first time in American history over the past couple of decades, has decreased the number of overdose deaths. We did that how? We did that by offering naloxone. Am I saying that right? Naloxone? We did that by offering naloxone over the counter. We did that by having a more tolerant approach to addiction. We did that by focusing on rehabilitation rather than incarceration. Okay? These are obvious policies that the Republicans regularly claim do not work, but we have shown that it actually fucking works. In terms of border apprehensions, that's one thing. We could focus on that. But Donald Trump does not care about that. He wants to make an argument that it's actually Guatemalans and Haitians that are bringing in the fentanyl over the border, when it's actually American criminals that are bringing the fentanyl over the border. And we must apprehend that fentanyl over the border, but hyper-focusing on the wrong things in an effort to incite racial animus amongst your neighbors that truly make this country great, that are the backbone of the American fucking economy and American culture, is the wrong way forward. Donald Trump has demonstrated time and time again that he does not care about this issue. After all, even when we gave him an olive branch with my shitty fucking right-wing border bill, he still cast it aside. Bring it up at the end if you want to talk about the hypocrisy of the situation, but address the actual fucking root cause of the problem and genuinely speak to the issues at hand instead of fucking abiding by the right-wing framing that is born out of no reality. It's just born out of fucking lies. What the fuck's wrong with you? It's so stupid. So illegals are the backbone of this country. Illegals are the backbone inside of your mother's pussy, okay? That's what's going on right now. The bone that your mother feels every goddamn night. Dumb fuck. Yes, dude, immigrants are the backbone of this nation, okay? This country would be nothing without immigrants. Illegality in the process means nothing. It's just paperwork, you fucking idiot. That's why J.D. Vance openly says, I don't care that Haitians are actually documented migrants. I want to undocument them.
which is when, you know, most companies and corporations are good, but for those bad ones, they take advantage of people, especially during a pandemic or extreme weather, and they end up jacking up prices, and there needs to be accountability and consequence for that. So I'm going to be taking on price gouging. But it's also about dealing with what we need to do around home ownership, right? So as someone mentioned during this film, look, I grew up a child of a mother who worked very hard. She raised me and my sister, and she saved up, and by the time I was a teenager, she was able to buy a home. And we grew up actually for a long time in an apartment on top of a child care center that was owned by the woman we called our second mother, because she helped my mother raise us. And she was a small business owner, Miss Shelton. So I'll bring all this together to tell you the way I think about it is, one, when people work hard and have a dream of buying a home, we should give you the opportunity to be able to do that, which is why part of my plan is for first-time homeowners, buyers, to have a $25,000 down payment assistance to buy your first home. Because people just need to be able to get their foot in the door, and then you'll do the hard work. Part of my plan is what we need to do to support small businesses, because my second mother was a small business owner, and I love our small businesses and our small
Oh my
business
God.
owners. They are not only business
She's fucking
leaders,
boring, uncharismatic, and so goddamn repetitive. It's making me want to fucking Brian kill me, dude. I love our small businesses. Like, no, you don't. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Nobody loves small businesses. That's not a real position, okay? You're just saying that like a goddamn bot. You just keep repeating the same points that you wrote literally since the DNC. I have heard the same exact fucking talking points. At least Trump rambles on, but sometimes he adds like random fucking insane shit in there.
To start up their small business. Right now it's $5,000. Nobody can start a small business with $5,000. So that's part of my plan.
That's a teeny tiny business.
That's a business in
teeny tiny business.
It's a concept of a business, right?
Yes.
You know where I'm going.
Yeah, she's doing the NPCs on TikTok meme, dude. Ice cream so good. Ice cream so good. Ice cream so good. I love small businesses.
Right. Part of the
as a criminal prosecutor in a border state, I prosecuted transnational criminal gangs, human traffickers, drug traffickers. Ice cream so good.
Extend and expand the child tax credit to
middle class families
$6,000,
tax break,
so that you can, in the first year of your child's life.
Staying on message bad? No, dude. Fix the message. Fix the message. Fix the message. The message is bad. The message is fucking broken. Okay? Do you not understand my problem? Have I ever said this about Bernie Sanders? Well, one, I've never said this about Bernie Sanders because I'm a fucking misogynistic racist. Okay? So that's number one. But at least I'm not anti-Semitic. Unless we're talking about Israel. But the other reason why I never say this about Bernie Sanders is because he has good messaging. He stays on message all the time, but the message is good. She's staying on message all the time in a way that is insincere because the message is bad. Nobody fucking laughs and goes, in the real world, have you ever encountered a human being that went, I love our small businesses? Is that a real fucking person or is that a goddamn bot? Do you hear me fucking complain about Tim Walz? No. Because while he stays on message, the message is at least like somewhat better framed. I love our small businesses. I'm just going to keep repeating that.
Costs and bills that I'm paying now, along with the bills and costs I will pay in the future too. And so everything just has a cost and everything is so expensive.
Bro. Aren't many voters bots though? Yes, but not in that kind, okay? Like, dude, yes, a lot of voters are stupid, but even stupid people recognize what kind of pain they're feeling, okay? And if you're a stupid person who feels a lot of pain in terms of like affordability, okay, and you got a person running for president that goes, I love our small businesses, you're gonna be like, what the fuck are you saying? Rent is up 10% year over year. My landlord is fucking me right now. Okay? The fuck do you mean I love our small business? Who gives a shit?
what we need to do to also push back against a very different vision for our country. Because look, in this election, there are two very different visions for our country. One, for me, that is focused on the future, including you, and another that is focused on the past. What Donald Trump, what my opponent plans on doing for the economy,
Stop moving the
is doing what
goalposts.
he did the last time he was
What?
president and giving another tax break for billionaires and the biggest corporations that would add $5 trillion to our deficit. And get this, he plans on doing what I call a Trump sales tax, which is basically he's going to put a 20% tax on every.
This right here, the thing is liber. I don't think the message is bad. It's just not for us. That's what every Democrat thinks, okay? Every Democrat, even fucking small business owners, every single goddamn Democrat's like, yeah, this is not for me. It's for someone else. I have yet to find who it's for, okay? Because when you look at the polls, ain't nobody says they're voting for Kamala Harris or historically for the Democratic Party or their policies. They're voting against Donald Trump. That's why the Senate race is a little different. In the Senate race, people vote for the senator because the senator has to run on policies. They don't vote on the overarching party fucking vibes. They don't vote on Brett Summer. Okay? No, stop saying he's right though. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. The idea that like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. You literally said that phrase a couple minutes ago. It's for suburban women though. You guys are wrong, okay? If you think suburban women don't have different, like don't have similar material problems as to you, you're wrong. Affordability is a problem for them too, okay? You're wrong. I don't know. I feel like a lot of chat's parents are. I know all my friends are parents are stoked to vote them. Ask them which tangible policy positions, which policy they're voting for. Okay? If you interrogate their views, they will inevitably tell you what every single person in here that is voting for Kamala Harris will tell you, which is that they are voting against Donald Trump. They're voting against Project 2025. They're voting against the abortion ban. They're voting against a litany of things that the Republicans have done. They're voting for harm reduction. Those people were obviously already locked in to vote for the Democratic Party. Do you understand? Do you understand? Those people were already voting for the Democratic Party. The goal here from this moment onward until November and every single day since Kamala Harris became the presidential candidate was not to get those guys to vote for her. Those guys are already voting for her. Okay? The goal is to activate people that are maybe not going to vote this time around. They're going to sit this one out. It's crazy. This is the equivalent of your business giving you pizza for your hard work instead of a fucking raise. And a lot of people can relate to that. Exactly. I kid you not, I peeked to another person's chat and he was ending stream saying, we don't need to watch this. It's not for us. Yeah, it's never for you. That's the problem. When will there be an event for you? Has there been an event for you so far? Have they talked about something that is for you? Or is it always for some other person? Is it always for some other fucking person that's in the distance that you made up in your fucking mind? Because let me tell you, okay? Let me tell you something. That other person does not fucking exist. And if it does, it's already voting for the fucking Democratic Party. Every new message and every old message that the Democratic Party communicates when there's a finite amount of time until the fucking finish line is supposed to be calculated. It's supposed to be strategic. It's supposed to be to win new demographics over. Okay? It's to make a convincing argument so that you understand, like, I'm going to go out and fucking vote for this person instead of sitting at home, or I'm going to go out and vote for this person and I'm going to take the time out of my fucking day because voting is not an easy process in general in many states. Okay? Like the things that I'm advocating for overall, are not even necessarily like radical leftist votes that are just out there to be seized, okay? The things that I'm advocating for are things that communicate to the fucking genuine material harm that everyday Americans feel. I'll use the abortion example, okay? That is a real harm that the Republican Party has caused many people. That's why communicating a position on abortion is a good thing. Why is that a good thing? Because there are millions of Americans who are harmed by this policy. So saying that's what the Republicans did to you, I'm going to fix that shit. That's great. That's great messaging. That's why you'll never hear me ever talk shit about fucking Kamala Harris talking about abortion. Okay? Because it's right. It's good for her to talk about it, and she's in the right, and she should talk about it. Okay? And they're even doing the Republican thing. They're bringing up an anecdote, a powerful anecdote of a white woman who almost fucking died because she couldn't get an abortion, right? Like, that's a huge deal. That's great. They're doing it right.
You don't bow down, even when you're the underdog, especially when you're the underdog.
That's right.
You stand up and you stand tall, and you give me so much hope and so much strength, and thank you.
Thank you, Hadley, for coming all this way. I hope you continue to use your voice. I hope you continue that. This week, the case of a young woman who lost her life after the abortion.
You yell at her when she tries to expand her tent. They yell at her for not trying to reach out to other non-Dems. You're a fucking idiot, dude. You're an idiot, okay? You are refusing to understand the point that I have said for the past 10 fucking years, because every Democratic Party election cycle has been exactly the fucking same, okay? It's not only the fucking card-carrying Republicans who are insanely nutty and conservative that are out there to pick up for votes, okay? Yes, expand your voter base. There are a shit ton of non-voters out there that are voter eligible. They don't fucking vote because they feel like neither party represents their interests. They have, I always bring this up. I always fucking bring this up, okay? Every American voter has like top 5 issues, okay, that have an order of priority. The job of the Democratic Party analysts and the Democratic Party staffers is to figure out what those top 5 priorities are, not just simply by looking at fucking polling and being like, oh, they hate immigrants, so I guess we also have to hate immigrants too. But specifically in terms of economic policies, look at where they are hurting and address that problem with some kind of policy, okay? Stop comparing this to Bernie Sanders. That is a primary race. If you think a primary race within the Democratic Party is identical to a general race, you don't know anything about politics. Yes, Bernie Sanders failed to activate non-voters in a fucking primary race, dude. Yeah, why don't you compare it to a person who did do that successfully, a black man, as a matter of fact, in 2008? How did he do that? He did that by communicating progressive policies. I wish she was being like FDR. She's not trying to be like FDR at all.
Loved by a family, a strong family. And we would have done whatever to get my baby, our baby, the help that she needed. When ProPublica came to my home, I pushed them away. No, but Kavithia, she was persistent. She said, it was something that you needed to know. You have to hear me. Women around the world, people around the world need to know that this was preventable. 2 years later, after speaking with my daughters, because I lost strength, I lost hope. You're looking at a mother that is broken. The worst pain ever that a mother, that a parent could ever feel. Her father and myself and the family, you're looking at it.
Well, we appreciate so deeply you being here. And we're all watching you hear that tape and those words. We know how re-traumatizing that is and the strength it takes for you to be here to tell your story. And we deeply appreciate it. And I have to ask you, as her sisters, how are you coping? And what does
She's one of the two people whose
could have been prevented.
Two people died in Georgia because of the abortion bans, because doctors did not offer the appropriate medical intervention because of fears in the state of Georgia over the abortion ban. This is a very real story. This is a very harrowing story.
Guilty. I wish I could have helped her, because she was suffering, and we had no idea. We trusted them to take care of her, and they just let her die because of some stupid abortion ban. They treated her like she was just another number. They didn't care for her as if, she was their daughter or their, granddaughter.
Yeah.
And she's not here. She'll never come back.
Yeah. Andrika, what do you want to say?
I want to say that it's very disheartening that my sister was allowed to suffer for 20 hours. She suffered. It was nothing that we could do to help her. We trusted the healthcare professionals to do their job and save her, but they failed her.
Well, I think the most powerful thing that you've said here, Ms. Shanette, is that your daughter is not a statistic. She had a life. She was loved by her sisters, loved by her family, loved by those who knew her, and she's not just a statistic. And we are happy to speak her name tonight in this room, talking about what this country needs in terms of reproductive rights and freedom. What do you want to say, Madam Vice President?
I'm just so sorry. And the courage that you all have shown is extraordinary, because also you just learned about how it is that she died. And
they just recently learned, yes.
How?
Yeah.
And Amber's mom shared with me that the word over and over again in her mind is preventable.
Yeah.
Preventable. That word keeps coming to her. And this story is a story that is sadly not the only story of what has been happening since these bans have taken place. And, just to step back in terms of how we got here, the former president chose 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would overdo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did as he intended, and in state after state, including yours, these abortion bans have been passed that criminalize healthcare providers. In a couple of states, prison for life, Oprah. Prison for life in a couple of states for a doctor or a nurse who provides health care. And so it seems very apparent
even when the mother's life is in danger.
But see, here's the problem with that. Here's the problem with that. So is she on death's door before you actually decide to give her help?
That's the problem.
Is that what we're saying?
Yeah. That you've got to prove you're on death's door.
Like literally a doctor or a nurse has to say, she might die any minute, better give her now care. Because otherwise I might go to prison for life in some cases. Think about what we're doing in terms of saying that certain people who are in these state houses, and then starting with the former president of the United States, think they're in a better position than a doctor or a nurse to determine when their patient needs medical care. This literally, and Amber's story highlights the fact that among everything that is
Dog, you're getting moderated because you're saying some fucking irrelevant ass bullshit, okay? Shut the fuck up. Take a goddamn week off and never speak ill about the mods again. Okay? God damn, dude. The fucking sense of entitlement. This motherfucker wants to talk about like Hezbollah and like all the different sects in Lebanese politics. You didn't even get moderated. It was Fossabot that fucking automatically moderated you because you couldn't shut the fuck up. You just kept spamming the same thing over and over again. Some of you fucking chatters literally don't understand when some of you chatters just simply do not fucking understand what's going on. And you think it's like the mods that are doing something to you. No, it's because you got auto-modded because you couldn't stop fucking spamming the same shit over and over again.
Legislators who would be saying, you know, criminalize healthcare providers are also saying that after a person's body has been violated, that they have no right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That's immoral.
Yeah.
I
think it's not just immoral. And here's what I want to say. I just don't believe that those legislators, that the government has a right to be in your womb. They have no right to be in your womb with decisions about your womb.
And one does not have to abandon their faith.
Right.
Or deeply held beliefs to agree the government should not be telling her what to do.
Absolutely.
Right? If she chooses, she will talk with her priest, her pastor, her rabbi, her imam, but not the government telling her what's in her best interest.
Well, this is a long healing process for this family. And we thank you, and we hope that by being amongst people who heard you and heard your daughter's story will be meaningful to you in this journey to healing. Thank you so much for being here. Okay, I want to also... Thank you. I want to hear from Star Walker, who is a campaign engagement organizer in Milwaukee, one of my hometowns, Milwaukee. Hi, Star. What's going on in Wisconsin?
Hi, Oprah. Hi, Madam Vice President. We are fired up here in Wisconsin. I'm an engagement organizer, so I work with within their personal networks. That's friends, family, teammates. Yeah, and by empowering people to leverage their relationships, we amplify their voices and deliver progress. We're fired up, but we also know it's a razor-thin race. So just like in 2020, this is going to be won by a field margin. It's on us to roll up our sleeves and do the work. Let's make phone calls and knock on doors. Go to go.kamalaharris.com to join this people-powered movement. That way, when we look back, we won't just be remembering how we felt, we'll be remembering what we did.
Woo! I love that. I love that. Y'all, I love that. That's a big takeaway, because we're all feeling really good right now. But what really matters is what are we going to do? Absolutely. What are we going to do? Thank you so much, Star. I see somebody else on the screen, Julia Roberts. Hi, Julia.
Hi. Hi.
I heard you were so excited you wanted to be here tonight. Why?
Well, first of all, Oprah, thank you for hosting this, because I guess if I started a voting club, it would be conversationalists for Kamala.
Yes.
Because to talk, to listen, to be heard, to have this back and forth is so unique in this campaign to beautiful, wonderful Kamala Harris, who I've had the good fortune of knowing for many years. And I am a mother of 2 kids. This is their first chance to vote in an election. And I couldn't be more excited for them to have the legacy to say that their first vote they ever cast for president was for you. I have just chills saying that out loud.
Are you all going to the polls together? Are you organizing a party? Are the Motors having a poll party? What's happening?
I wish we were all going together. In fact, you know, they are in college, so we will be separated on the great day, but in spirit united always for what we believe in and what we, you know, I feel like it's interesting. We talk so much about being Americans united for something, but this has become such a global representation of our country and what we stand for. And I get to travel internationally a lot. And I want people to say, oh, you're American? And not, oh, huh, how's it going over there? You know?
Yes.
So I want to get back to that space.
Exactly. Thank you, Julia. Exactly. Thank you. And hey, there's Tracy Ellis Ross coming up there. Tracy, we should, now listen, if anybody should have a voting party, I think it should be at your house because you have great parties, girl.
I just want to say hi, hello, Madam Vice President. It's just an honor. I actually have never met you, which is crazy. And hi, Oprah. Wait, what did I miss?
We just saw each other the other day. Okay. Oh, hi, Tracy. Hi.
Hi, Oprah. How you doing?
Hi, good. Yeah. This is exciting, though, isn't it? Isn't it exciting?
It's exciting. It's exciting because I believe in democracy. I believe in the future of our country, in reproductive freedom, bodily autonomy, women leading. I believe in decency. The idea of leading with joy and kindness has always been in my DNA. And I'm here both for the seriousness of this election, but the joy with which it is being handled. It is stunning. And then I also really want to remind everybody, it hasn't been mentioned, but voting up and down the ballot is incredibly important. Your freedom and your daily life are all the way up and down that ballot. People are policies, and we need the right people in all areas, all positions. And then I would like to say to you two women, thank you for what you represent, because as a 52-year-old childless woman, I want to say to the people who think that a woman's worth is measured in her baby count, I mean, shout out to all the amazing mothers, but the childless women have been mothering the world and elevating culture as aunties, godmothers, teachers, mentors, sisters, and friends, and the list goes on. And you do not need to push out a baby to help push humanity forward.
Amen to that. Thank you so much, Tracy Ellis Ross. Thank you so much. So another important issue this election is, of course, our safety. And just 2 weeks ago, our country experienced yet another horrific school shooting. Watch this.
If you are one of the many, many women in the United States who only posts about political issues when it's related to reproductive rights and bodily autonomy, and if you have spent this summer encouraging people to vote for a certain political party in the name of protecting your bodily autonomy, then I want you to consider this message. The reason why you don't have full reproductive rights, the reason why you can't afford daycare, the reason why your husband doesn't get any paternity leave, your maternity leave falls woefully short of basic progressive guidelines, is the same reason why that issue that you don't want to address at all, the one you don't want to touch with a 10-foot pole, is happening. The reason why you can't get
This is what women-led looks like, and that might be going over the males in this chat. What? This resonates for women? You mean like the other thing that we were just watching? I don't have it. Demi, like classic. You got to come in here and fucking chirp. One of the chirp chatters, consistent chirp chatters. Okay, listen to me. Listen to me, okay? You've been in this community long enough. You know that, like, obviously this community cares about abortion, okay? Quite a bit. Cares about protecting women's reproductive rights. You're fucking annoying. Okay? Shut the fuck up. Women or trans people or black people or Latino people, you know, they don't live in a separate confine, completely removed from motherfucking reality, okay? Women be shopping. They're out there still buying items, okay? And when they're shopping, when they're making 85% of fucking consumer purchase decisions in this goddamn country, they're looking at the numbers and they're like, holy fuck, this shit is expensive, okay? If you don't have a way to fucking address, the entire chat has been insulting this entire event, this community is mocking everything. Yeah, shut up. Just take a fucking week off. God damn it. God, so fucking annoying. This is a goddamn political community. Of course, we're going to be chirping when there's a fucking event that is like so hollowed out from the bare bones, with the exception of the issue of issue of protecting reproductive rights. I can't believe that a political community is upset with not hearing enough from Kamala Harris on issues such as healthcare, issues such as the affordability of rent, the housing crisis that we're fucking experiencing. Because women famously don't live in houses, okay? They don't. Women famously don't pay rent. They don't. Women famously don't need healthcare. They don't. They just, all they care about is just abortion. Like, abortion is a very important topic to talk about. And I already gave Kamala Harris her flowers many times over, okay? What the fuck are you talking about? It's rich to say a political community wants to hear more about her policies all over. I know, it's crazy. It's crazy. Women, famously, no student loans for women. They don't have it. Women, they don't go to the doctor. They don't need like some improvements in terms of like their affordability in healthcare. Women, they're not immigrants, okay? They don't, famously, women are not immigrants. There is one specific type of woman that maybe you are a part of as well. If you listen to this, okay, and you're like, this is everything I wanted, what the fuck are you talking about? You know who that specific type of woman is? A very wealthy white lady, okay? And you might be that, and that's fine, okay? But that's it. That's literally it. You were just like, no, this is just for fucking wine moms, dude. God damn. Wine moms whose husbands are voting for Trump anyway. You got nothing in here for poor people. You got nothing in here for working class issues. You got nothing there. Even the abortion one, don't even get me started on this shit, okay? It's just like, even on the abortion front, let me tell you what the Democratic Party didn't do, okay? Codify Roe v. Wade. Let me tell you what the Democratic Party didn't do. Create protections so that abortion and access to reproductive health could remain in this country. Let me tell you what the Democratic Party did do, okay? Wait for the Republican Party to actually destroy it so they can fucking fundraise off of it. So excuse me when I fucking see a mom cry about her daughter who fucking died and think to myself, well, she's the goddamn vice president right now. That's a little crazy, okay? I don't want to talk about it too much because I know people get in their fucking feelings, but that's also not exactly an issue that the Democratic Party has been anything but negligent on, okay? And that's precisely what's going on with fucking immigration right now. What happened on abortion under the Biden administration is exactly what is happening with immigration right now. Democrats are not fucking counter messaging. They're not fucking defending immigrants. And what is going to happen? Lo and behold, oh my God, we have concentration camps at the border. How do we get here? Please give us more money. I'm Nancy Pelosi, and I really, really find it abhorrent that these concentration camps were built at the border and that we have done mass deportations. Please send me $14 right now so we can stop the Republicans next time around, okay? God damn, dude. Holy fucking shit. How do you not see it over and over again? Every goddamn election cycle, they're like, oh, dude, vote for us. We'll fix it. They don't fix it. And then next election cycle, they literally are like, vote for us because we're going to do the things that we were running against. Now we're for it. And you're like, hold up, what? You're for it? But I just voted for you because you were against it. What the fuck just happened? But hey, things will get even worse if you don't vote for us. It's like, okay, so voting for you at this stage is just a guarantee that the things are going to happen. The same things I'm voting against right now are going to happen 4 years later. It's just an extension. It's a time extension. What the fuck? Now cue all the fucking talking points about how I'm a goddamn misogynist and also an anti-black racist, you know? Let's hear it. Go ahead. I know you've been fucking holding on to it. Some of you are just like sitting there and be like, oh, I can't wait to say this about a dude I've been watching every single day, 365 days a year for the past 4 years. I can't wait. This is the moment he revealed himself. It's like, well, you're a fucking idiot then, okay? Like, because if there's any veracity to that, if you truly believe this in your fucking heart, and you've been in here for years and years, you must have been a dumbass, you know? Like, how the fuck did you not pick up on my white supremacist anti-woman attitude for 4 fucking years, and then now you got it now, just now? Something doesn't add up. Either you're wrong and you're just using that as because it's the only fucking mechanism of defense that you have in this situation that is utterly indefensible, or perhaps you're just a dumbass and you didn't even recognize it, you know? If chatters are being genuine, this conversation being centered on women, which is not common, would be proposing paid maternity leave at a national level, stimulus checks after having a kid, not a tax credit, and increased funds towards reproductive research to improve gaps in medicine for women. But she's not, and chatters are disingenuous. I don't even think chatters are disingenuous. They're just primed to defend. They're just primed to defend the Democratic Party because it's like not as embarrassing to be pro Kamala Harris as it obviously was to be pro Biden. So that's it. That's all they needed. All they needed was to like cling on to something, anything, so they can also position themselves in the same fucking blue MAGA way that like they were making fun of the Joe Biden dead enders for being. That's it. That's it.
Time in their auditorium, and I would ask, please raise your hand if at any point between kindergarten and 12th grade you had to endure an active shooter drill. Almost every hand went up. It was bone chilling.
Yeah, this is the way our kids are living.
Chilling.
Yeah.
And think about it.
What are we supposed to do then?
Fire.
You're supposed to subscribe at the top of the hour to avoid the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, which is coming right now. If you no longer want to see those ads at the top of the hour, that's all you need to do. Subscribe for $6, well, $4.20, or for free with a Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub. Okay, here's the 3-minute ad break now. Anyway, ultimately, you don't have to worry. I mean, you don't have to worry if you're a liberal. Okay, if you're a liberal, let me tell you, no worries, man. It's smooth sailing. All right, you got Trump is going to come out and say another unhinged thing, and even if the Kamala Harris campaign doesn't remind people how fucking shitty that is, most people will still go, okay, that's a little too much for me. Or maybe they won't, like they did it in fucking 2016 nor 2020, and then he fucking wins. Who knows? Okay. I don't think so. But that doesn't mean it can't happen. What if you're not liberal and you're like as to the left as one can be? What do you mean? Why didn't you say to organize your workplace or join a workers' organization or something? I don't know. Maybe because I've said it a million times over. I'm not going to be on message every single damn time, dude. What the fuck? Oh. Also, I do have to end it. Because I have to travel to fucking San Diego. Being liberal is also good though, right? Because it's also a part of the leftist coalition. No, it fucking isn't. What are you talking about? You're watching it not be. Debate Lords is starting. You are late. Yeah, that's tomorrow. Everybody, I am traveling down to San Diego right now to go to TwitchCon. Okay. And I'm very excited to hang out with some people I haven't seen in a minute. And I have Debate Lords tomorrow. I have the panel with Maya on Saturday. I'm planning on being back here and streaming normally by Sunday, but we'll see if I can do that or not. But basically I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be there for 2 days, and I'm gonna do some IRL streams. I'm gonna try to do my regular streams. Hopefully I'll be able to stream from the hotel room. Okay.
There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming.